Chapter 169. Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. A thump echoed in Liang Sheng's heart. Seeing Su Jintian's reaction, he dared not waste any more time, even afraid he would be too late to act if he procrastinated. After all, Su Jintian wouldn't care if Chen Quan enters the spiritual vein or not. As soon as he noticed Su Jintian's expression shift slightly, Liang Sheng immediately jumped into the spiritual vein. The next moment, the violent energy of the heaven and earth spine rushed directly into Liang Sheng's body. Having already broken through to the divinity transformation realm, the capacity of Liang Sheng's 3 Danshan had enhanced even more than before. Yet, due to the eruption of the spirit tide in the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein, his Danshan was instantly filled with the heaven and earth spine. Following this, he was swiftly ejected from the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein. At this instant, Liang Sheng immediately made a move using his mind. A puppet he had prepared earlier appeared in his place. Just at this time, Su Jintian had also started his move. Liang Sheng immediately shattered the puppet within the spiritual vein. The left and right envoys had no time to react at this point. After all, with the outbreak of the spirit tide in the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein, their divine sense wasn't as keen as usual. They just suddenly saw Chen Quan shatter instantly while City Master Zhen Yuan, being a soul emergence power, sensed with more sensitivity. But before he had the chance to see clearly what was happening, Su Jintian was already preparing to take action. Because Chen Quan was shattered and prompted City Master Zhen Yuan to look back, Su Jintian thought his minor manipulation had been noticed by City Master Zhen Yuan. Move! In an instant, a formation disc suddenly appeared on Su Jintian, exuding an inexplicable qi, pervading the whole space. The unexpected situation appeared in front of City Master Zhen Yuan and his group. Before they could react, Su Jintian continued to activate the array. In the flickering light of the array patterns, a barrier array with enormous power had already encased everyone. City Master Zhen Yuan's pupils contracted at the sight, his face filled with disbelief. Was his loyal servant who had been by his side all this time betraying him? If Su Jintian had no ulterior motive for this situation, could there be any other reasons? Even a fool wouldn't believe it. The left and right envoys, observing the array surrounding them, reacted instantly, but it was already too late for them to escape. Their shock was no less than that of City Master Zhen Yuan. They might doubt anyone, even themselves, but they had never doubted Su Jintian. Su Jintian had been brought up by City Master Zhen Yuan as a household slave and had worked his way up from among countless household slaves. There were countless times where they shared in glory and disaster with City Master Zhen Yuan, but the most unlikely person to betray City Master Zhen Yuan had now betrayed him, leaving City Master Zhen Yuan in disbelief. Therefore, Clear Wind and Bright Moon were almost stupefied. Due to this, they focused almost all their attention on Su Jintian, and did not notice the abnormality in Liang Sheng's actions. Because when Su Jintian had made his move earlier, Chen Quan shattered. It seemed like Su Jintian had directly dealt with the insignificant middle nascent soul stage Chen Quan, causing him to fall within the spiritual vein. After all, the scene of Liang Sheng's puppet being destroyed instantly, although it happened in an instant, its final shattering had been seen by them. If it had been under normal circumstances, Liang Sheng's trick might not have been perfect. Even if he could deceive the left and right envoys, he probably couldn't deceive City Master Zhen Yuan. All it could be said was that everything was a coincidence. The timing chosen by Liang Sheng was just right, allowing him to escape the vortex of complex circumstances without arousing any suspicion from City Master Zhen Yuan and his people. The scene within the spiritual vein after Su Jintian's move was also appearing in the divine sense of Liang Sheng, who had then retreated to the City Lord Mansion. Liang Sheng had done this deliberately. He had concealed a trace of his divine sense in the puppet. So, although it seemed like the puppet had collapsed, in reality, it concealed divine sense, lurking among the debris to observe the changing situation. It's a good thing I ran fast. At this time, his divine sense was watching the situation within the spiritual vein. Due to the massive shock caused by Su Jintian's array, Liang Sheng was filled with relief. Although he was not on the scene and did not know the exact power of Su Jintian's array, Liang Sheng still believed it would be better not to provoke if it wasn't necessary. Once he confirmed that his divine sense was still present, Liang Sheng did not hesitate to head towards the lower city. At this time, the people in Immortal City with the highest level of cultivation were all trapped in the sub-vein of Immortal Dynasty. Who could find traces of Liang Sheng? Liang Sheng quickly arrived at the lower city of Immortal City, but he did not come to the Chen family manor. Instead, he hid not far from Yaoxiang Pavilion. If any accident occurred, he would promptly use the teleportation array to leave. If it weren't for the explosive power of the heaven and earth spine in his body at this moment, he would already be meditating and cultivating. Safety first, after all. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, no one knew that the sub-vein of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein in the backyard of the city was already covered by an array. City Master Zhen Yuan, seeing the means of Su Jintian, couldn't help but sneer in rage. Su Jintian, I've always been kind to you. Why did you do this? Who said I am Su Jintian? The moment these words left Su Jintian, they made City Master Zhen Yuan incredulous. In this stupefied moment, a glimmer of light flashed from the formation disc in Su Jintian's hand, directly diving into the spiritual vein. The array barrier glowed brightly, completely enveloping City Master Zhen Yuan and the rest. Seeing this situation, the left and right envoys couldn't help but feel nervous. When they saw City Master Zhen Yuan in front of them, they couldn't help but attempt to test the strength of the barrier, only to find that breaking this barrier was not an easy task. City Master Zhen Yuan was filled with anger just now, but he calmed down at this moment. For a mere divinity transformation realm, why panic? He was so composed because he knew that the array barrier couldn't trap him. What he cared more about was figuring out who Su Jintian was. You are not Su Jintian? This is impossible. Old Su's life token has never been shattered, so how could you replace him if he hasn't died? But if old Su is dead and the life token is intact, when did you betray us? Your tactics are so impressive that even I have to admire. Seeing that City Master Zhen Yuan still seemed to be bantering with Su Jintian, the left and right envoys couldn't help but be impatient. If it weren't for their concern for the City Master's authority, they would probably have already reminded him to focus. What's the point of talking to Su Jintian now? They should break the array barrier quickly and then escape. But City Master Zhen Yuan was still staring at Su Jintian without making any move to retrieve his weapon. Su Jintian couldn't help but laugh. Zhen Yuan dog thief, is there any possibility that Su Jintian's life token was actually indexed with my information from the very beginning? After all, Su Jintian was just a small servant back then, and you were prone to raising parasites. How could you have personally recorded the information of these little slaves? Upon hearing this, City Master Zhen Yuan immediately figured out what was going on. It turned out that the traitor was hidden among his servants. Therefore, the real Su Jintian might have already passed away, and it was clear that back then, there was more than just one impostor. It was as if the opponent also raised parasites. Whoever kept breaking through would become the final spy, making himself believe without a doubt. Church of all beings, such a clever plan. This made City Master Zhen Yuan feel afraid. This matter must not be planned by just one person, which means there may be more hidden agents of the Church of all beings around him. Once he is out, he would soul search the entire City Lord Mansion. Since life tokens cannot be trusted, they could only rely on this method to identify the spies. Impressive, it's because of spies like you that we have ended up in this situation. I wonder how a mere Church of all beings could always be one step ahead of me in every action. Finally, City Master Zhen Yuan stopped talking and took action in his rage. The array barrier set up by Su Jintian just now was instantly shattered. Seeing this, the left and right envoys were overjoyed. As long as City Master Zhen Yuan could break the opponent's array, their safety was no longer a concern. But at the next moment, their faces changed. Su Jintian actually didn't care about it, he wasn't even a bit uneasy and even had a smile on his lips. Zhen Yuan dog thief, I didn't expect you would actually dare to attack me? You think that my array can actually trap you? If so, why would I wait until now? What did Su Jintian mean by that? He dared to set this trap, and now that the City Master has taken action, is there a problem? City Master Zhen Yuan's heart also thudded at this moment, feeling something was wrong, but since he had already taken action, he naturally did not hesitate for fear of inviting more trouble during the night. As long as Su Jintian was dead, would there still be any need to worry about anything else? But at the moment when City Master Zhen Yuan attacked, Su Jintian unexpectedly took out 5 knives and, without any hesitation, stabbed them into his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. 5 elements summoning yin and yang. Su Jintian's body swelled rapidly, and his aura changed in an instant. The left and right envoys' faces changed, for they could not mistake this aura. Desolate aura. Immediately following that, as blood seeped out from Su Jintian's internal organs, the whole person seemed incredibly ghostly. As the desolate aura pervaded, even the eruption of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins and spiritual tide couldn't suppress the violent aura on Su Jintian's body. At this time, the left and right envoys felt somewhat oppressed by the aura, but they didn't feel too worried, because Su Jintian's aura didn't suppress them too much. Not like the city master. But they did not see the city master's pale face. Because his heartbeat had suddenly sped up, it was as if a giant drum was being struck in his chest. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable aura pervade between heaven and earth within the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins, and his tempo matched this aura, feeling uneasy and palpitations throughout his whole body. Before he could react, Su Jintian suddenly smiled sinisterly at him, and then the entire spiritual veins' spirit tide suddenly started to ripple. They saw that in the spiritual veins, a few heaven and earth spines suddenly appeared and rushed directly towards Su Jintian, which instantly dumbfounded the left and right envoys. City Master Zhen Yuan recalled a rumor that wilderness was more likely to absorb heaven and earth spine, which was why heaven and earth abhorred it. It was like a parasite on a person's body. According to the records of the Immortal Dynasty, the wilderness was a parasitic creature that lived between heaven and earth and devoured the essence of heaven and earth. With the heaven and earth spine absorbed, Su Jintian's aura rapidly weakened, but he still didn't care and continued to devour it. What did Su Jintian want to do? City Master Zhen Yuan was increasingly uneasy in his heart. Finally, he no longer held back. Feeling that he had no chance if he didn't take action now, he decided to put an end to it all. To the surprise of the left and right envoys watching, Su Jintian, facing the attack, didn't dodge or avoid it and took the city master's palm head-on. This was a full-strength blow from the soul emergence power, but Su Jintian still bore it with a strange smile on his face. His 5 knives left his body and instantly formed the formless mutual birth array. Then, with the spiritual veins' spirit tide already erupting, it formed a cycle of yin and yang reincarnation as heaven and earth spine gathered directly. If it were usual, the left and right envoys would be overjoyed since this was heaven and earth spine. But now, all they felt was chills running down their spines. Because the city lord of Zhen Yuan who took action just now finally understood what Su Jintian wanted to do at this moment, he wanted to communicate with heaven and earth. It would be fine to do so normally, but now he has been under the fate calamity and doesn't want heaven and earth to notice him. Otherwise, why would he stay in closed-door cultivation? Su Jintian's face was pale at this time, and his body was still bleeding continuously, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was what he had prepared for the past 90 years. The 5 knives were not ordinary, they were forged with the power of the 5 elements, meant to combine yin and yang of the 5 elements. The medium was his body, after all, the top of the church of all beings practiced secret techniques and left behind the desolate aura. Heaven and earth are extremely sensitive to this desolate aura, and with the addition of connecting to the spiritual vein with the big array, how could heaven and earth not pay attention to this place? The next moment, City Lord Zhen Yuan's face turned white. Heaven and earth had noticed him. In the next moment, without any hesitation, City Lord Zhen Yuan waved his hand. Instantly, even if they were in the sub-vein of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein, he, the left and right envoys, and the barely breathing Su Jintian, were enveloped in nothingness, and then turned into a singularity. Mustard Seed Sumi. At this moment, in Yaoxiang Pavilion, Liang Sheng's eyes opened, full of disbelief. Perhaps only Liang Sheng now understood Su Jintian's final intention. He didn't want the city lord of Zhen Yuan to die at all. What he wanted was for the city lord to personally use the mustard seed mastery, the divine ability that was hidden in the small stone of the city lord mansion, like the spiritual vein hidden dimension. After using the mustard seed sumi, the barely breathing Su Jintian finally breathed a sigh of relief, with his eyes scarily bright. When they were all surrounded by the mustard seed sumi, Su Jintian directly self-destructed, his body dead and his dao disappearing. And the 5 knives carrying the yin and yang energy of the 5 elements, directly carrying his remaining desolate aura, completely attached to the singularity. As long as the singularity broke, the energy of yin and yang would erupt, creating a chaos-breaking effect that would encompass half of heaven and earth. So City Lord Zhen Yuan dare not gamble. He didn't dare to break his own divine ability because his fate calamity aura had already been detonated by Su Jintian's 5 elements. If the singularity broke, heaven and earth's fate calamity would erupt in an instant. He could only wait now. But Su Jintian's means wouldn't end here. They were now in the spiritual veins, with the endless heaven and earth spine. City Lord Zhen Yuan's mustard seed Sumi suddenly resonated with the entire longevity immortal city due to the previous simulation of chaos breaking heaven and earth. The city lord's fate calamity aura enveloped it, sharing prosperity and loss together. In simple terms, the longevity immortal city was now like the singularity. Anyone who entered longevity immortal city from the outside world would cause heaven and earth's aura to shatter instantly. The destiny tribulation of the city master would come instantly, so at this moment, Liang Sheng could only exclaim, Su Jintian really had great means. Su Jintian's plan was indeed the best choice. If the city lord had died, the immortal dynasty would definitely sense the shattering of his life token, and it would just be a matter of replacing him with a new city lord. But now, because the city lord Zhen Yuan is alive, the immortal dynasty doesn't know his specific situation. As long as he doesn't die, they won't rashly enter. In this way, the Church of All Beings would definitely seize this opportunity, using Su Jintian's sacrifice to change the longevity immortal city completely. The timing was just right. At this time, Liang Sheng looked up at the upper city and, as expected, the originally silent Church of All Beings collectively appeared, directly attacking the Internal and External Affairs Bureau in the Immortal City, and fighting broke out. At this moment, how could the Internal and External Affairs Bureau be prepared? Moreover, with Su Jintian's long-since planned strategy, the masters of the Church of All Beings directly went for the kill, causing the Internal and External Affairs Bureau to collapse in a short time. It seems that Immortal City will be in chaos for a while, but what does it have to do with me, Liang Sheng? He wished such a situation would last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years because, at this moment, the longevity Immortal City had already made him invincible under heaven. Since that's the case, feeling the heaven and earth spine about to explode within his body, he finally sank into the ground to cultivate and digest this absorption of the heaven and earth spine. When he emerged from closed-door cultivation, his cultivation level would definitely rise to a higher level. Chapter 170, Immortal City Turmoil, Liang Sheng / Divinity Transformation. Immortal Dynasty Capital City, Linga. At this time, Ling Xiaozi was sitting in the Great Hall. Kaiwen Child had already entered the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins, and no one could help him, he could only rely on himself. Only 100 years later would they know the situation of those in the spiritual veins and who could obtain the grand competition rewards. Everything depended on luck and fortune. However, Ling Xiaozi's lineage hadn't achieved any significant results in the 30,000 years. Even Ling Xiaozi's own performance in the grand competition wasn't good. So this time he still had some expectations in his heart, but even if the result wasn't good, he wouldn't blame Kaiwen Child. All of this was personal luck and fortune, one couldn't force it. Since it was already ordained by heaven, why should one resist? For cultivators, everything they do is ruled by destiny, and this is also the foundation of Ling Xiaozi's Dao heart. In the past, the Seeking Truth lineage's rebels did not understand destiny, so they were rejected by heaven and earth. If it weren't for their contributions during the ancient cataclysm, they would have already been annihilated by the heavenly and earth rules. How could they still have isolated inheritances now? For example, Zhen Yuan, his disciple, was in Longevity Immortal City. The so-called remnants of the all-living beings sect should come from the inheritance of the Seeking Truth lineage. These cultivators were all arrogant and reckless. Since it was destiny, how could it be changed? At that moment, Ling Xiaozi suddenly had a feeling in his heart and then calculated with his fingers. In the next moment, he looked towards Longevity Immortal City and couldn't help but shake his head. He had just felt it and the next moment Zhen Yuan City Master's life token appeared in front of him, but at this time, the qi on the life token was unclear. It seemed that his little disciple's fate calamity had already begun. If he could cross it, even if he couldn't continue to break through, he would still have the chance to reincarnate and cultivate again when his lifespan ran out. But if he failed to cross it, he would either die, and the world would no longer know of him, or his cultivation would be completely ruined, leaving him no possibility to cultivate immortality again. With these thoughts in mind, he decided to help his disciple, reducing variables to prevent destiny from changing halfway through. Summon someone. I am here. Immediately send someone to seal Longevity Immortal City's domain, and no one is allowed to disturb it. If someone forces their way in, kill without mercy. Yes. In the next moment, Ling Xiazi's subordinates took their orders and left. As he looked in the direction of Longevity Immortal City, Ling Xiazi muttered to himself. Zhen Yuan, your master can only help you this much. As for whether you can cross this fate calamity, it all depends on your destiny. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. In Ling Xiazi's heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This was the destined path for cultivators, and how far they could go on the path of cultivation depended on their destiny. Unfortunately, Ling Xiazi didn't know the current situation in Longevity Immortal City and that it was different from what he had imagined. It could only be said that Su Jintian's plan had been utterly successful. As long as Zhen Yuan didn't die and was sealed by his own tribulation aura in Mustard Seed Sumi, Longevity Immortal City would become an isolated place detached from the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. During the time when the city was sealed, it would depend on the strength and fate of the all-living beings sect practitioners what results they would achieve. Su Jintian wouldn't be able to see the outcome anymore. However, all of this had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. At this moment, he was in closed-door cultivation, running the primordial mysterious technique at full force to digest the heaven and earth spine within his body. Lower City, Immortal City. Yaoxiang Pavilion. At this time, Liang Sheng was hiding in the passage of teleportation array under the building exclusively for Chen Quan. He sneaked in without anyone noticing. Here, to prevent others from discovering the teleportation array, Liang Sheng's defensive measures were the highest level of protection. So at this time, without any hesitation, Liang Sheng directly added a few concealment formations and then entered a state of meditation. The heaven and earth spine contained in his danshan erupted instantly, and the primordial mysterious technique in his body operated frantically. However, Liang Sheng, who had just breakthrough to divinity transformation realm, knew that to continue breaking through, he would need much more energy than before. But after he absorbed all the heaven and earth spine in his upper, middle, and lower danshan, there was still a slight gap from reaching the mid-stage divinity transformation realm. 10 years. If he cultivated at the normal speed under his talent of innocent foolishness and didn't have other opportunities, Liang Sheng estimated that it would take him about 10 years to possibly break through to the equivalent of the middle stage of divinity transformation realm. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng didn't feel much regret in his heart. After all, without absorbing the heaven and earth spine, he didn't know how many years it would take him to break through to the middle stage of divinity transformation realm. Besides, with the auspicious ability to avoid evil now, he didn't feel threatened. He was probably invincible under heaven. Moreover, besides making great progress in his cultivation, the vitality brought by absorbing the heaven and earth spine also enabled his lifespan cultivation technique to advance further. Although the lifespan cultivation technique hadn't had a breakthrough, if there was a progress bar on the data panel, one could see that the progress bar for the lifespan cultivation technique had moved forward a great deal. In summary, the gains of this cultivation session were double happiness, and the gains were full. However, after the cultivation was completed, Liang Sheng didn't rush out immediately. Actually, he didn't need to think that the immortal city was already in chaos at this time. Su Jintian had directly sacrificed himself for such an earth-shattering scheme, how could the all-living beings sect not be prepared? If not, why would Su Jintian make such arrangements like this? As expected, when Liang Sheng's divine sense was released, he saw that Longevity Immortal City was already in complete chaos. In the upper city, from underneath the city lord mansion, including the internal and external affairs bureaus governed by the left and right envoys, the Church of All Beings caught them off guard and lost many nascent soul masters right from the start. Perhaps the city lord's mansion never expected that the Church of All Beings had secretly developed so many masters, even in terms of numbers, they were not inferior to the city lord's mansion. At this thought, many high-level cultivators in the upper city couldn't help but gasp, as if it were not for City Master Zhen Yuan's presence in Longevity Immortal City, the hidden strength developed by the Church of All Beings over the years might have really toppled Longevity Immortal City. So now that City Master Zhen Yuan was truly trapped and unable to appear, the City Lord's mansion was in a hasty battle, quickly retreating step by step. The members of the Church of All Beings also seemed to unleash all their pent-up frustration and anger in this counterattack, erupting completely. However, the difficulty of resolving the battle between the Church of All Beings and the City Lord's mansion was not the most dangerous situation in Immortal City. Within Liang Sheng's divine sense, he closely watched some high-level cultivators of the Church of All Beings. At this moment, they were scattered in various parts of the upper city according to a certain position. These were the artificially arranged array eyes. After many years of research, Liang Sheng's cultivation in arrays was extremely profound. At this moment, 4 words suddenly appeared in Liang Sheng's heart. The sky is falling. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Today was perhaps the turning point in the history of longevity Immortal City. At the instant this thought appeared in Liang Sheng's mind, the upper city areas occupied by the Church of All Beings as array eyes suddenly exploded simultaneously. In an instant, the entire upper city seemed like fireworks blooming, and the cultivators of the lower city, under their horrified gaze, all looked up at the upper city they had longed to enter. Crack! Bang! Chirp! All kinds of strange noises came from the upper city, and then the ground of the upper city cracked, and in an instant, it shattered into countless small pieces. Lucky cultivators had their upper city mansion fragments remain intact, while those with poor luck had their entire mansions disintegrate. As a result of the upper city's collapse, it was as if meteors appeared in the sky, rushing down to the lower city. The upper city was actually falling. As the upper city crumbled, the central area of the City Lord Mansion remained intact, with a passage leading to the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins inside it, which could never allow the City Lord Mansion to collapse. However, whether other places remained intact or not, everything depended on luck. As the upper city fragments fell, all cultivators covered by the lower city's roof frantically escaped to the outside. Yaoxiang Pavilion happened to not be in the upper city coverage area, so there was no danger. Although the cultivators around were astonished, they were not tense. Many people, due to their insufficient cultivation level, sat still, unmoving, as if they were frightened by the collapse of the upper city. However, even if Yaoxiang Pavilion was within the range of the upper city's fall, a huge explosion would occur when the collision happened. What would Liang Sheng have to hide with his current cultivation level? And now that he's unscathed, although Liang Sheng didn't panic at all, the screams of the cultivators in the lower city covered by the fragments could already be heard. Before long, the cultivators in the area covered by the upper city had almost all escaped, and then, as the fragments hit, the entire lower city erupted in a huge explosion. The upper city of longevity Immortal City had completely fallen, many mansions of upper city cultivators were destroyed, but the area of the City Lord Mansion remained intact, and the fighting continued. As for any other cultivation families in the upper city that were intact, they were now at a loss and could only feel fortunate. Who could have imagined that the upper city would suddenly collapse? Even high-level cultivators couldn't respond to this sudden situation. However, this situation was indeed an earth-shattering change for the upper city, but for the cultivators of the lower city, was it not an opportunity? As the upper city fell, the spiritual energy of the entire upper city diffused directly, causing the spiritual energy density of the lower city to rise sharply. And just when the cultivators of the lower city were rejoicing, a voice suddenly sounded throughout the area where the upper city has fallen. Our sect of all living beings wishes for everyone in the world to be like dragons. We cultivators wish to fight against the heavens. On this day, when the City Lord Mansion falls, the resources of Immortal City shall be shared by all. What is a noble life? What is fortune? Why are we cultivators naturally inferior to others? Now, our sect of all living beings wishes to pave the way for all beings. Zhen Yuan Dog Thief has already fallen, Clear Wind and Bright Moon have also been buried, and from now on, we only wish for everyone in Longevity Immortal City to be like dragons. As the last few words of this sentence were uttered, all cultivators within Longevity Immortal City couldn't help but pause, while those in Lower City had their blood boiling. However, they were still somewhat hesitant, as the majesty of the City Lord Mansion, after all these years of rule, had long been engraved in their hearts. At this time, the members of the sect of all living beings simply didn't care about the reaction of the Immortal City cultivators. After expressing their attitude, they continued to fight with the City Lord Mansion's cultivators. As time passed, City Master Zhen Yuan still hadn't appeared, and the cultivators of the City Lord Mansion became anxious. Could it be that the City Master had really fallen? What's more, the members of the sect of all living beings were already fearless of death, hence the morale of the City Lord Mansion's soldiers kept drooping. Under such circumstances, some finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore and turned to run. And as they fled, they rushed directly into the warehouses of their respective organizations, without any hesitation. Once they grabbed something, they ran, then plunged into the crowd and disappeared. In this situation, when there was one doing so, there would be a second one. Because, in essence, the extremely selfish generals of the City Lord Mansion didn't want to fight to death at all and had started to consider their own future. Those cultivators who already lived in the upper city no longer hesitated when they saw this situation and joined the scramble for cultivation resources. Although the cultivators from the lower city were tempted, their cultivation levels were too low, so they could only stay on the periphery, hoping to pick up some opportunities. Only those high-level cultivators who hid in the lower city, upon seeing the scramble for the resources, finally became greedy. You have to take risks to get rich. In an instant, the entire immortal city plunged into chaos, with high-level cultivators from various families in the upper city beginning to storm the city lord's mansion. The insanity of various forces, coupled with the fearless onslaught of the all-living beings sect practitioners, resulted in a complete disorder of the entire city. Everyone like a dragon. This slogan from the all-living beings sect practitioners increasingly echoed throughout the immortal city, with everyone shouting against the forces under the city lord's mansion. They only did not rebel due to insufficient temptation and strength, but now that City Master Zhen Yuan had fallen and left and right envoys Qingfeng and Minjiao were also buried, why should they still bow their heads to the mansion? As for the possible repercussions from the immortal dynasty afterward, it was a collective crime. The law does not blame the multitude when presented with an opportunity, how could they not seize it? Now that Chen Quan never showed up in the Chen family manor, it was also being stormed by the cultivators from the lower city, causing great chaos with looting and killing. Liang Sheng turned a blind eye to the chaos, as he had his eyes on the city lord's mansion as well. There must be something valuable in that place where Zhen Yuan city master had been in closed-door cultivation. He had not taken action the first time, out of caution. But now, after confirming there was no danger, he made his way to the city lord's mansion as well. The more cultivation resources, the better. Besides, there would be no danger to himself, so why not take them? At this moment, the turmoil in the entire immortal city escalated. After all, the more oppressive the city lord's mansion was to cultivators, the more terrifying their rebellion would be. However, the Zhou family was an exception. During this turmoil, the Zhou family young members did not snatch resources from others but only guarded their mansion tightly. Jin Guangziu saw that Chen Quan had not appeared after creating chaos in the Chen family manor, so he was relieved. With the safety of the Zhou family young members, there was no danger. So, he decided to guard the Zhou family mansion personally from the outside. Seeing this situation, even the bloodthirsty cultivators from the lower city did not dare to break in upon seeing Jin Guangziu, a nascent soul master guarding it. This act served as a reminder to other cultivation families with nascent soul masters, as they also took similar measures to protect their families. Everyone like a dragon. The all-living beings sect practitioners continued to chant their slogan as they stormed the city lord's mansion. They believed they were merely reclaiming what had been taken from them by the mansion. At this moment, Liang Sheng saw this but did not join in, instead choosing to go to the backyard and secretly glance at the small stone at the entrance of the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein branch vein. He wondered if City Master Zhen Yuan could come out. All he knew was that Su Jintian's shocking scheme had completely changed the Immortal City's situation. The next moment, Liang Sheng stopped sighing and looked at the still-closed treasure storage room of the City Lord's mansion, which was already crowded with numerous high-level cultivators. With more than 10 nascent soul late-stage true monarchs' corpses. Only 2 divinity transformation spiritualists were standing, and at this moment, they were watching each other warily, neither daring to open the storage room first, lest they become pawns for others. However, their mutual vigilance gave the situation a quiet turn. Seeing this, the 2 divinity transformation spiritualists exchanged glances and nodded to one another. Leave immediately, or die. The next moment, the coercion from the 2 divinity transformation spiritualists filled the entire city lord's mansion, leaving the nascent soul stage true monarchs who coveted this place bitter. Were there divinity transformation spiritualists in the immortal city? It seemed that they wouldn't have the chance to partake in the city lord's mansion's opportunity. Seeing that they had successfully taken control of the situation, the 2 divinity transformation spiritualists couldn't help but rejoice. Under their coercion, some people couldn't bear the pressure and withdrew their divine sense, no longer daring to seize the opportunity. Success. Just as the 2 divinity transformation cultivators were about to join forces to open the storage room and then distribute the gains, they saw at the corner of their eyes an unrecognizable late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator approaching. Playing tricks. You're looking for death. The divinity transformation expert, somewhat surprised and angry, couldn't help but question anyone daring to provoke the two of them at this time. Wasn't it a death wish? Enraged, his full force attack arrived in an instant. However, before the divinity transformation cultivator could get close to the other party, a grand solar golden crow suddenly appeared. Then, without even having the chance to make a sound, the two divinity transformation experts evaporated and disappeared, leaving only their storage rings, which landed in the hands of the cultivator. Did the divinity transformation experts die so easily? The next moment, all cultivators who still held hope and placed their divine sense here instantly disappeared and left, fearing the slightest delay. Because when they saw the grand solar golden crow phenomenon just now, they immediately felt their souls being burnt. Combined with the fall of the two divinity transformation experts, who would dare to take risks here? At this moment, there was only the figure of the remaining unrecognizable cultivator standing alone in the empty backyard of the city lord's mansion, a slight smile forming on his lips. If not Liang Sheng, then who could it be? Chapter 171, Sweeping the City Lord's Treasury, Breaking Through in 10 Years. Immortal City, City Lord Mansion. After Liang Sheng entered the City Lord Mansion's treasure storage room, even with his ironclad will, he couldn't help but be stunned at the scene. He saw top-grade spirit stones piled like a mountain, various top-grade materials for cultivation casually piled up, and tidy arrangements of top-grade complete array flags. As for elixirs, there were countless nascent soul pills. In the corner, there were more than 20 top-grade spiritual tools on display. Who could have thought that this small storage room of the City Lord Mansion could have such a hidden dimension? No need to think further, this must have been done by City Master Zhen Yuan using the mustard seed technique. Unfortunately, there were no techniques or the mustard seed divine ability in the storage room, otherwise, Liang Sheng would have grabbed it immediately. With the mustard seed technique, who would need storage rings anymore? However, Liang Sheng didn't regret it for too long. In just a moment, he adjusted his mood, because seeing the cultivation resources piled up like a mountain before him, his mind was filled with only 3 words. Struck rich. At this moment, the cultivation resources in Liang Sheng's possession that he was once proud of seemed like a pile of junk in front of the City Lord Mansion's treasury. So, naturally, Liang Sheng wouldn't hesitate any longer and directly filled dozens of storage rings to their maximum capacity. But, the treasury's resources were barely reduced by 1/10. There were simply too many resources, even though Liang Sheng had chosen the top-grade resources first. For example, he only took top-grading spirit stones, not even sparing a glance at mid-grade spirit stones, but the treasury still had too many things. However, Liang Sheng wasn't in a hurry at this time, because among the top-grade spiritual tools, there was a storage ring of spirit tool level. The spirit tool level storage ring had an enormous internal space. It was so vast that it could probably fit an entire secular city. So, Liang Sheng first spent a little time refining this spirit tool storage ring. With his current cultivation level, refining a storage ring was quite easy. Afterward, Liang Sheng had no worries, and directly began to transport things madly. 9/10 of the storage room's resources were instantly taken away by him. As for the remaining scraps, he had already turned a blind eye to them. After all, one needs to maintain a certain status in the world of cultivation. At the next moment, Liang Sheng appeared directly outside the storage room door, his face still unclear. He then left immediately, arousing suspicions in the hearts of the sharp-minded cultivators in Immortal City. Yet before they could make up their minds, another powerful cultivator with the aura of divinity transformation appeared outside the City Lord Mansion's treasure storage room. Without any hesitation, this person also headed straight for the treasury. And merely a few breaths later, this mysterious divinity transformation cultivator left without delay as well. Before the people with intentions in Immortal City could act, another cultivator with a hidden face and exhibiting the aura of a great divinity transformation expert appeared outside the City Lord Mansion's treasure storage room. His goal was the same, heading straight for the storage room. This bizarre situation occurred dozens of times afterward. This situation almost drove the Immortal City cultivators mad. When did Immortal City have so many hidden world divinity transformation experts? It's important to know that the left and right envoys under the City Lord's command had once suppressed Immortal City, and they were only at the divinity transformation level. Fortunately, after the last divinity transformation cultivator disappeared without any new divinity transformation cultivators appearing, some high-level cultivators couldn't resist the temptation and appeared before the storage room door. However, this time, a lot of cultivators had the same idea: no more time could be wasted. At this moment, there wasn't much of a tense atmosphere among them. After all, having had so many divinity transformation experts consecutively enter the storage room, it was feared that not much would be left inside. Yet, when they entered the storage room, they were surprised by the amount of resources remaining, leaving them dumbfounded and wide-eyed. Although there were only 1/10 of the resources left in the storage room at this time, it was like an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources for the cultivators presently. But hadn't Liang Sheng taken away 9/10 of the resources? With so many divinity transformation cultivators passing through, how could there be 1/10 remaining? The reason was simple: in fact, all the divinity transformation cultivators that appeared consecutively were just disguises by Liang Sheng. After all, why should one person take all the blame for such a thing? The result of dozens of divinity transformation cultivators robbing the City Lord Mansion's treasure room was completely different from that of just one divinity transformation cultivator. If Immortal City were to investigate this incident again in the future, with dozens of divinity transformation experts carrying the responsibility, even the investigators would be left with headaches, wondering what to do. Of course, Liang Sheng was cautious in his actions, and safety came first. So, the dozens of divinity transformation cultivators he portrayed didn't take anything, they were simply there to create confusion and serve as a precaution. At this moment, the other cultivators inside the storage room had no idea that the 9/10 of the wealth had already been taken away by Liang Sheng alone. One can only say, this despicable man. People without long-term concerns will have immediate worries. This has always been Liang Sheng's motto. At this moment, in the storage room, a sudden voice rang out. Grab it! The so-called wealth moves people's hearts, and with this reminder, everyone in the room immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the treasury. Once they got what they wanted, they left without being greedy. The high-level cultivators that had managed to remain hidden until now were naturally sly old foxes. They knew they needed to secure things in their mouths first. Who knew if chaos would break out later? The City Lord Mansion's treasure storage room was in chaos, while in the upper city, the Church of All Beings was constantly winning against the forces under the command of the City Lord Mansion. So, instead of directly joining the fray, the various major families under the command of the City Lord Mansion simply guarded their resources. Even after ensuring their family's safety, they launched a counter-attack on the City Lord Mansion and, together with everyone else, fought to seize the warehouse resources of the mansion. The entire Immortal City was in complete chaos at this point. As for Liang Sheng, after he shouted "rob them," he left the City Lord Mansion. Now, he had already returned to a mansion not far from the Yaoxiang Pavilion, and restored his original appearance. This mansion was a safe house prepared under the identity of Chen Quan beforehand. Liang Sheng took a sip of tea and felt relieved after calming his excited mood. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, he had finally regained his original identity today. It's me, Liang Sheng. As for the identity of Chen Quan, his life token had shattered, and he had already perished in the branch veins. No such person exists in the world anymore. At this time, Liang Sheng was leisurely watching the chaos in the Immortal City, knowing that this was just the stage of the Immortal City cultivators' mad retaliation. When most of the cultivators obtained resources and a small number of unlucky ones died, everything would return to peace eventually. After all, having overthrown the City Lord Mansion and ordinary cultivators having obtained their cultivation resources, who would still risk their lives after becoming rich overnight? So everything would calm down, and then order would be restored, and the cultivators would start cultivating with all their might. As for the Church of All Beings, who knows how they will choose? Will they take control of the Immortal City? Liang Sheng couldn't predict that even if the Church of All Beings wanted to, there would still be a long way to go, and it wouldn't be smooth sailing. But if Liang Sheng was a member of the Church of All Beings, his choice would definitely not be to show his face, but to continue hibernating, without directly intervening in the development of longevity Immortal City. After all, they had already achieved the reallocation of Immortal City resources this time, and even the lower-level cultivators had gotten a share of the benefits with the help of the Church of All Beings. But no matter what, longevity Immortal City is just a marginal city within the East Victory Immortal Dynasty after all. If the Church of All Beings really covets power and seizes the rule of longevity Immortal City, I fear that Su Jintian's sacrifice would only bring about a decade-long mirage for the Church of All Beings. Because as long as the longevity Immortal City changes its owner, the city's fortune changes. If the Church of All Beings hides, then in name, the city would still be ruled by City Master Zhen Yuan. In this way, the current situation is just City Master Zhen Yuan being trapped in the spiritual vein, so the immortal dynasty might not have much reaction. After all, City Master Zhen Yuan is undergoing his fate calamity, so some disturbances are normal. The reason why Liang Sheng could think so clearly at this point was that he had calmed down and was observing the entire Immortal City situation as an outsider, monitoring it almost entirely. At this moment, Liang Sheng sensed a movement, and outside his mansion, some desperate cultivators driven by greed for more resources were instantly reduced to ashes. Such short-sighted fools! Seeing the cultivators suddenly perishing in front of them, the other cultivators nearby turned and left, fearing being misunderstood by the mansion's owner. The first one to rush forward was a late-stage golden core true person. It seems that there are indeed many concealed great experts lurking in the lower city. As Liang Sheng predicted, the situation in the entire Immortal City began to slowly calm down, and the decisions of the Church of All Beings made Liang Sheng more and more impressed. Unexpectedly, they could really let it go, giving up the easily obtainable power after the chaos, hiding among the masses, without any intention of openly controlling the city. However, due to their hibernation, the high-level cultivator families who were open about their actions no longer dared to encroach on cultivation resources in the same arrogant manner as before. After all, they had become examples themselves. Any cultivators who dared to mess with the city lord mansion would be attacked by unknown people that night. Needless to say, it must be the hidden Church of All Beings who acted. Therefore, although the high-level cultivator families still obtained more resources and enjoyed higher status afterward, the lower-level cultivators got their own spiritual fields and shops. Everything seemed to be flourishing, and more cultivators had sincere smiles on their faces, and light in their eyes. They have more confidence in the future. So although many people didn't dare to discuss the Church of All Beings, they were inexplicably grateful in their hearts. In case the city lord mansion tried to make a comeback in the future, they would pretend to know nothing. The law does not blame the multitude. A month later, the Immortal City finally returned to calm, and the traces of the upper city's fall were soon cleaned up. Everyone knew who was responsible, but all kept silent. The natural hierarchy of the upper and lower cities was destroyed at once. With the destruction of the upper city, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth naturally became one, and ordinary cultivators could also enjoy the balanced rich spiritual energy. The entire Immortal City was revitalized, more people's faces had smiles, and only the past beneficiaries sighed in secret for the good times past, but they didn't dare to say a word in public. Only the giving bodhisattvas didn't change much, which made Liang Sheng sigh. It's difficult to suddenly go from luxury to frugality. Now they could naturally have their spiritual fields, so some of them did go straight after the chaos. However, later events proved that all of this was just overthinking. They had already grown accustomed to making fast money, and how many people could adapt to a slow and steady income again. Most of the giving bodhisattvas returned to the red light district, which Liang Sheng naturally enjoyed, as this was also part of his happiness. Nowadays, Liang Sheng loved Immortal City very much. Without a smile, he cultivated peacefully and enjoyed the long life. How delightful! However, during this period, some people had actually thought about going out to inform others. After all, how many elites can accept such a gap? But the longevity Immortal City was shrouded in a mysterious qi, and nobody dared to break through it forcibly. How could they do things like losing their lives to dress others? If it were so, they would have joined the Church of All Beings long ago. Why would they wait until now? Under these circumstances, a new order belonging to Immortal City slowly emerged. At the original Chen family manor. With Chen Quan gone, this place had long been divided among cultivators, and there was no more existence of the Chen family manor. However, the adjacent gourmet food street was preserved. After all, the lives of the lower-level cultivators had improved, and naturally, people would be willing to spend some resources to enjoy their present lives. Little Yang's wonton shop still existed. During the chaos in Immortal City, the sounds of fighting over the reallocation of Chen family manor made him secretly worried and feel a little lost. However, at that time, representatives of the Church of All Beings found little Yang, informing him about old Yang's situation and allowing little Yang to make a decision. Would he return to the Church of All Beings or maintain his current peaceful life? If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely choose the Church of All Beings. However, for some unknown reason, little Yang thought about the previously invincible Chen Quan, who had now perished, and his father's depressed and lonely appearance in his later years. He eventually refused the Church of All Beings. He just wanted to live a peaceful life now, relying on his efforts in cultivation. If his cultivation path failed, he would marry a deist partner and pass on the Yang family bloodline. After the Church of All Beings learned of his decision, they did not say anything. After all, everyone had their own aspirations, let alone the descendants of heroes. They naturally had the right to choose their own paths. Therefore, at this time, little Yang's wonton shop was still open on Gourmet Street, welcoming guests from all directions with a smile. Liang Sheng's mansion was not far from here, and he would often patronize his business. To be honest, when Liang Sheng saw little Yang's choice, he couldn't help nodding his head, indeed, a wise man. As for Xiao Fan, who had previously opened a barbecue shop after coming down from Upper City, he went to see the wreckage of Upper City when it fell. In the end, he put aside his previous anxiety because his enemies from that year in Upper City, a family of ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators with 2 or 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators among them, were directly affected by the tremendous power when Upper City shattered and disintegrated. Xiao Fan was not their opponent, but he managed to escape successfully. Would it be possible for their enemies to escape if they had a golden core deist among them? Now, however, their hatred has been put aside, and they live peacefully. As for the Zhou family, at this time, they were acting honestly and not making any moves. However, other cultivators did not dare to provoke them casually. After all, Jin Guangxiu had already revealed himself during the fall of Upper City. Who would dare mess with a family where a nascent soul great power was residing? Liang Sheng loved the atmosphere of Immortal City, and he would still frequently visit little Yang's wonton shop, unknowingly becoming a regular customer. Of course, he is no longer Chen Quan, so he would not use mid-grade spirit stones to pay the bill anymore. Like other cultivators, low-grade spirit stones were enough. Liang Sheng's life became increasingly regular. During the day, he observed the beautiful scenery of Lower City and boosted the economy. At night, he assisted the giving bodhisattva and worked day and night, continuously contributing to the stable development of Immortal City. Time passed, and 10 years went by. However, Liang Sheng did not go out today. Because he was finally about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 172, 60,000 Lives in Middle Stage of Divinity Transformation, Calculating Heavenly Secrets Technique. Immortal City. Under the skyscraper of Yaoxiang Pavilion. Ever since Chen Quan fell, this skyscraper that belonged to him was opened to the public. But who could detect Liang Sheng when he wanted to sneak into it? Even though there was no danger in the Immortal City at this moment, Liang Sheng, following his usual cautious habit, still set up a concealing protection array as usual after entering the underground. After checking and confirming that there would be no omissions, Liang Sheng sat on the ground and began to cultivate with a mind as still as water. The next moment, the primordial mysterious technique within his body directly circulated around his body in a Zhou-Tian cycle. This breakthrough was also a natural result, after 10 years of accumulation, finally breaking through in a flash. In Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness, the stars of Zhou-Tian above were shining brightly. Previously, the stars of Zhou-Tian were but tiny specks of light, distant like the faraway starry sky, unreachable. But now, with the operation of the primordial mysterious technique within his body, the stars of Zhou-Tian shone directly upon the sea of consciousness under the starlight, reflecting each other between heaven and earth. In the sea of consciousness, it was as if there was an additional reflection of a river of stars, symmetrically above and below. Only the grand solar golden crow stood in the sky, emitting a bright light. As for Liang Sheng's flesh body at this time, it had already returned to its original state. However, under the reflection of the starlight, there seemed to be a spring of water in his sea of consciousness, which soaked into Liang Sheng's 5 internal organs. Like a single spark can start a prairie fire, the next moment, his flesh body, that seemed to have reached its peak, was once again purified, and its strength was potentially no less than the might of a spirit tool. Even cultivators in the soul emergence realm did not have a physical body as strong as Liang Sheng's. He was like an ancient beast in human skin, a single drop of his blood could kill ordinary cultivators. Slowly, his flesh body returned once again to its previous flesh color, unremarkable, until all the strange phenomena subsided. Liang Sheng then opened his eyes. However, this time, there were no more murderous intents emanating from his eyes. Instead, they were more gentle and jade-like, his divine sense hidden within the formless. His current state was constantly reminding himself, he was a gentleman of the world, making people subconsciously think he was an ordinary person. At this moment, no one knew how strong Liang Sheng was. Even Liang Sheng didn't know how powerful he was himself. However, when he thought about fighting with City Master Zhen Yuan in his mind, he had no unease in his heart, only calmness and tranquility, as if everything was under control. As for directly facing the Kaiwan child, although he was not victorious, he was not defeated either, as long as he did not provoke the other party. At this time, Liang Sheng could finally say that he was free and easy in the longevity immortal city, without a hint of danger. However, after Liang Sheng finished cultivating and making his breakthrough, he still stuck to his old rules, switched to the ascending immortality scripture to circulate the Zhou Tian, and then successfully broke through to the 19th layer. He still had to hide the qi of his cultivation of the ancient techniques. After all, he had understood how serious the East Victory immortal dynasty took wilderness. After Liang Sheng made this preventive preparation, his heart also began to be filled with joy. After all, he had already made a breakthrough equivalent to the middle stage of divinity transformation. But his greatest joy was that the lifespan cultivation technique had broken through under the stimulation of the heaven and earth spine, after 10 years of accumulation. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1167. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, primordial mysterious technique, 4th layer, ascending immortality scripture, 19th layer, 20 health cultivation methods, 25th layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse, grand solar golden crow contemplation method, divine ability. Realm, refining spirit from chi, mid-stage divinity transformation. Lifespan, 64,359. This time, Liang Sheng achieved a breakthrough of 60,000 years of life in one go. Moreover, just like the breakthrough at 30,000 years, there seemed to be a rule of breaking through 60,000 years of lifespan between heaven and earth. At the moment when he broke through the lifespan limit, a single point of starlight in the stars of Zhou Tian within his sea of consciousness faintly began to have some connection with the world's great force. When he broke through 30,000 years of lifespan, Liang Sheng gained the ability to seek good fortune and avoid danger, and now, at 60,000 years, it was as if he saw a long river of fate and picked up a grain of sand in it. The method of deriving heavenly secrets. This was the name Liang Sheng gave to the new ability he mysteriously acquired. If he now delved into the method of deriving heavenly secrets, he could vaguely see several blurred scenes. Mysteriously, he naturally linked this ability to the heavenly secrets. Indeed, when he thought of Jin Guangxiu and others in his heart, he immediately saw some blurred scenes. Of course, the lower the cultivation level of the person he was deducing, the clearer he could see. The higher the person's cultivation level, the more blurred the image was. For example, City Master Zhen Yuan, at this moment, the image in front of him was a grey mist, he couldn't see clearly at all, and it was of no use. However, when combined with the ability to seek good fortune and avoid danger that he already had, the method of deriving heavenly secrets was absolutely a great weapon. For Liang Sheng, he had one more method, and his safety protection had another layer of invisible protection. However, having gained abilities when breaking through 30,000 and 60,000 years of lifespan, would there be new surprises when he broke through 90,000 years of lifespan? Liang Sheng was secretly excited in his heart, but if it had not been for the opportunity of the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins, Liang Sheng could not have made continuous breakthroughs in such a short period of time. Although he was now safe and carefree in the immortal city, he nearly had no such opportunities left. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, he didn't even know how long it would take to break through 90,000 years of lifespan. So, everything should follow its natural course in the future. There was no need for him to pursue too much. Now that he was safe and sound, naturally, he should also enjoy life while cultivating. After calming his emotions, Liang Sheng regained the demeanor of a graceful young master. Then, unnoticed by others, his figure appeared in the Yaoxiang pavilion. Liang Sheng went straight to the familiar giving bodhisattva to drink and enjoy himself. It's worth mentioning that due to Chen Quan's consistent favor, those dedicated giving bodhisattvas who had served him have now become top-pick courtesans at Yaoxiang Pavilion. After all, if I enjoy them like Chen Quan did, won't I be like Chen Quan? By this calculation, I would be equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Under this mindset, the income of these giving bodhisattvas has become quite considerable. Liang Sheng doesn't care about them now. Finding a newly joined beautiful giving bodhisattva and paying more for it doesn't bother him, as men's nature is to love the new and loathe the old. Moreover, in the immortal city now, the combined sum of cultivation resources for all people might not even match Liang Sheng's. After all, that's the wealth of 9/10 of the city lord's mansion treasury. If not for this, how could Liang Sheng be able to smoothly break through in just 10 years? No need to go into details about the subsequent night filled with the atmosphere of spring. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng left the land of tenderness without any hesitation. It was just a play for him. Immediately after, Liang Sheng entered Gourmet Food Street. Apart from the absence of loud hawking voices, the remaining worldly atmosphere here was extremely similar to the secular world. However, any of the people here, if placed in the secular world, would be considered as immortal-like beings. Even if they were now allowed to go to the secular world, they probably wouldn't be willing. After all, cultivating for immortality and longevity is such a temptation. What if they are the proud sons of the heavens? Even if their lifespan is limited, they still want to pass on their bloodline and let the younger generation compete. How would they cultivate if they go to the secular world? As long as they have a bloodline, they still have hope. What if their descendants have deep blessings and good fortune? People in the world, whether immortal or mortal, all have desires. Wonton shop. At this moment, little Yang expertly scooped up wontons from the pot and personally brought the bowl to Liang Sheng, showing extreme respect. After all, during the Great Chaos, Liang Sheng did not tolerate humiliation. At that time, he was able to silently kill a golden core true person. So, at the very least, this senior might be a late-stage golden core true person. Naturally, little Yang has to serve him carefully, as that's how he survives. However, over the past 10 years, Liang Sheng has not been condescending and has been very polite to him. They slowly became familiar with each other, so little Yang is not overly cautious with Liang Sheng. Senior, your wontons are here. Not bad. It seems like you've secretly added more ingredients for me today. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Hearing this, little Yang laughed and didn't say much. After all, Liang Sheng was a frequent customer and was extremely generous to him. The honest little Yang knew how to handle these old customers. He was honest, but not foolish. By just adding a little more ingredients, retaining these old customers was well worth it. Seeing that little Yang didn't explain, Liang Sheng didn't care and started enjoying his meal, while little Yang turned to attend to other diners. At this moment, the lively Gourmet Street has changed since the time of City Master Zhen Yuan. The smiles of the cultivators here have become more sincere than before. After all, their lives now have hope. Though the high-ranking cultivation families are still one level higher in status, does it matter? After all, realizing complete equality regardless of the power difference is impossible, right? Many ordinary cultivators are already extremely satisfied with the current situation. At least there isn't blatant oppression anymore. Now, if anyone dares to rely on their cultivation level to bully others and dominate the market, they might find themselves punished by the Church of All Beings at night. Although the Church of All Beings does not control the immortal city, their presence hidden in the shadows keeps the cultivation families on their toes. Because you don't know whether the ordinary cultivator you're bullying today has connections with the Church of All Beings, a hidden knife is always the most intimidating. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to the past, the immortal city is indeed in its most vibrant era now, but who knows how long it will last. It would be best if City Master Zhen Yuan remained suppressed, but if he dies or breaks free from his suppression, then the longevity immortal city might once again enter the era of being exploited. With that thought in mind, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile and shake his head, and then took a sip of soup, finishing the wontons contentedly. What do these matters have to do with Liang Sheng? He was, in fact, an ordinary person, not as great as the Church of All Beings. All he wanted now was to live a carefree life in the world, trying not to get involved in cause and effect. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng looked towards the direction of the Zhou family mansion not far away. Today, he would send off an old friend who was leaving. 100 years had passed since Jin Guangxiu and others entered the Immortal City, and Huang Yufan's lifespan had come to an end. Originally, as a golden core deist, Huang Yufan could have lived at least another 100 or 200 years. Unfortunately, during his days leading the loose cultivators in their conflicts with the sects, his foundation was injured, causing a great loss of his lifespan. Moreover, when he arrived at the longevity Immortal City, his cultivation was extraordinarily difficult due to his desolate domain bloodline. So, Huang Yufan's lifespan was now coming to an end. Both Jin Guangxiu's master and disciple and the Zhou family's younger generation felt a sense of sadness about this. After all, they had been together for more than 100 years and moved forward together. Although they were not related by blood, they were even closer than blood relatives. However, Huang Yufan seemed to have a very open attitude towards this. Birth, aging, sickness, and death would not spare anyone, even cultivators. Even nascent soul masters, when their lives were about to end, were no different from ordinary people. They would all return to dust and be gone from this world forever. Jin Guangxiu went to see Huang Yufan early in the morning, but in the end, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Huang Yufan's body had already exhausted its resources, and he would likely fall within a few days. With a grim expression on his face, Huang Yufan appeared calm, as if unconcerned. Jin Guangxiu felt a pang in his heart. "Brother Huang, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, let me know. I will do my best to grant them." Hearing this, Huang Yufan shook his head. Naturally, he still had unresolved cause and effect. His master, who had helped him break through to the Golden Core realm a few hundred years ago but never met again. Perhaps his master had fallen during the collapse of the desolate regions, and his departure this time would lead to a possible reunion in the next cycle, should time truly allow for reincarnation. "Senior Jin, I have no other requests. I only ask that after I pass away, you bury me beside the spiritual field and let me rest in peace." Bury him next to the spiritual field? Jin Guangxiu was puzzled by this, but the Zhou family master, who was standing next to him, quickly nodded in agreement. With the strength that the Zhou family had built up over time, they naturally had their own family's spiritual field. This request from Huang Yufan before his fall was not something they would refuse. As for whether the cultivators in the adjacent spiritual fields would mind, the Zhou family master didn't care. After all, they wouldn't encroach on others' territories. If the others didn't appreciate their goodwill and wanted to interfere with the Zhou family's affairs, then the Zhou family wouldn't be easy to deal with either. His instinct to seek fortune and avoid evil told him that burying Huang Yufan next to the spiritual field would not cause any problems. Huang Yufan nodded contentedly upon hearing this. "Master, the one I least want to part with, is you. Yet, I am unable to see you one more time before my death." Watching Huang Yufan rest, Jin Guangxiu and others quietly left the room. Huang Yufan's time was running out. Sigh. Cultivating without success eventually ends in one's fall. As time passed, Huang Yufan's life force grew weaker and weaker within the room, and his qi also became thinner and thinner. Everyone knew that Huang Yufan was about to leave. Yet, on that very night, Huang Yufan, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly became spirited and lively. At this moment, none of the Zhou family members, including Jin Guangxiu, were aware of this. Huang Yufan, upon waking up, was initially somewhat confused. Since his lifespan had been approaching its end, when had he ever been so clear-headed? Most of the time, he was in a daze. The next moment, Huang Yufan's eyes widened in shock and joy. At this moment, a white-haired and dignified figure was standing in front of him. This was the figure that had haunted Huang Yufan's dreams time and time again. Master? Chapter 173, Liang Sheng's astounding secret technique, Huang Yufan's puppet body. Immortal City. Zhou family. At this moment, Huang Yufan couldn't help but rub his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Was he having hallucinations before dying? Otherwise, why would he see his master? It seemed that he had indeed reached the end of his rope, and in his constant thoughts, his mind had finally become chaotic as he approached death. However, although he was having hallucinations, his mental state had never been better. Since that was the case, he might as well settle his affairs. It must be a momentary resurgence. As he was lost in thought, the old man with an immortal and noble temperament in front of him suddenly spoke, "Huang Yufan, you and I have been master and servant for so long. Today, I have come to send you off. Are there any unfulfilled wishes left? Huh? It wasn't a hallucination? The moment he heard the other person speak, Huang Yufan finally came to his senses. Feeling the real touch of the bedside, he looked up at Liang Sheng and the next moment, tears streamed down his face. He didn't expect to see his master before he died, and so there was no lingering regret. Seeing this, Liang Sheng didn't rush to speak, allowing Huang Yufan to compose himself first. After all, with his current cultivation level, even if the Zhou family arrived at the door of the room, they wouldn't be able to detect him. He now had plenty of time to deal with Huang Yufan's affairs. At this moment, he looked at Huang Yufan, who seemed to have lost all the bearing of a golden core deist. This was merely an old man on the brink of death, waiting for the final blow. After Huang Yufan had calmed down, Liang Sheng finally spoke hoarsely. Master, was that nascent soul pill you left in the spiritual field cave mansion specially meant to lend me a hand? There was no need for Liang Sheng to lie at this point, so he nodded directly. Huang Yufan seemed to have his heart's ill dispelled and suddenly burst into tears. Why didn't you reveal yourself and take me away, master? Do you know that throughout my life, I've been tossed about, and my two brothers have left long ago? I was the only one left, struggling to survive in the world. Perhaps it was because his end was near that Huang Yufan suddenly became a bit more unrestrained, venting all his grievances at this moment. However, as he spoke, he began to laugh again, but being able to see Master before I die leaves me without any regrets. In this life, meeting Master was my greatest fortune. Otherwise, how could I, a mere loose cultivator, have become a golden core deist? I'm already so very satisfied to be able to see such a scene on the path of cultivation. In the world, how many people have my kind of fortune? At that moment, not knowing whether it was because he had sobered up, he suddenly struggled to get off the bed, only to be gently pressed back down by a gentle force, preventing him from moving. In the next moment, Huang Yufan couldn't help but relent, lying back down with a bitter smile on his lips. Master, forgive me for not being able to bow down as an old servant. Indeed, I am not qualified. Liang Sheng had nothing to say about this, and just listened quietly as Huang Yufan seemingly tried to say all the words he had wanted to say in his life, becoming somewhat rambling. At this moment in front of Liang Sheng, he seemed to have torn off all his disguises, expressing all his emotions and even his fear of death without reservation. He no longer appeared as carefree as he had been in front of Jin Guangxiu earlier, but rather like a child who had just found his parents, pouring out his grievances. Just then, Huang Yufan suddenly had a flash of insight. Was the reason he could go to Immortal City also because his master had helped him along the way? But according to what Jin Guangxiu had said before, it should have been the senior sect members of Danding sect who had saved them. If that was the case, adding the fact that he was already nearing death, he had no reservations and directly asked his doubt. Master, are you from the Danding sect? Hearing this, Liang Sheng did not hesitate and directly nodded. Huang Yufan, getting a clear answer, couldn't help but laugh. It seems that I am of the same generation as Senior Jin, and even of higher status. How interesting, how interesting. It's a pity that Senior Jin doesn't know that I'm actually half a member of the Danding sect. Liang Sheng found this somewhat amusing. Even I have to call Jin Guangxiu master, so where did you come up with being of the same generation? However, he also knew why Huang Yufan would think this way, as he had previously pretended to be a non-existent senior of the Danding sect. Afterward, Huang Yufan seemed to transform into a child full of questions, incessantly asking Liang Sheng about his situation over the years. Liang Sheng casually picked some insignificant questions to answer and dispel his doubts. Just at this moment, Huang Yufan's expression suddenly changed. Being a golden core true person, he naturally understood his own condition. He felt that his end was near, and although he had made preparations, he still felt somewhat unwilling. After all, he had just seen his master. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but darken. Master, please take care of yourself in the future, and enjoy the worldly life. Forgive me, your servant Yufan, for not respecting your command and leaving first. At the last word, Huang Yufan couldn't help but cry once more, his loyalty and gratitude towards Liang Sheng overflowing. If not for his master, perhaps he, like his two brothers, would have returned to dust centuries ago. Seeing Huang Yufan's reluctance, Liang Sheng originally just wanted to accompany him on his final journey and put an end to their cause and effect. After all, even he had no special means for a cultivator whose lifespan was about to end. After all, this was not like the previous breakthrough of the Huatian Sex Yu Longzi, where he could indeed offer some help. This is the lifespan of a cultivator. If a cultivator's body is like a ship, then their soul is like the engine. When the ship is on the verge of breaking apart, the soul can't avoid destruction either. Everything in the world has its destined fate. In the face of time, even the mighty will decay one day, and only by pursuing immortality can one stay alive. Huang Yufan, after all, is just a passerby in his life. They can only accompany him for a while and ultimately become a memory. He might occasionally remember that there was once a person by his side during his emotional ups and downs. But at this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the soul control technique he saw previously in the City Lord Mansion, and came up with a special idea. Liang Sheng's face was solemn at this moment. Huang Yufan, if I have a technique that can give you a chance to live on, but from then on you can no longer cultivate, and your cultivation realm cannot progress, are you willing to try it? Hearing this, Huang Yufan's eyes lit up, but his following question surprised Liang Sheng. Unexpectedly, when faced with continued life, Huang Yufan's first concern was this. Can I stay by my master's side? Looking at the bright eyes of the other party, Liang Sheng knew that if he shook his head and refused, Huang Yufan would probably reject this plan on the spot. Since Liang Sheng thought of this method, he has to take responsibility for the cause and effect, so the other party can live only by staying by his side, otherwise, accidents might easily happen. So Liang Sheng didn't hesitate and nodded directly, if you can successfully live on, you will and can only stay by my side. However, this method might not necessarily succeed. Before Liang Sheng finished speaking, Huang Yufan already shook his head heavily, his face determined, without any hesitation, I am willing. Well, in that case, relax your mind first. The next moment, Liang Sheng started arranging arrays in Huang Yufan's room without paying attention to him. Seeing Liang Sheng's seriousness and recognizing some of the arrays, Huang Yufan was moved to tears once again. Gathering Spirit Array. Concealment Array. Even the Gathering Spirit Array used top-grade spirit stones as the array core. Huang Yufan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. How fortunate am I to have met my master? What Huang Yufan didn't know was that Liang Sheng was merely acting out of habit for precautions, and the Gathering Spirit Array was just in case, not the preparation he had made specifically to save him. Liang Sheng always prioritized safety and caution in his actions. No matter what, the secret technique he was about to use would likely cause some movement, so how could he not be careful? He didn't have the arrogant idea that he was already invincible within the Immortal City. He was just strong enough to protect himself in Longevity Immortal City, he still had to be cautious. When the last spirit stone in Liang Sheng's hand fell, a puppet suddenly appeared beside him, which had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Huang Yufan was startled by this. After all, it was shocking to suddenly see a stranger cultivator appear in his room. If it wasn't for his faith in Liang Sheng, the sight of a strange nascent soul master would have made him scream out loud. At this moment, Liang Sheng was serious. Huang Yufan, this is a puppet I've refined at some point. My plan to keep you alive is to transfer your divine sense into this puppet. In other words, from then on, your life and death will be in my control, and once placed in the puppet body, you won't be able to cultivate. Moreover, every once in a while, you'll need my maintenance, or there will be problems with the puppet body. So I'll ask you again, do you really wish to agree to this plan? Before Liang Sheng finished speaking, Huang Yufan's eyes were already filled with excitement. Master, I am willing. What fortune to be with his master all the time. Besides, he was already at the end of his lifespan, and now he had a chance to live on, even becoming a late-stage nascent soul true monarch. Where else in the world could he find such a good thing? It was already satisfying enough to be able to follow his master, but now he even had the cultivation level of a nascent soul monarch, it couldn't be more perfect. Although he wouldn't be able to cultivate, his strength would never change, and he would be bound by the puppet body, what was there to worry about? After all, how difficult is it for a cultivator to break through the nascent soul realm? Every single one of them has deep karma, and they are the proud sons of the heavens. Seeing Huang Yufan's expression, Liang Sheng knew that he was truly sincere, so he didn't waste any more time. Huang Yufan, if that's the case, empty your mind now and don't resist. I hope this will be successful, otherwise, you will completely perish. At this moment, Huang Yufan was at the end of his lifespan, so Liang Sheng didn't have time to experiment and had to act hastily. Of course, Liang Sheng's soul control technique and puppet art were already at their peak, and he felt 80% confident in his heart. Master, you can proceed without worrying about me. The next moment, Huang Yufan willingly entered a state of emptiness, and Liang Sheng, not being one to hesitate, started performing the technique. As the intricate hand seals were cast, the mysterious qi grew thicker and thicker. If it weren't for Huang Yufan already being in a state of emptiness, the mysterious qi would have likely affected him, but Liang Sheng remained unfazed and continued casting the technique. Even for Liang Sheng, using such a secret method caused some divine sense loss. If it were an ordinary divinity transformation spiritualist, they probably wouldn't be able to pull it off. Perhaps only the soul emergence realm could barely achieve this level, but Liang Sheng didn't know that the soul emergence realm also needed to overcome the fate calamity to achieve such a means. At this time, as Liang Sheng's last hand seal was formed, a burst of colorful light suddenly appeared in the center of Huang Yufan's eyebrows. This was Huang Yufan's spirit soul. Outside the room, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and Liang Sheng naturally noticed this disturbance, causing him to be alarmed. Upon being alarmed, Liang Sheng's qi leaked slightly, and after heaven and earth sensed Liang Sheng's qi, it strangely calmed down, as if the commotion just now was an illusion. Liang Sheng's calculation of heaven's secret method was involuntarily activated, and he vaguely saw several other unclear scenes. Huang Yufan was truly of deep fortune. He had an inexplicable feeling that if it were not for his own qi that concealed heaven and earth, perhaps a fate calamity would have descended. As for why this was the case, Liang Sheng didn't know the specific reason, but since the crisis had passed, he didn't think much about it and quickly continued to cast his spells. Liang Sheng looked at the beautiful and magnificent spirit soul of Huang Yufan in his hand, which was like a treasure of jewels, and without any hesitation, he directly put it into the puppet's body. Then, under Liang Sheng's mental command, the violent spiritual energy of the gathering spirit array erupted and was directly absorbed by the puppet. At this time, Liang Sheng was also focused intensely as he could not interfere in the final step of integrating the puppet with the primordial spirit. Liang Sheng had already stripped away his own primordial spirit's power from the puppet's body and replaced it with Huang Yufan's complete primordial spirit, putting it into the puppet's body. After a while, Liang Sheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The first step of placing the spirit soul was successful, but he didn't relax immediately and continued to cast spells with hand seals. After all, he had to prevent the puppet from having an adverse reaction. The soul control great technique had special precautions for this in its secrets. However, he didn't know why, but with the integration of Liang Sheng's own power, the fusion of Huang Yufan's spirit soul and the puppet body was incredibly smooth. The next moment, the puppet opened its eyes. Master! Success! Liang Sheng was also somewhat surprised. This was different from what was described in the secrets. It was too simple. Thinking of the previous reactions of heaven and earth, Liang Sheng hid his emotions. He would search for the truth later, and for now, he naturally planned to leave with Huang Yufan. Considering that they would be together day and night from now on, he decided simply to show his true face, which startled Huang Yufan. However, Huang Yufan was still calm, and Liang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. He then remembered that he hadn't told Huang Yufan his name and said, "My name is Liang Sheng." "Greetings, Master." Afterward, Liang Sheng withdrew all his means, and the room returned to its original appearance. He disappeared with the puppet, leaving only Huang Yufan lying in the bed, silent. At the moment when Liang Sheng placed Huang Yufan's spirit soul into the puppet, Ling Xiaozi, who was cultivating in East Victory Immortal Dynasty capital city Soul Song, suddenly opened his eyes. How could there be an aura of a soul seizing and recultivating in the direction of longevity Immortal City? This could be the mighty power of overcoming the fate calamity, which could only be accomplished when the lifespan was about to end. Could it be his disciple Zhen Yuan? But seeing that Zhen Yuan's life token was still entwined with the aura of fate calamity, Ling Xiaozi could only sigh helplessly. This was not something his disciple had done. Could there be other mighty powers who have overcome the fate calamity in longevity Immortal City? Ling Xiaozi was puzzled in his heart, but he didn't take any action. Now he could only wait for Zhen Yuan to pass the fate calamity. Otherwise, he was afraid it would affect Zhen Yuan. This was a fate calamity, sensing heavens and earth. If he disrupted the balance of where Zhen Yuan was now, he didn't know what accidents might happen. Hopefully, everything will be fine. However, thinking of the desolate aura that had appeared in Longevity Immortal City before, Ling Ziazi still felt slightly uneasy. What on earth is going on in Longevity Immortal City? Longevity Immortal City. Zhou family mansion. Early the next morning, the Zhou family was wrapped in white mourning cloth, and faint cries could be heard. Guest elder Huang Yufan of the family had passed away. Chapter 174, Huang Yufan causes chaos in Immortal City. Liang residence. Old Huang, let's go. Yes, master. At this moment, Huang Yufan was dwelling within a puppet. On the surface, he looked ordinary, like any other typical cultivator. Nobody knew that his battle strength was on par with the late nascent soul realm. Although it consumed a fair amount of spirit stones, maintaining such combat capability for a day would probably cost at least one top-grade spirit stone. This was equivalent to the consumption of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even a common foundation establishment stage cultivator may not be able to accumulate 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in a lifetime. After all, how many spirit stones could a regular cultivator save up when they are cultivating daily? However, if Huang Yufan did not engage in combat, he wouldn't consume even a single mid-grade spirit stone. It was simply the most cost-effective trade-off. 10 days had passed since Liang Sheng turned Huang Yufan into a puppet. By now, Huang Yufan had taken complete control of his puppet body. During these 10 days, Liang Sheng still went out to have fun, while Huang Yufan stayed at home to adapt to controlling the puppet body, until there was no gap left. Thereafter, whenever Liang Sheng went out, he was accompanied by an old servant. His acquaintances found this surprising at first, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, having a servant was quite normal for high-level cultivators, as long as they hadn't been forcibly bought or sold. Nobody would say anything. Sometimes, low-level cultivators deem it a blessing to follow a powerful figure. While ordinary cultivators couldn't see through Huang Yufan's puppet body, they remained cautious around him. Who would dare to underestimate Huang Yufan, who stood by Liang Sheng's side? Wasn't it like having a high-ranking officer at the Prime Minister's doorstep? After having wontons, Liang Sheng brought Huang Yufan to other places for fun. As for the night, naturally, they would go to the Yaoxiang Pavilion, though Huang Yufan would wait outside. Huang Yufan's puppet body looked no different from any cultivator, because Liang Sheng's puppetry technique had reached perfection. How could it otherwise deceive other cultivators? However, even so, Huang Yufan didn't dare act recklessly. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but rather, he simply had no interest. Such matters often erode a cultivator's aspiration. As for why his master behaved this way, Huang Yufan had an answer in his heart. His master was certainly immersed in worldly fetters to refine his heart, for surely he couldn't be the same as those mediocre people? In the days that followed, Liang Sheng's life remained leisurely and contented. Seeing that his master appreciated gastronomy, Huang Yufan also started studying gourmet food. Since Liang Sheng had brought him home as a servant, it was naturally his responsibility to take care of his master. Besides, Liang Sheng also gave him a share of spirit stones, making it even easier for him to use ingredients and study cooking. Time always flies in peaceful daily life. Over these 10 years, news of breakthroughs had often arisen in Immortal City. Be it Foundation Establishment Stage or Golden Core Realm cultivators, the number compared to the past was more like a surge. This led the Immortal City cultivators to naturally assume that the difficulty the lower city cultivators faced in breaking through in the past was not due to limited talent, but insufficient resources. And when this situation occurred among the original inhabitants of the lower city, they felt grateful towards the Church of All Beings. After all, due to the Church's rebellion, the upper and lower city could finally merge, and spiritual energy could be evenly distributed. Furthermore, now that Immortal City no longer had the overt exploitation of the past, it was easier for ordinary cultivators to gather cultivation resources. As a result, the number of breakthroughs to the Foundation Establishment Stage over the past 10 years was naturally much higher than before. Most people were jubilant about this state of affairs. However, Liang Sheng noticed the underlying drawbacks hidden within it. But now, everyone was immersed in joy. Who could notice? Furthermore, This current surge in breakthroughs would continue for a while. Only when there are more and more cultivators breaking through to the next stage and the number accumulates to a certain extent will problems arise. Now it depends on whether the Church of All Beings is aware of the current situation. After all, although foundation establishment pills and golden yuan pills are still relatively plentiful in the market, the overall quantity is steadily decreasing. Once a day comes when countless low-level cultivators face breakthroughs but cannot access elixirs. Will the original beneficiaries, like the Church of All Beings, remain as magnanimous as they are now? The outcome is uncertain. However, Liang Sheng didn't see that happening. He could only say that the original beneficiaries of Immortal City didn't choose to openly resist. Instead, they were subtly laying out their plan throughout Immortal City. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about this at all. After all, he had no stumbling blocks in his path of cultivation as far as the way of the world was concerned. As long as time passed and he didn't provoke any cause and effect, he could naturally break through while remaining unharmed. Why would he need to muddy the waters? As for Huang Yufan, he was already satisfied just being by his master's side now. Moreover, with no hope for cultivation, he spent every day trying to figure out how to make his master more comfortable. As for the Zhou family, there weren't any significant changes after Huang Yufan's demise. They were still cautious in their actions. Zhou Ye was still managing the grocery store, and at the same time, the Zhou family was also farming the spiritual field. Everything was flourishing. City Master Zhen Yuan was still trapped in the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein legacies. Liang Sheng had tried numerous times in secret to find City Master Zhen Yuan's mustard seed sumi technique to no avail. Without the mustard seed sumi method, Liang Sheng could only patronizingly gaze at the entrance to the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins in the backyard of the City Lord Mansion. Though, it was probably for the best. If he managed to enter the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins and disturbed the balance of Su Jintian's enchantment, freeing City Master Zhen Yuan, it would not bode well. So maintaining the current situation was also a good thing for Liang Sheng. Without the heaven and earth spine, his cultivation might be slow, but it was safe. Liang Sheng looked at the seemingly prosperous Immortal City and shook his head. No matter what hidden dangers the city had, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he looked at Huang Yufan in the kitchen, who was frowning and experimenting with his dishes. Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. He let Huang Yufan continue. After all, he couldn't cultivate and progress, and having something to do was a good thing. Perhaps Huang Yufan was just someone who would accompany him for a slightly longer time and bring more fun to his life. As for accompanying him forever, it was impossible. After all, no one else had the talent of innocent foolishness and could break through indefinitely like him. Human bodies had a lifespan limit, and primordial spirits would also weaken one day. It was just that ordinary cultivators' physical bodies and primordial spirits were inseparable. Once their lifespan was up, they would perish. He had used his heaven-defying methods to separate Huang Yufan to let him live longer, but Liang Sheng wasn't sure how many years Huang Yufan's primordial spirit could last. Perhaps it would be 20,000 years at most, but this was already a great fortune. After all, not everyone could achieve Liang Sheng's heaven-defying methods. Now, looking back at the strange aura in the heavens and earth that appeared when he separated his divine soul, Liang Sheng still felt afraid. Perhaps if it hadn't been for his own uniqueness, disaster would have struck already. Just at this moment, Huang Yufan inside the kitchen suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Liang Sheng looked up at the smile on his face and couldn't help but be surprised. Did Huang Yufan truly create delicious dishes? Unfortunately, Huang Yufan didn't immediately serve the dishes. It seemed that he still wanted to pursue perfection. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile. Let him be. He basked in the sun and enjoyed the warmth, content with his life. This was life. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed in this leisurely and carefree life. Liang Sheng had not made any breakthroughs in his cultivation, but he had remained stable and made progress, albeit with no significant changes. His attribute panel was now as follows. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1287. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 19th Layer, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 25th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Qi refining and divinity transformation, middle stage of divinity transformation. Lifespan, 64,239. Unconsciously, Liang Sheng was already 1,287 years old. If others knew his true cultivation realm, they would call him a proud son of the heavens, and no one would say anything else. After all, who could break through the middle stage of divinity transformation before the age of 1,300? Who else? It could only be said that innocent foolishness was indeed a top-grade talent. However, although Liang Sheng himself hadn't changed much, the current immortal city was much more chaotic compared to before. As the overall cultivation level of the cultivators in the entire city grew higher, the gap in the elixirs needed for their breakthroughs also grew larger and larger. At first, the market could provide enough elixirs for the explosive breakthroughs of cultivators. But as more and more people broke through, the elixirs in the market became increasingly insufficient. Over the past 2 years, the big immortality cultivating families had been keeping a low profile, but their stock of pills inside the family was still quite abundant. After all, with the accumulation from tens of thousands of years, their families had enough talent reserve, with most having their own alchemists. Combined with the abundant refining materials in their families and the alchemists' success rates, the output was enough for their families to use. As for the cultivators who were originally at the bottom, whether they lived or died had nothing to do with them. They kept a low profile just so that the Church of All Beings would not find any excuse. Under these circumstances, Zhou Ye had become more and more cautious recently, as he discovered that there were some unknown people outside his shop. Thinking about the recent oppressive situation in Immortal City, he quickly realized the reason, and along with the Zhou family's bloodline fortune-attracting ability, he did not hesitate to decide to temporarily close his shop to avoid unwarranted disasters. Now, Zhou Ye was busy cleaning up and packing things in the shop. After the last batch of goods was processed, he planned to close the shop. At the moment, he didn't have any strong sense of crisis in his heart, but he still wished for Immortal City to remain calm. After all, a chaotic situation would only hurt everyone. Now, the people of the Zhou family had realized this. At first, they were somewhat naive, thinking that the previous big families were afraid of the Church of All Beings using them as an excuse and did not dare to make a fuss anymore. But now it seemed that they had long been forming an alliance, choosing to swallow their anger for a moment under the big trend. If they had jumped out earlier, they would have given the Church of All Beings an excuse to rob the troublemaking cultivating families, right? So, over the past 100 years, they had been even more low-key than the lower city cultivators, not doing anything to oppress the market. Under these circumstances, if the Church of All Beings still dared to kill innocent people, could they still call themselves the Church of All Beings? Wasn't that just slapping their own face? Sure enough, the Church of All Beings could only put aside those cultivating families who understood the situation. After all, everyone was like a dragon. Thinking of this, Zhou Ye hurriedly shook his head, removing these thoughts from his mind. After the last guest left, he packed up, closed the shop, and left. Afterward, Zhou Ye hurried back home, and the Zhou family had already prepared to close their mansion and refuse visitors. It was just a matter of time. They just hoped that the upcoming chaos wouldn't cause any loss to the Zhou family. Over the past 100 years, many disciples from the Zhou family have fallen, but they all passed away due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. Fortunately, the Zhou family had been passing down their bloodline throughout these years, and now the 6th-generation descendants had been born, which could be said to be thriving. What surprised them the most was that the cultivation speed of the current 6th-generation descendants had almost reached 70–80% of the speed of the natives in the Immortal City. Perhaps by the time the 7th-generation descendants were born, the Zhou family's bloodline could restore their cultivation speed to that of normal people, which would be something to celebrate. The Zhou family could only maintain their existence today because of their ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, the nascent soul master Jin Guangxiu presiding over them, and the period of equality among all beings in the Church of All Beings. If it were during the time when city master Zhen Yuan ruled, even if they could pass down their lineage, it wouldn't be so smooth. After all, in the past Immortal City, higher beings couldn't bear to see others suffer while they enjoyed themselves, so they demanded service from others. Once the Zhou family closed their doors and declined guests, Liang Sheng could only marvel at the magic of the Zhou family bloodline, as they never made a wrong choice before a major event. However, time would not stop because of someone's will, and the atmosphere in the Immortal City was becoming more and more oppressive. No one knew when it would explode. In this situation, one day, Huang Yufan suddenly asked Liang Sheng to sit down and brought out a table of dishes he had cooked. Liang Sheng didn't hold back, and with a bite of food, his eyes lit up. Delicious! Tasty! The happiness was simply overwhelming. Huang Yufan's culinary skills were really impressive. After 120 years, Huang Yufan had finally become a culinary master. It was a matter of perseverance and practice making perfect. With Liang Sheng's approval, Huang Yufan became even more excited. Liang Sheng was the meaning of his life, and as long as Liang Sheng was happy, he would be happy too. However, that night, Liang Sheng still went to the Yaoxiang pavilion as usual since he didn't feel any danger from his auspicious ability to avoid evil, even though chaos was imminent in Immortal City. After all, City Lord Zhen Yuan was no match for Liang Sheng at the moment, so who could hurt him as long as no special circumstances occurred. However, tonight, with several exhausted giving bodhisattvas sleeping beside him, Liang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the West City. Sure enough, cultivators who had gotten used to abundant resources would not be able to endure suddenly running out of breakthrough spiritual pills. Originally, the low-level cultivators of the lower city had voluntarily started to fight for and seize resources in order to break through and take risks. This was the open plan of the cultivation families planned for 100 years. How would the Church of All Beings cope with it this time? If they turned a blind eye to it, the doctrine of equality for all beings, like dragons, would become empty talk, as those major cultivation families hadn't done anything overly aggressive. But if they took action to suppress these frenzied cultivators, how would they solve the problem of the lack of background for the low-level cultivators who want to continue their cultivation efforts? As for the end result, if they didn't attack these former low-level cultivators but instead attacked those cultivation families to share resources, wouldn't the original low-level cultivators become higher beings again? The Church of All Beings clearly hadn't prepared for dealing with this situation, and as more and more people joined the fray to seize shop cultivation resources, the chaos ensued. The Immortal City was in chaos. At this time, outside Yaoxiang Pavilion, there was also the sound of fighting. Eventually, someone clever came up with the idea of targeting the pleasure establishments, as any cultivator who could afford to spend there must be wealthy. Liang Sheng shook his head helplessly, no longer feigning sleep, and got up. Huang Yufan, seeing Liang Sheng coming out, quickly saluted. Master! Let's go! Liang Sheng went towards the outside of Yaoxiang Pavilion. The rogue cultivators who were suppressing the Yaoxiang Pavilion guards saw the two and their eyes lit up. Ordinary looking, with a servant following, it seemed like a young master from a family, definitely a fat sheep worth grabbing. Immediately, someone abandoned the Yaoxiang Pavilion guards and attacked the two directly. As techniques and spells were cast, all of them were explosive killing moves. It turned out to be a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Perfection Realm who initiated the chaos in order to get the Golden Yuan pill. At the next moment, Huang Yufan stood in front of Liang Sheng, his face extremely ugly. These people dared to harbor murderous intentions towards his master. Seeking death. In an instant, several cultivators in the Foundation Establishment Perfection Realm were turned to ashes, and it was just a shout. What was the cultivation level of their opponent? And this was just a servant. They had kicked an iron plate. Instantly, the Yaoxiang Pavilion fell silent, and then the rogue cultivators retreated in terror and escaped frantically. Run! Chapter 175, Cunning Rabbit Has Three Holes, Liang Sheng Sighs in Chaos. Immortal City. Liang Sheng walked out of the Yaoxiang Pavilion with an air of nonchalance. The rogue cultivators had already been frightened by Huang Yufan, not daring to look his way. They hastily scampered away from the Yaoxiang Pavilion in sheer disarray. The madam and her henchmen in the Yaoxiang Pavilion watched Liang Sheng with awe gleaming in their eyes. They always knew that this rich visitor was unusual, but they had not expected him to be this unusual. An ordinary servant is a nascent soul master, then this person. Is he a real hidden world tycoon? The madam, who would always welcome Liang Sheng enthusiastically, faltered for a moment, too scared for once to approach and greet him. He was too terrifying. Liang Sheng didn't pay any attention to the madam's reaction. Of course, he knew that Huang Yufan's actions had drawn the attention of others. But now that he had the power to protect himself, revealing some superficial information about his capabilities could save him from unnecessary trouble. Why not? The chaos in Immortal City was already at hand. To ward off unwanted disturbances, he could save himself the daily hassle of intervening. As Liang Sheng walked the streets, he observed some rogue cultivators with decent cultivation levels openly robbing houses. Spells flew across the scene, with individuals occasionally meeting their end on the spot. There were ill-sighted rogue cultivators on their way home too, but they couldn't get within 10 meters of Liang Sheng before being killed by Huang Yufan's fierce gaze. This puppet body was a late-stage nascent soul master. How could ordinary cultivators provoke him? The journey was safe and uneventful. Even Huang Yufan was a bit heartbroken. He blamed himself for overdoing it a bit. Although he didn't put much effort into it, he still wasted about 10 mid-grade spirit stones. What a loss! He had let his master down. The amount of energy he had expended in these few encounters was greater than that of the past 120 peaceful years combined, which was quite frustrating. At this time, Liang Sheng, seemingly understanding his feelings, didn't say a word and directly handed Huang Yufan 100 top-grade spirit stones. The message was simple: if any troublemaker showed up, handle them with no qualms. The spirit stones were trivial and not worth minding. Indeed, this generous behavior eased Huang Yufan's worries. His eyes hardened, ready to send any intruder directly to paradise. Eventually, no one dared to obstruct Liang Sheng and his servant. After they returned to the Liang residence, Liang Sheng immediately activated the residence protection array. The power of this array was stronger than the mountain protection formation of the Danding sect. Even late-stage nascent soul masters couldn't penetrate it. Liang Sheng could indeed set up even stronger protection formations, but it wasn't necessary at the time. Besides being a waste of spirit stones, Liang Sheng didn't really need it considering his strength. If a divinity transformation expert dared to invade the Liang residence, Liang Sheng would consign him to paradise, hoping that if he is reincarnated, he would be less reckless in his next life. Afterward, the chaos in the immortal city grew more and more intense. Unable to keep sitting on the fence, the Church of All Beings started showing up in the background, hoping to restore order. However, with even the lowest-ranking cultivators involved in the bloody rampage at the site of others' gains, they have also been misled and started fighting for resources. In response, the Church of All Beings turned a blind eye. Regardless of the group, anyone who disturbed the order of Immortal City and participated in the chaos was to be utterly suppressed. Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng stood aloof, shaking his head helplessly at the state of affairs. It turns out the Church of All Beings are idealists after all. Their current behavior is likely to cost them their base. The purpose of the existence of the Church of All Beings is to defend the interests of the lower-class cultivators. They serve all beings in line with their doctrine of every man a dragon. But with the mindsets of the lower-class cultivators altered due to scarce resources, the significance of the Church's existence is in question. As soon as they started suppressing the low-class cultivators, inconsistencies in their laws emerged, revealing that the internal system of the Church was falling apart. Otherwise, it's impossible to have inconsistent sentencing scales for the same offense. The cultivation families under the city lord's administration proved to be patient, plotting their moves for over 100 years, and their efforts finally paid off today. This could only mean that the people of the Church of All Beings were too idealistic. They had overestimated human nature, assuming everyone would be content with equal cultivation. If the Church of All Beings had suppressed all the powers under the city lord mansion when Zhen Yuan went missing, the current crisis would have been averted. But the Church could not make that decision back then, because doing so would require suppressing all those high-ranking cultivation families, regardless of whether any of their members held positions in the city lord's mansion. Then they would have to disband these cultivation families and distribute their resources. Although the situation would have been dire, there would be no such hidden trouble now. At present, the cultivation family's blatant scheme which they have been harboring for 100 years is likely to be causing disagreements within the Church of All Beings. After over 100 years of privileged life, those once high idealists might be slowly changing due to entangled causes and effects. This sign has been apparent for a long time. Initially, when Zhen Yuan City was established, the cultivation families probably didn't appear immediately and command from on high. One could only say that those who slayed the evil dragons couldn't hold their bottom line in the end and became the evil dragons they loathed. Although some members of the Church of All Beings still adhere to their principles, maintaining the same determination, they are no longer the mainstream. This is human nature. No matter how the world changes, as long as there are human hearts, they are prone to change. Hence, one gets to appreciate the greatness of those who are wholeheartedly devoted to serving the public. Chaos will rule Immortal City for a while, but as for Liang Sheng, he would merely watch idly by, without meddling at all. After all, such cause and effect weigh heavily, and if he were to join in, he fears he would attract endless troubles and could no longer maintain a life of self-preservation. As night passed, the situation unfolded just as Liang Sheng had anticipated. Disturbances still plagued Immortal City, and everyone felt threatened. Many were hiding in their own homes, too scared to venture out. At this time, barely any shops on Gourmet Street dared to open for business. There were even cultivators who had closed their shops too late the previous night, and hence suffered assaults from rogue cultivators, suffering substantial losses. The Zhou family had to be praised for their swift response. They had acted decisively prior to the chaos by shutting down their shops. However, in spite of such measures, their situation was far from ideal, as they had already become targets. This was a warning Jin Guangxiu issued to the Zhou family master with a grave expression, having sensed the state of affairs. After all, the perception of nascent soul masters was razor sharp. The Zhou family did not overestimate their capabilities and immediately began to protect their women and children on top of shutting down their mansion. They deployed disciples with high cultivation levels to patrol the vicinity around the clock. Under such circumstances, the Zhou family master was slightly relieved, but even if the worst-case scenario were to occur, they still had an escape plan. Having sensed disaster looming, the Zhou family acted swiftly. Before closing down their mansion and refusing visitors, they found, with Jin Guangxiu's help, an incredibly concealed and safe location to store a portion of their wealth. Such secret bases were not limited to one location. After all, like the proverb says, the crafty hare has 3 burrows. No matter how dire the situation, the Zhou family's bloodline must continue. Liang Sheng kept part of his divine sense on the Zhou family's side. Regardless of the situation, he kept an eye on everything happening related to the Zhou family. He felt increasingly touched, realizing that apart from natural disasters or irresistible forces, the Zhou family could likely survive anywhere. Indeed, it was a relief. Perhaps that is why he was willing to form a cause and effect relationship with the Zhou family in the first place. Both he and the Zhou family were inherently cautious. Take the Danding sect in the desolate regions for instance, they were always extremely cautious in everything they did, never acting recklessly. Even when they were the most powerful, they never contemplated unifying the desolate regions. Instead, they steadfastly maintained neutrality. He was uncertain whether this could be taken as a blessing to them as a result of their caution, otherwise the Zhou family and Jin Guangxiu would have long met their ends, completely obliterated in the desolate regions. At this moment, Huang Yufan brought up a sumptuous feast. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. Rescuing Huang Yufan and taking over the puppet's body seemed to have been a wise choice. Otherwise, how could he enjoy a feast so leisurely in such chaotic times? After Liang Sheng finished eating, he glanced at Huang Yufan and laughed, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so hesitant?" "Master, don't be upset, I'm just not sure whether I should speak or not." "Then don't say anything." "Ah." Upon hearing Liang Sheng's response, Huang Yufan couldn't help but look up at him. Seeing his playful expression, he understood that Liang Sheng was joking with him and decided not to beat around the bush anymore. "Master, you are a senior of the Danding sect. With the current chaos, I fear the Zhou family may run into trouble. When the time for crisis comes, may I lend a hand?" Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng shook his head. Huang Yufan felt a little disheartened and sighed. This was as anticipated. Over the past 100 years, he had come to understand his master's nature well. While his cultivation was incredibly high, he was extremely cautious. Otherwise, he would not have waited until Huang Yufan's lifespan was nearly exhausted before he showed up to meet him. It seemed that unless it was the very last critical moment, his master would not appear to see Jin Guangxiu and the others. But what if it's too late by then? This was not an ordinary crisis, but a complete city-wide turmoil. As Huang Yufan was lost in his thoughts, Liang Sheng spoke again, "Old Huang, don't worry too much. The Zhou family is not as simple as you think. They were once direct disciples of the Huatian sect, are you aware of that?" "Ah." Zhou family had never spoken about this. After all, the desolate regions had already been destroyed. Bringing up the past was meaningless. But by revealing this truth, Liang Sheng was making his intentions clear. The Zhou family was highly skilled at self-preservation, so there was no need to worry. Otherwise, when the Huatian sect was annihilated by other sects, how could the Zhou family, once the Huatian sect's direct disciples, survive? After all, after the desolate regions were destroyed, the Zhou family could be said to be the ultimate survivor, with the most number of survivors. Upon realizing this, Huang Yufan stopped dwelling on it and instead felt guilty. He had wronged his master, how could he ever doubt him? With that, Huang Yufan headed straight for the kitchen. Master, actually I've yet to serve a special dish. Its taste is guaranteed to satisfy you. This old Huang. Watching Huang Yufan dash into the kitchen, Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckled. Even though he was now a puppet, old Huang was still appreciative of the bonds of friendship. But if it were not so, why would Liang Sheng keep him by his side? After shaking his head, Liang Sheng turned his gaze towards the direction of the city lord mansion ruins. For some reason, he could sense a slight change in the atmosphere between heaven and earth. Of course, it was just a vague presentiment at the moment and did not affect the current situation. Even if a major change were to occur, who knew how many years down the line that would be? However, it's still better for him not to let people disturb the city lord's mansion. After all, with the current chaotic situation in Immortal City, if an accident were to happen, he would not even have time to regret it. Following Liang Sheng's thoughts, a concealment formation appeared around a small piece of rock in the backyard of the city lord's mansion ruins, and even divinity transformation stage great powers would not be able to detect it unintentionally. As for why Liang Sheng did not keep the mustard seed Sumi's rock on his person, the reason was simple: wouldn't doing so bring trouble upon himself? How could Liang Sheng possibly do such a stupid thing? It was an eventful time right now. Liang Sheng couldn't help feeling a little disoriented. From the start of his journey through time until now, over 1,000 years had passed, but it seemed like he had only enjoyed at most 100 years of peaceful days. It was like this in the secular world, just as it was in the desolate regions and even now in the longevity immortal city. Could it be that he really was born under the lone star of heavenly slaughter? Otherwise, why would he be so unlucky? It was truly a fucking headache. But what he liked best was peace and tranquility. Feeling depressed, Liang Sheng took another swig of wine. Tonight, he must go to Yaoxiang Pavilion to listen to music, drink and dispel his worries. He was just too heartbroken. At night, Liang Sheng went out with Huang Yufan, who couldn't help feeling helpless in his heart. It seemed as though his master was determined to temper his heart through the worldly grind. Immortal City. At a cultivation family's mansion. At this moment, several people were already sitting on their cushions with their eyes closed, cultivating. Their chi was astonishingly profound and at the very least, they all had nascent soul monarch cultivation levels. However, they hadn't yet been joined by the person they were waiting for when the moon had reached its zenith. Finally, someone couldn't hold back their impatience. Master Chu, will that person really come? Don't worry, I wouldn't joke about something like this. Perhaps they are preoccupied with the chaos in Immortal City and are having a hard time getting away, which is why they're running late. Let's hope so. After finishing their words, they fell silent once more. Under ordinary circumstances, communications alone would have sufficed. However, in the case of plotting such an important affair, they simply didn't feel at ease unless they met in person. After all, it concerned the lives and property of their families. A moment of carelessness could result in a complete loss and their family legacies could not be ruined by their hands. They were all somewhat excited, having been in hibernation for more than 100 years. At that time, the Church of All Beings was peerlessly sharp, and the bloody examples set by the Internal and External Affairs Bureau under the command of the City Lord's Mansion was a clear demonstration of that power. Facing such a situation, they could only lay low, grit their teeth and endure. Fortunately, after 120 years of planning, it was finally time to harvest the fruits of their labors. At this moment, the leader suddenly spoke, "He's here." If the people from the City Lord's Mansion in the past were here, they would recognize this leader at a single glance. It was Huang Qiang, the captain under Chen Quan. He had miraculously survived the previous chaos, along with many other survivors. As his words fell, a cultivator concealed by a cloak appeared among them. Huang Qiang and the others did not deliberately release their divine sense to pierce through the cloak and probe the other's appearance. Huang Qiang went straight to the point, "What is the Church of All Beings planning next?" "Master Huang, you're so direct. Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you?" "You won't. Otherwise, what do you think the outcome would be with the church's method of dealing with traitors? Besides, do you think you're the only one cooperating with us? Huang Qiang had no worries at all. The other party paused, then stopped dwelling on the trivial matters. At this point, there was no turning back for him. It turned out that this person was from the Church of All Beings. At Yaoxiang Pavilion in the distance, Liang Sheng sighed. Fortresses were always breached from within. The Church of All Beings. Chapter 176, Spy vs. Spy. Liang Sheng watches, a great show begins. Immortal City. Huang Qiang's gathering ended quickly, as the cloaked mysterious man did not bring any substantial news. This time, they were only confirming the means of communication for the future. The reason they had to meet in person was that otherwise, neither side would trust the other. Only after meeting, could the cloaked mysterious man leave a trace. Hence, even if he wanted to back out later, there would be no possibility. Once on a pirate ship, you can't get off. If clothes are tainted, they cannot be clean again. Once a traitor, you can only be ruthless against your former master, otherwise, the fate of the traitor is always the most miserable. At this time, Huang Qiang and others silently watched the figure of the cloaked mysterious man disappear into the night, letting out a sigh of relief. Next is their time to perform, because the chaos in Immortal City as of now is not enough. The more chaotic the Immortal City, the more indecisive the Church of All Beings will be, and they will have more opportunities to stir the muddy waters. Of course, they will have to wait for the specific time when the cloaked mysterious man will cause chaos in the Immortal City. Only by doing so can those who remain under the City Lord Mansion have a chance to survive and maximize their benefits by knowing the enemy and themselves. Before the turmoil in the City Lord Mansion, didn't the Church of All Beings act the same way? Otherwise, how could City Master Zhen Yuan and the left and right envoys suddenly disappear, causing the forces under the City Lord's mansion to be defeated? So, they also learned from their mistakes this time and made arrangements accordingly. Huang Qiang is only the superficial leader of the remnants of the City Lord Mansion's forces. The real mastermind behind the scenes will not appear easily. Otherwise, how could the City Lord Mansion's forces fight against the Church of All Beings when the latter still holds the upper hand? Besides, if the brains of the remnants of the City Lord Mansion were just a middle nascent soul stage true monarch, how could they succeed? Everyone, let's act according to the plan. We must strive to win over all the high-level cultivators who might become our friends in Immortal City. I have given you the list. The traitorous members of the Church of All Beings are also identifying friends and enemies now, so don't be careless and repeat the same mistakes. Brother Huang, don't worry, we understand the importance of this. We have had enough of the suffering these 100 years. Then they saluted Huang Qiang and said goodbye. Huang Qiang looked at the increasingly tense situation in Immortal City at this moment, his mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. In the past 100 years, they had spent a lot of effort in creating the current situation. Over the past 100 years, some of the previously low-level cultivators had grown up and become the first batch of high-level cultivators, thanks to the benefits they enjoyed. At this point, once they have completed their class leap, will they still want to wait and be treated the same as the lower-class cultivators? Huang Qiang didn't need all these people to turn sides. As long as less than half of the cultivators are willing to stand up for their own interests, the Church of All Beings would have difficulty suppressing the chaos. And how many people who enjoyed the benefits for 100 years can really remain indifferent in the face of the broader immortality cultivation path? Huang Qiang was now withdrawing his thoughts and looking in the direction of Yaoxiang Pavilion. He was about to start recruiting the high-level cultivator he was in charge of. Yaoxiang Pavilion. Liang Sheng and Huang Yufan were still drinking and having fun. The unrest in Immortal City was far away from him, and no one dared to provoke them easily after Huang Yufan took action earlier. After all, the chaos in Immortal City at present still boils down to vying for benefits. The cultivators are not brainless, why would they come to send themselves to their deaths? The people in Yaoxiang Pavilion are increasingly polite to Liang Sheng, making Liang Sheng feel that he is returning to the status of Chen Quan. Indeed, strength is the source of respect. However, since Huang Yufan had exposed his strength earlier, it might attract the attention of some people. For example, tonight, there is a visitor. Seeing the person, Liang Sheng was somewhat surprised, because this person is an old acquaintance of his. It's Huang Qiang, who was previously under Chen Quan. It can only be said that fate is indescribable. At this moment, Huang Qiang had already broken through to the middle nascent soul realm, which could be considered a significant improvement. It seems that he also had opportunities over the past 100 years. However, Huang Qiang did not take action directly at the moment. Instead, he sat in a corner, hugging a giving bodhisattva, drinking flower wine. However, nobody knew that beneath Huang Qiang's calm demeanor, he was somewhat nervous because he could not see through the cultivation realm of Liang Sheng's servant. In other words, this servant is likely to be a nascent soul late-stage senior. As for whether the other party is a divinity transformation spiritualist, he did not even dare to think about it. Throughout the history of longevity Immortal City, apart from the City Lord, there has never been a second person with a divinity transformation servant. How could such a person exist in longevity Immortal City now? If there were, wouldn't he take over Immortal City directly, rather than hiding his identity, especially after City Master Zhen Yuan disappeared? At that time, even if the Immortal Dynasty sends people, there will probably be no problems. As long as he is willing to maintain the Immortal Dynasty's control over the Immortal City, everything will go smoothly. Strength is always the best way to solve troubles, so Huang Qiang thinks that the servant should be a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Today, he hopes to smoothly identify the other party's identity. Thinking about it, he gently touched the jade talisman hidden on his body. Below the divinity transformation, he can still escape with his life. This is a life-saving method given to them by one of their current divinity transformation leaders. If it hadn't been for someone in the old forces of the City Lord Mansion to break through to the divinity transformation, they wouldn't have caused the chaos at this point in time. According to the divinity transformation cultivator, it seems that there are also divinity transformation spiritualists in the Church of All Beings. If not, if they had the strength to suppress the Church of All Beings, why would they be so cautious and plan in secret? After all, so-called schemes are nothing more than a lack of strength. Huang Qiang racked his brains, thinking about how to pull this master to his side, increasing his chances of success. At this time, Liang Sheng did not pay attention to Huang Qiang. Huang Qiang was still considering what to do next, but before he could act, another nascent soul true monarch entered Yaoxiang Pavilion. Huang Qiang looked at the visitor in surprise because he had seen the man before. It was the previously met cloaked mysterious man, although he was not disguised at the moment and showed his true face. What does this mean? Huang Qiang clearly saw the astonishment in the eyes of the cloaked mysterious man and immediately guessed that the latter might have also received a mission from the Church of All Beings. He didn't expect them to run into each other like this, but he thought that it was a good thing that they were on the same side. So he allowed the cloaked mysterious man to test this hidden expert first. If he refused the cloaked mysterious man, that would be good news, and there would be a high probability of winning this expert over. But if the other party agreed with the cloaked mysterious man, he could use the communication jade slip in his hand to let the cloaked mysterious man hold the other party down first. At that time, his side would be secretly plotting, and the divinity transformation expert would take action at the same time. How could the other party escape in such a situation? Even if the other party managed to escape, it could be framed as the Church of All Beings plot since the cloaked mysterious man had initiated the conversation. With that thought, Huang Qiang didn't hesitate. The facial expression of the cloaked mysterious man changed involuntarily. After thinking about it, he decided to agree with Huang Qiang's plan first and adapt to the situation later. If he refused, everything he had done would be in vain. Then, the cloaked mysterious man approached Liang Sheng while pondering the situation. At this time, Liang Sheng found it somewhat amusing. He didn't expect to reunite with an old acquaintance, as this cloaked mysterious man was one of the people who had guarded the Church of All Beings teleportation array in the past. However, seeing the exchange of glances between Huang Qiang and the cloaked mysterious man, Liang Sheng found it amusing. How could Huang Qiang think that such die-hard Church of All Beings members would betray the Church for him? However, Liang Sheng had no obligation to remind Huang Qiang. Liang Sheng didn't give him or the other party any chance to perform and walked straight out of the door without any hesitation. Huang Yufan, who was standing behind Liang Sheng at this moment, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. His master usually stayed overnight at Yaoxiang Pavilion, so why did he suddenly leave today? Although puzzled, Huang Yufan still followed Liang Sheng without hesitation. Huang Qiang and the cloaked mysterious man could only watch Liang Sheng leave. However, while Huang Qiang was astonished, the cloaked mysterious man heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had realized that he and Huang Qiang had ulterior motives, which was why he had left so firmly. Nevertheless, this also clearly stated the other party's attitude. At least they wouldn't help each other, which was a pretty good outcome. It wouldn't be a good thing for the cloaked mysterious man if the other party was pulled to either side. If the other party agreed to his invitation, Huang Qiang and the city lord mansion would definitely take action against this expert. If he refused, the outcome would be even worse. That's why the other party's best decision was to leave without giving him a chance to start a conversation. As for what to do next, he would wait until he had reported the situation and see how the upper echelons decided. For now, he only needed to play his role well. Huang Qiang and the cloaked mysterious man exchanged glances once again and then turned and left separately, without saying a word. A battle between the remnants of the city lord mansion and the Church of All Beings was inevitable. Huang Qiang did not know if there were spies from the church in the vicinity, so he naturally could not contact the cloaked mysterious man. What they didn't know was that Liang Sheng had once again attached a thread of divine sense to their bodies, and no one noticed. On the other side. At this moment, Liang Sheng was walking on his way home, unable to resist sighing. He wasn't afraid of either one of them. It was just that he found it troublesome. With his lengthy lifespan, he naturally didn't want to get involved in cause and effect. So there was no need to talk to them just now. Staying neutral was the best approach. Under his auspicious ability to avoid evil, getting involved would only lead to endless troubles. He wouldn't act impulsively based on fleeting feelings. However, the fact that the Church of All Beings had now sent their people out in the open, even devising a spy within a spy scheme, showed that their internal high levels had temporarily reached a consensus. But if they couldn't make up their minds for a change, even if they could stabilize their footing this time, the chaos in Immortal City would continue to occur. After all, people's desires change with their status. For instance, a poor person only wants to eat their fill, but after that, they'll pursue even greater enjoyments. Ordinary cultivators who achieve foundation establishment naturally want to become golden core deists, and those who become golden core deists want to advance to the nascent soul masters. Greed is what drives human progress, and not everyone is as selfless as the Church of All Beings members. Moreover, there are now corrupted individuals within the Church itself, so things will not be easy. However, all of this has nothing to do with Liang Sheng. At this moment, he glanced in the direction of the Zhou family and the ruins of the city lord mansion. Under the influence of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he decided to close his doors to visitors and not appear again. This time, the chaos in Immortal City might last for a long time. Through heaven's secret calculation, Liang Sheng had already seen several different vague scenes. Sigh. Can the Church of All Beings really make the tough decision to amputate the arm to save the body? He is hesitant to act now, not because he himself cannot control the situation in Longevity Immortal City, but because he fears the turmoil in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty as shown in the obscured Heavenly Secrets picture. He is not truly invincible, but if the worst-case scenario were to happen, Liang Sheng would have no choice but to resort to a killing spree, breaking the measures set up by Su Jintian. By that time, he would simply use the teleportation array of Yaoxiang Pavilion to leave Longevity Immortal City directly. Who could stop him? But then, he would have to find a new place to live, understand the situation once again, avoid the pursuit of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, and live extremely cautiously. So, he still hopes to stay in Longevity Immortal City, carefree and free-spirited, being immortal, living forever, and not bothering about anything else in front of this goal. At this moment, Liang Sheng looks in a certain direction in the Immortal City, and his eyes brighten involuntarily. There are still such great selfless fools in the world after all. He couldn't be that selfless, admiring in his heart. With that thought, he closely watches the development of the situation, hoping for the best outcome. Huang Qiang's mansion. As he returned, other family decision-makers who had previously gathered also arrived one after another. Brother Huang, how is the situation? Huang Qiang can't help but shake his head, recounting today's events. After listening, the others can't help but look at each other. The Church of All Beings actually allows people to appear so openly and legitimately. Thankfully, they are on their side, so it serves as a wake-up call for them. It seems that the Church of All Beings is more decisive than they imagined, otherwise they would not let someone appear in the open. They just don't know what they will do next and hope the cloaked mysterious man will send the intelligence soon. However, this also shows that the rebels of the Church of All Beings are now trying to eliminate unstable factors. Since that is the case, we can't give them more time to prepare. Indeed, it's time for us to take action. If we let the rebels of the Church of All Beings recover and suppress this unrest, it would be hard to find such an opportunity in the future. That's right. Since we have no way back, let's make an all-out effort. Brother Huang, report the situation to the higher-ups and see how they decide. They are actually somewhat afraid of the Church of All Beings. After all, the upheaval of more than 100 years ago is still fresh in their minds. At that time, who could have imagined that the Church of All Beings could destroy the City Lord Mansion overnight? If it were not for the Church's failure to evolve, whether they could have survived until now would still be a question. But now, taking advantage of the cultivator's selfishness, the Church of All Beings has completed its infiltration, and they can't get off the ship anymore. Everyone, rest assured, wait for the news from that person first. I will inform everyone once there is a result. But looking at the results of everyone lobbying the Daoist friends, the scales will eventually tip to our side. After all, how many selfless fools can there be in the world? Just as he said this, Huang Qiang's mouth slightly lifted, and he had received a reply to his earlier communication report. Everyone, the higher-ups have sent news, and it's finally time for our counterattack. The Church of All Beings. As Huang Qiang and the others gathered, the cloaked mysterious man was also reporting the situation to the Church of All Beings upper echelons. All the people here were nascent soul realm masters, the core members of the Church of All Beings. They had also been in contact with high-level cultivators who had no affiliations with the City Lord Mansion these past days. However, most people's attitudes were ambiguous, as they seemed to want to wait for the outcome before deciding how to act, so the situation was not favorable for them. If the chaos in the Immortal City continues, it will definitely cause irreparable damage to the peaceful environment that the Church of All Beings had created before. At this moment, a voice comes from the shadows. If that's the case, we must not make the same mistakes again. The idea of relying on human nature to voluntarily restrain themselves has completely failed. If we successfully get through this crisis, we must learn from this experience and implement corresponding measures. In the future, the important cultivation resources in Longevity Immortal City must be controlled by us and then distributed uniformly. Although it may be troublesome at first, the results of laissez-faire have been made clear now. If we don't do this, we would be handing knives to the hounds of the City Lord Mansion and personally ending the future of our Church of All Beings. Humans can't be relied upon, an ideological transformation is necessary. After all, in the past 100 years, even some of our brothers in the Church have wavered in their determination and have changed their thinking. If we don't set the rules next time, this immortal city will end up just like when Zhen Yuan, the dog thief, ruled. At that time, there will only be a new batch of higher beings, and the general cultivators will once again become indifferent and consider only their own interests. I absolutely will not allow this situation to occur. The blood of our many ancestors must not be shed in vain. Even if we die, we must guard the bottom line of the immortal city and ensure there are no more higher beings in the world. The core members of the Church of All Beings who heard this had flushed faces, their blood boiling. They can't be merciful again this time and leave the City Lord Mansion's dangers behind. Just as this was happening, the cloaked mysterious man who had met with Huang Qiang suddenly sensed something in his heart. Huang Qiang's communication had arrived. Liang Sheng, who was far away, showed a smile. Surprisingly, the situation was developing in the best possible way, which was somewhat unexpected for him. In that case, the great show is about to begin. Chapter 177, The Final Battle, Unexpected Turn of Events. Immortal City. The Church of All Beings has actually taken action. The remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion could never have imagined that the Church would take the initiative to send people, colluding with rogue cultivators to assault innocent cultivation families, and snatch cultivation resources. And, during their offensive, the people of the Church acted as brave front-runners, not fearing death, and even shared the spoils very fairly after the act. Hence in just 3 short days, they gained some prestige among the rogue cultivators and soon became leaders of some rogue cultivation groups. The remnants of the City Lord Mansion still had the same issues, they had been high above for too long, they did not even grasp the changes taking place at the grassroots level. They only saw the vigorous actions of the rogue cultivators in the Immortal City, thrilled to the core, they had no idea that the essence of the matter had changed. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng, who was silently monitoring everything, heaved a sigh of relief as the decision made by the Church of All Beings had taken him by surprise. However, at this rate, Liang Sheng couldn't figure out, what had these top echelons of the Church been doing for over 120 years previously. If they had demonstrated the ability to adapt and make swift decisions back then, they wouldn't have allowed the remnants of the City Lord Mansion to find loopholes, resulting in the current deadlock. But it isn't too late to change now. After all, it appears that the situation in the Immortal City is developing in a positive direction. Liang Sheng naturally rejoiced at this change, because a stable Immortal City was the most favorable situation for him. With the talent of innocent foolishness, he only needed to cultivate in peace. Someday, he could stand on the apex and no longer act cautiously, he could truly be free and immortal. At this moment, no one dared to disturb him at the estate. As long as his true depth remained unknown, neither the Church of All Beings nor the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion would rashly act against him. Of course, once the dust settles regardless of who emerges victorious, they will likely probe Liang Sheng. Under the surveillance of Liang Sheng's divine sense, Huang Qiang, who was currently hiding in the dark, began to grow excited, as the cloaked mysterious man that they were collaborating with finally sent some news. The man did not disappoint them, the action was impressively fast and yielded big results. In return, he could not let down the information that the man had risked his life to smuggle out. Next, Huang Qiang planned to act according to plan, exposing the names of the core members of the church that the mysterious people had divulged and apprehending them all at once. Let's just add a bit more chaos to Immortal City. Immediately after reporting to the upper echelons, Huang Qiang led his people, alongside the rogue cultivators, to target the crowd listed in the name list. And those of the church who had infiltrated among the rogue cultivators surprisingly coordinated perfectly with Huang Qiang's action, leading their influenced groups to charge at the cultivation families that were secretly part of the church. Such a move of letting the wolf devour the tiger, the top echelons of the Church of All Beings sure play wonderfully well. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The remnants of the City Lord Mansion were probably still reveling, ignorant of the fact that they had indirectly become the accomplice and had aided the church's purging process. Brecos, the truth is, these church cultivation families targeted for assault in reality, their hearts have long since changed due to the decadence over 100 years. They were no longer the passionate warriors who would risk their lives for a world where everyone is like a dragon. Now, they have become just like the people they once despised. The cloaked man's scheme of shifting objects and scenes managed to solidify his standing in the remaining forces of City Lord Mansion, eliminating all suspicions. Because this time he betrayed the Church of All Beings in a very real way, the list provided was without any issues. Perhaps the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion were still complacent, believing that their overtly plotted move must have the church being somewhat at a loss. Because the rogue cultivators in the Immortal City were in chaos and continuous incidents occurred to the people of their church, yet they could not trace any signs of being plotted against. They were probably still wondering what's happening. Why are their church attendees so unlucky to be continuously targeted by rogue cultivators? At this moment, Huang Qiang was feeling nothing but sheer delight. Next, they naturally spared no effort to continue using the names provided by the mysterious man to weaken the strength of the church. As the time is pressing next, although they currently have an upper hand, if it continues like this, the church will surely respond. By no means should they consider the church as fools, it's just that they have been caught off guard only temporarily. Once they regain their composure, they won't get such an opportunity again. At present, the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion believed they had the upper hand, ramping up their efforts continuously was nothing but expanding their victory. But what they didn't know was that their every move was already within the calculations of the church. They would rather wish that the remnants of City Lord Mansion eliminate the cancer clergy sooner. After that, there would be one voice within the church. It would then be the time to eradicate the forces of the City Lord Mansion. This time they have learned their lesson, there could be no mercy. Though they knew there was a divinity transformation spiritualist within the forces of the City Lord Mansion, the upper echelons didn't show any signs of shrinking back, they are prepared for martyrdom. If they could exchange it for a thoroughly peaceful life, for a world without higher beings, that would be their lifelong pursuit. But this time, they definitely won't make the same mistake. After suppressing the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion, they must have their own inspection team. Such important materials like Foundation Establishment Pill and Golden UN Pill must be controlled by themselves, ensuring that everyone who met the requirements gets a chance to attempt a breakthrough. At that time, everyone has hope. How could things end up like they are now, with some dying and their paths destroyed by those with ill intentions? When the Church of All Beings was ready, Liang Sheng couldn't help but secretly cheer in his heart. Excellent! This was Liang Sheng's first reaction after watching the entire play unfold. The mysterious betrayal move played by the Church of All Beings was so well executed that nobody could have guessed they could react so quickly with such a plan. If the cloaked mysterious man wasn't a traitor, how could he possibly betray the list? Who would have thought that the Church of All Beings would use them to eliminate the moles within the Church? It could only be said that they fell into an abyss without knowing it, but for Liang Sheng, it was a good thing. Now, Huang Yufan was still a bit worried in the kitchen. His master hadn't visited Yaoxiang Pavilion for several days and kept smiling suddenly. What was going on? Although he didn't know what happened, he still faithfully prepared delicious dishes for Liang Sheng every day. He had no pursuits now. All that mattered was his master's happiness. Who cared about anything else? And as time went by, the turbulence in the Immortal City became more concentrated among high-level cultivators, while the lower levels gradually calmed down. Those low-level cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to obtain benefits were all eliminated during the middle stage of the turmoil. The remaining low-level cultivators were self-aware, trembling in their houses, afraid of receiving undeserved calamities, and would not dare cause any more trouble. Now the unrest in Immortal City was ultimately focused on the high-level cultivators. The low-level cultivators had only been a tool to be used by the city lord's mansion. Who would care now that their use was exhausted? However, the Church of All Beings was still secretly protecting these low-level cultivators, for now, the Church had returned to its former appearance, fighting with passion for the All Beings. The situation in the Immortal City is evolving towards the best-case scenario. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh, his luck seemed to be good this time, and everything hadn't taken a turn for the worst as before. But Huang Qiang and the others were deceived by the surface situation of the Immortal City. Almost all the high-level cultivators in the city were involved while the strength of the Church of All Beings was being consumed. After more than 120 years, they were finally going to restore their previous high status. These Church of All Beings rebels must all die. At this moment, Liang Sheng, who had been observing the situation in Immortal City, also leaned forward a bit as the city lord's mansion people were finally ready to lay their cards on the table. The final battle was coming. Just now, the cloaked mysterious man unexpectedly gave them the information they most wanted. The Church of All Beings' high-level hideout was not far from the original city lord mansion. They sent people to investigate the authenticity of the information, and the result was a joyous one. With that, after they learned that there were only 2 divinity transformation experts remaining in the Church of All Beings, they finally relaxed. 3 against 2, they decided to risk everything, to achieve their goal in one fell swoop. They then secretly arranged their means, with the cooperation of the cloaked mysterious man, and the Church of All Beings had no time to react. Huang Qiang and the others believed they had taken advantage this time, without a single slip. After all, they had inside men in the Church of All Beings. However, they didn't know that the Church of All Beings had long been prepared, quietly waiting for them to arrive. Everything was nothing but a play for their eyes. At this moment, Liang Sheng was intently watching the situation unfold. Whether he could continue to live in peace after today depended on the outcome of the battle between the 2 sides. If it weren't for some kind of intangible sense that he couldn't take action himself, he would have restored peace to the Immortal City at the smallest cost with his own scheming. But the current situation wasn't bad. After all, it was one of the best outcomes in the blurred scene of Heaven's secret calculation. Huang Qiang and the others arranged for their subordinates to continue causing unrest in Immortal City, and they also gathered together. They were finally going to meet the Church of All Beings. Inside the Church of All Beings hideout, at this time, many people were outwardly calmly discussing the current situation in Immortal City, but they were already on full alert for any accidents in their hearts. Having released so many baits earlier, it was finally time to reap the rewards. However, right at this moment, the leader of the Church of All Beings, hidden in the shadows, seemed to have not noticed any anomalies and continued to arrange the next course of action. But just then, his voice was suddenly interrupted by someone. Who? All members of the Church of All Beings immediately took a defensive stance, their faces showing a bit of fear, as if they were terrified by this situation and had never anticipated it. At the same time, they suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from the ground, followed by a voice coming from outside. Remnants of the Church of All Beings. Today, you will taste the suffering we endured that day. Rest assured, you're just taking a step ahead. I will make sure none of the Church of All Beings remnants are left. You always say you're part of one big family, right? Then let's have you die neatly together. Remnants of the City Lord's mansion. The voice of the leader of the Church of All Beings was a bit low and seemed to carry some disbelief. How could you possibly find this place? Just then, the cloaked mysterious man, who had met Huang Qiang and the others before, suddenly burst out. The faces of all the people in the Church of All Beings changed, and they had no time to stop him. Lincoln. You traitor! Haha, what traitor? This is called knowing the times and being a hero. You old-fashioned people don't understand that the world has always been about competition. Your ridiculous equality for all beings, what about it now? Aren't the cultivators in Immortal City still fighting each other for resources? Don't you find your actions laughable to the extreme? Speaking from the City Lord Mansion, Lincoln, also known as the Cloaked Mysterious Man, had escaped outside and joined forces with the remaining power of the City Lord Mansion, being protected by them. Lincoln cannot die, because as long as he remains alive, it is an insult to the Church of All Beings. This strategy is called attacking the heart first. At the moment when the two sides were confronting each other, an unexpected situation occurred in the capital city Soul Song of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, which Liang Sheng had not foreseen. Ling Xiaozi suddenly opened his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. His lineage was ultimately not favored by fortune. He could even imagine the ugly faces of those immortal old men at the next court meeting. However, the next moment, he regained his composure and showed no sign of his inner thoughts. Because Kaiwen Child had arrived at the door. Teacher, I have failed your trust. In this immortal dynasty spiritual vein and spiritual tide, I did not gain much, and was directly expelled from the spiritual vein. I have disgraced you. As soon as he entered, Kaiwen Child knelt on the ground. Ling Xiaozi's eyes no longer appeared gloomy, and his expression was quite relaxed. It's fine, why blame yourself? After all, it depends on fate, it doesn't depend on human wishes, we can only say that our lineage is just not fortunate. Then, in order to divert Kaiwen Child's attention and prevent him from feeling guilty, Ling Xiaozi roughly recounted the situation of the immortal dynasty over the years. He did this to show his attitude that he still needed Kaiwen Child to cheer up and assist him in handling the upcoming affairs. And he casually mentioned the situation in Longevity Immortal City, reminding him that there was no need to think too much, Zhen Yuan was already undergoing his fate calamity, and his presence would be useless. At first, Kaiwen Child didn't react. Ling Xiaozi saw that he was still a little weary from the spiritual tide and asked him to rest first. But just as Kaiwen Child was about to step down, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind, and his expression changed. Teacher, isn't junior brother Zhen Yuan undergoing human tribulation? How could the air of heaven and earth be obscured and entwined, so that the whole situation in Longevity Immortal City becomes unclear? Ling Xiaozi was also taken aback when he heard this. The fate calamity of Zhen Yuan City Lord was not a major concern for him, because now all he needed was for Zhen Yuan to stay alive. But Kaiwen Child reminded him that it was a human tribulation, so how could the situation in Longevity Immortal City be like this? It was careless. Kaiwen Child, of course, would not embarrass Ling Xiaozi, so he took the initiative to ask to go to Longevity Immortal City and investigate the situation in person. Teacher, although the qi in Longevity Immortal City is hidden and it's best not to have external qi stimulation, I cannot help but feel uneasy if I don't go to the scene and see the situation for myself. Ling Xiaozi saw Kaiwen Child's expression and thought that it would be good for him to take a trip, as it might help him adjust his mood from losing the opportunity during the spiritual tide. With that in mind, Ling Xiaozi nodded his head. Go ahead. Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, Liang Sheng still had the leisure to crack melon seeds, sensing the tense stalemate between the Church of All Beings and the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion, which could erupt into a major battle at any moment. This was a great drama, and Liang Sheng was naturally interested. Moreover, under his feeling, he had already judged that the Church of All Beings had a greater chance of winning, with almost no accidents. Just then, Liang Sheng's face suddenly changed. Why had Kaiwan Child arrived outside Longevity Immortal City? This was completely not included in the previously calculated Heavenly Secrets scene. What was going on? At this moment, Liang Sheng's face was no longer calm, but gloomy. The Heavenly Secret calculation scene had changed again, and finally, he understood why. The Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein spirit tide concealed heavenly secrets, causing this change. One could only say that it was all fate. Chapter 178, Collapse, Variables, Kaiwan Child arrives. Immortal City. At this time, Liang Sheng, who was originally sitting firmly on the fishing platform in his mansion, had an uneasy expression on his face because uncertainty was something he was most reluctant to deal with. Perhaps it was because Kaiwan Child was a soul emergence power, the realm difference was too great, so much so that the vague scene under Liang Sheng's Heaven's Secret calculation could not be seen at all, knowing only that due to Kaiwan Child, the situation in Immortal City had changed. The scenes of the Heavenly Secrets calculation were already blurred, but now they looked even more like mosaics. However, under seeking fortune and avoiding evil, Liang Sheng's heart had no sign of great disaster. Nevertheless, he was certainly feeling uneasy in his heart now. He felt like he had jinxed himself, as he was feeling good about himself just a moment ago, thinking that this time the results would be smooth, but unexpectedly, an accident occurred. But now, Liang Sheng could not do anything about it, because as soon as he had the intention to make a move, his intuition told him that things would become worse because of him. All he could do now was to wait and see, and not be anxious. Huang Yufan was still standing by, serving a meal for Liang Sheng, when he saw his master, who had been eating well, suddenly put down his chopsticks and became serious. What happened? Huang Yufan couldn't help but secretly prepare himself, making sure he was ready to take action at the first opportunity if something went wrong. Original City Lord's Mansion ruins. At this moment, the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion have completely surrounded the secret base of the Church of All Beings. Thanks to the traitor Lincoln who led the way, the situation couldn't have gone more smoothly. At this time, the people of the Church of All Beings also reacted and wanted to break through, but they retreated hurriedly when they reached the main gate, their faces changed drastically. Not good, retreat, there's an array. At this moment, it was very clear that the City Lord Mansion no longer had any intentions to hold back. They were determined to defeat the Church of All Beings in today's battle. A fierce and oppressive aura spread around the ruins, and the entire space felt as if it was being burnt and shattered. The people of the Church of All Beings felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on them. Trapping Immortals array. The higher-ups of the Church of All Beings couldn't help but grind their teeth when they saw this, while the people of the City Lord Mansion had relaxed expressions mixed with some satisfaction. When you sieged the City Lord Mansion in the past, you had already set up the Trapping Immortals array in advance. Today, we are merely returning the favor. As soon as the words fell, the people of the City Lord Mansion did not wait any longer and immediately launched their attack, all their pent-up frustration from over 100 years exploding at this moment. With these attacks, their emotions were fully vented, their faces distorted with cruelty, and their hearts filled only with the desire for the Church of All Beings to perish. Block. Dismantle. Break. However, it was clear that the Church of All Beings had already recovered from their initial panic and had not been thrown into chaos. Under the command of the leader of the Church of All Beings, they advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion, managing to withstand this round of attacks. What a Church of All Beings! Seeing this, the remnants of the City Lord Mansion couldn't help but be amazed that they could still remain calm in this situation. Compared to their panic-stricken state all those years ago, they were now many times stronger. But no matter how disciplined they were, they would all face death now. Please make a move, sir. Please make a move, sir. Soon, these words gathered into a huge wave of sound that could be heard for hundreds of miles. The remnants of the City Lord Mansion were no longer hiding their presence. As soon as the words fell, 3 divinity transformation cultivators appeared in mid-air, and their formidable pressure enveloped the entire Immortal City in an instant. The rogue cultivators who were still looting during the chaos in the Immortal City were instantly scared silly by the pressure. They had no idea what had happened and directly fled with the seized cultivation resources in their arms. Most of these people were actually just blind followers who had followed the tide to seize cultivation resources. As soon as a crisis erupted, they would become like frightened birds and disappear in an instant. However, there were still many cultivators who maintained formation, excitement flashing in their eyes, and then headed towards the ruins of the City Lord Mansion. They were all members of the remnants of the City Lord Mansion who had been arranged to create chaos previously. Now that the final battle had begun, they immediately followed the plan and rushed towards the battlefield. "Brothers, our chance to establish our merits is today, let's charge together. The City Lord will never forget our contributions." Everyone was heading towards the ruins of the City Lord Mansion, their eyes filled with fanaticism. They had 3 divinity transformation spiritualists on their side, who could possibly stop them. However, they did not notice that the number of people who were charging with them was far larger than their original number. The eyes of these people were filled with resentment towards the City Lord Mansion. They were the ones who had been arranged by the Church of All Beings to infiltrate and corrupt the city earlier. Today is the final battle. In the center of the secret base, as the 3 divinity transformation spiritualists of the City Lord Mansion appeared, the morale of the remnants of the City Lord Mansion grew even higher. Even the techniques and spells they wielded became a bit stronger, while the practitioners of the Church of All Beings trapped in the trapping immortals array could only barely maintain their defense. Just as the 3 divinity transformation experts of the City Lord Mansion appeared, the leader of the Church of All Beings in the shadows finally revealed his true face. "It's you." The 3 divinity transformation spiritualists of the City Lord Mansion could hardly believe their eyes, for they recognized the person before them, who had held a distinguished status in Zhenyuan City when the city master was still there. Before the Great Chaos, when the 3 of them were still at the nascent soul late-stage true monarch, this person was already a bona fide divinity transformation expert. The leader of the Church of All Beings was none other than Feng Liang, the number 1 person under the left and right envoys and the personal guards. "I didn't expect the 3 of you to have the opportunity to break through to divinity transformation stage. It seems that after the merger of the upper and lower city, you have reaped the greatest benefits." The faces of the 3 divinity transformation spiritualists from the City Lord Mansion were a bit unsightly. They didn't expect that Feng Liang was actually a member of the Church of All Beings, who was the leader of the personal guards. With the inside infiltrated by the Church of All Beings to such a degree, how could they have not been defeated in the past? However, now, "Feng Liang, don't be so arrogant. With the trapping immortals array in place, your strength is reduced by 30%, while the 3 of us can gain an advantage. What do you have to fight us with?" Feng Liang didn't speak at this time but merely observed the surrounding situation roughly. The 3 divinity transformation spiritualists from the City Lord Mansion saw his appearance, and for some reason, they felt a little delighted in their hearts. "Feng Liang, you don't need to look anymore. We've been preparing for so many years, how can we still give you the chance to break out? You wait, our forces are still on their way. The more people we have, the greater the array's power. Wasn't this what the Church of All Beings did when they rebelled in the past?" When the last few words were spoken, the people of the City Lord Mansion thought of the painful memories, their faces filled with extreme hatred. If they hadn't had good luck back then and managed to escape the battlefield by chance, the forces under the command of the City Lord's Mansion would have been wiped out long ago. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps arrived, and the City Lord Mansion's undercover rogue cultivators who had disrupted the immortal city were on their way. The 3 divinity transformation spiritualists from the City Lord Mansion could no longer endure it and shouted out loud, "Soldiers of the City Lord Mansion, kill!" The next moment, 3 brilliantly dazzling attacks, carrying a world-shattering force, charged directly at Feng Liang and his group. At this time, the immortal city had already become completely silent under the pressure of the divinity transformation experts' battle, and all the lower-level cultivators had hidden in their homes, shivering. The City Lord Mansion didn't conceal their identity before, so it was as if they had announced to the world that they had returned. Some rogue cultivators finally sobered up from their excitement at this time. They felt like someone else's knife in their hands. If the City Lord Mansion wins, will they still have their current lives? The only thing they regretted was that their cultivation level wasn't higher, or their lives would be better in the future. However, seeing the precious resources in the storage bag, their remorse was slightly diluted. But they also knew that if the City Lord Mansion once again controls the immortal city, returning to the peaceful cultivation environment of the past 120 years would be nearly impossible, but they were the culprits, and they had no one to blame but themselves. On the battlefield, under the attack of the divinity transformation spiritualists, Feng Liang gritted his teeth and blocked the first wave of attacks by himself. However, those divinity transformation experts didn't care about this, but became even more surprised and happy, because Feng Liang's strength did weaken a lot under the Great Array's suppression. They would eventually win, it was just a matter of time. Therefore, they became even more excited. To avoid causing trouble for Feng Liang, the people from the Church of All Beings moved away from his protection range and attacked the City Lord Mansion's soldiers. But as the two sides made contact, it was a one-sided situation. With the Church of All Beings weakened under the suppression of the Great Array, how could they possibly be a match for the soldiers of City Lord Mansion? Huang Qiang was extremely excited to hunt down the Church of All Beings on the periphery. He was responsible for leading the cultivators below the nascent soul level of the City Lord Mansion to merge into the array, thereby increasing the power of the Great Array. Although it seemed that the Church of All Beings could still hold on, Huang Qiang knew that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long under such circumstances. The strength of the Church of All Beings would continue to weaken as his subordinates merged into the array. The final result would not change. After 120 years of suffering, it was finally time for them to take revenge. However, Feng Liang from the Church of All Beings was indeed powerful and managed to hold on temporarily. But now, it was 3 against 1, and Feng Liang was still in a precarious situation. If it weren't for the fact that he might self-destruct, the 3 divinity transformation spiritualists from the City Lord Mansion would have already taken ruthless actions. The people of the Church of All Beings were madmen, they had to be careful. Of course, as time went on and Feng Liang's strength continued to be reduced, it would be time for them to take decisive actions. However, at this moment, suddenly a series of miserable screams came from the periphery. Huh? They saw that the undercover rogue cultivators of the City Lord Mansion, who had previously rushed from all directions, were now engaging in infighting and even started to kill each other. Many people simply couldn't imagine that those around them would actually have the heart to kill, so they were caught off guard and instantly died. Quick! Stop them! Huang Qiang hurriedly ordered his subordinates to block them, but to maintain unified command among the rogue cultivators, they all dressed the same. So, amidst the chaos, they couldn't tell friend from foe. As they became disorganized, the trapping immortals array suddenly fluctuated. Huang Qiang instantly regretted it. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have let these undercover rogue cultivators join the array. He had been too eager to maximize the power of the trapping immortals array and ended up being taken advantage of by the Church of All Beings. But it's too late to say anything now. Who would have thought that the people who had charged towards the Church of All Beings church members' mansions would also have spies from the Church of All Beings among them? Had they been putting on a show before? But those who died were indeed people from the Church of All Beings, and Huang Qiang couldn't help but be confused at this time. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his consciousness was instantly plunged into darkness. It was Lincoln who had been protected behind him, who struck out and killed Huang Qiang. Only then did the others react, but the next moment, an unparalleled force appeared and exploded instantaneously. The cultivators on the periphery of the City Lord Mansion were instantly wiped out. Divinity Transformation Expert. Lincoln turned out to be a divinity transformation expert. Thinking of this, their last thought before perishing was a sudden realization. Their previous intelligence had indeed stated that the Church of All Beings had 2 divinity transformation spiritualists. It seems like the Church of All Beings has orchestrated a plan within a plan. The list of their members they provided was indeed true, and the ones that were killed were indeed their members. What is going on? The ones who were killed could not have known that they were only killing the corrupt members of the Church of All Beings. They were completely becoming a knife in their hands, but now they will never have the chance to know the truth. As Lincoln revealed his strength and took action, the outer perimeter of the array collapsed almost instantly, and a portion of the church members blended into it, turning the tide. In the instant the trapping immortals array faltered, the City Lord Mansion's people did not react in time, but Feng Liang let out a loud shout and, free from the constraints of the array, instantly rushed to the side of the mansion's 3 divinity transformation spiritualists. Feng Liang launched a surprise attack, leaving no time for the trio to react, then instantly self-destruct. At this time, the heavens and earth were brightly illuminated, and under Feng Liang's self-destruction, the 3 divinity transformation spiritualists had no chance to react and fell. Everyone like a dragon. Lincoln, and all the members of the Church of All Beings, their eyes were bloodshot at this moment. This was their plan, which now unfolded perfectly. Escape. The remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion also react at this time. They never expected to fall into a trap this time. Who could have imagined that the Church of All Beings would employ such a strategy, even using self-sacrifice to gain trust? Turns out Lincoln is another divinity transformation expert from the Church of All Beings. Now that the big array is destroyed and the allied divinity transformation spiritualists are wiped out, how could they possibly win with an additional divinity transformation spiritualist on the opposing side? All they can hope for now is to pray they can escape and never show their faces again, hiding from the world and cultivating in seclusion. As for returning to power, they are not likely to have the opportunity under such circumstances. When will they ever have such a chance again? And even if there is a chance, by that time, whether they are alive or not is a question, let alone revenge? Escape. All they can think of now is this. However, the church members had already acted as part of the array, and under Lincoln's divinity transformation pressure and the remnant power of the array, they formed a complete closure within a short period of time. They can't escape. Lincoln demonstrates what it means to be a divinity transformation expert. With just casual blows, the nascent soul masters are like mere paper in front of him, none can withstand his attacks for more than 3 moves. The once high and mighty nascent soul masters are now like lambs to the slaughter, with absolutely no ability to resist. At this moment, the hearts of the remaining City Lord Mansion forces are filled with despair. If they had another chance, they would not have been misled by previous schemes and would have chosen to lay low. After all, for the past 120 years, their lives have only been slightly worse off than during Zhen Yuan City Lord's time. It wasn't that they couldn't cultivate or pass on their bloodline. It can only be said that greed brings harm. But they've made it this far because of their greedy hearts. It's hard to say what's right or wrong in this situation. As Lincoln and the Church of All Beings members went on a killing spree, the high-level cultivators of the City Lord Mansion fell one by one, causing all cultivators in Immortal City to tremble in fear. Both the Church of All Beings and the City Lord Mansion had no intention of concealing anything, so the lower-level cultivators in Immortal City are just relieved that they are still alive. In the end, this brutal battle woke them up to the fact that their previous turmoil merely made them pawns in the struggles between the Church of All Beings and the City Lord Mansion. But they can't help but ask themselves, if they had another chance, would they still be unable to resist stepping into the fray? After all, in this turmoil, they have also obtained many cultivation resources. But due to their low realms, they only know about the atrocities without knowing who is winning or who will ultimately prevail. What if the City Lord Mansion emerges victorious and restores its previous rule? It would be incredibly difficult for these lower-level cultivators to rise again. Now they realize the benefits of the Church of All Beings. At least in the past 120 years, the Church has given them opportunities for breakthroughs in cultivation unlike the past, when resources were scarce and hope was nearly non-existent. Just as they regretted their actions, Lincoln had already begun to round up all the people of the City Lord Mansion. As the battlefield cleanup began, Lincoln remembered their previous plan and spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it reached the entire Immortal City. From now on, Immortal City will be controlled by our Church of All Beings, only to prevent similar upheavals in the future. Our Church's wish remains the same, may everyone become like a dragon. The lower-level cultivators, upon hearing this, could not help but smile with joy. It seemed they could continue their peaceful cultivation. However, the Church of All Beings would likely show its true colors this time. This also indicates that they have thought about establishing a new order in Immortal City and will not give any opportunities to those with ulterior motives to disturb it. Although they don't know how the Church of All Beings will arrange things in the future, most lower-level cultivators trust them based on their reputation. Even if life is difficult, it's better than being under the City Lord Mansion rule. Besides, they have looted many cultivation resources, and as long as they can maintain peace, there is hope for breakthroughs. But just then, a loud shout suddenly came from outer space, catching everyone off guard. "Rebels of all beings, how dare you be so arrogant?" The next moment, the overwhelming power of a soul emergence expert enveloped the entire Immortal City, and the faces of the all-living beings sect practitioners changed drastically. Far away, Liang Sheng stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky, feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. Kaiwan child has arrived. Unexpected changes. Chapter 179, Sealing the Heaven and Earth, the Changing Sea and Mulberry Fields for 200 years, breaking through 70,000 longevity. Immortal City. At the same time, rewinding the timeline to the moment when the leader of the Church of All Beings self-destructed, Kaiwan child was just outside the longevity Immortal City, looking extremely ugly. If it were not for the fact that the outer aura of Immortal City was hidden and connected to City Master Zhen Yuan, he would have already been unable to resist taking action. However, at this moment, he did not hesitate to communicate the situation of Immortal City to Ling Xiazi, who was far away in capital city Seoul Song. This matter was extremely urgent. Master, although longevity Immortal City cannot be moved due to junior brother Zhen Yuan, we cannot allow the rebellion of the Church of All Beings to run rampant. After all, they are involved with the desolate aura and are related to the Seeking Truth lineage. Kaiwen Child even increased the stakes, just to make Ling Xiazi support his idea, and let him take action to completely imprison longevity Immortal City. He couldn't do it alone, he had to have Ling Xiazi's help. In this way, although he could not personally kill them, by sealing off longevity Immortal City and preventing the Church of All Beings from achieving their goal, they could at least minimize the damage. Moreover, after sealing off longevity Immortal City, no matter whether City Master Zhen Yuan survives the fate calamity halfway through or not, Kaiwen Child would be able to continue the subsequent actions. If City Master Zhen Yuan successfully survives the fate calamity, everyone will be overjoyed and all the rebels in the city can be suppressed and killed in one fell swoop. But if City Master Zhen Yuan fails to pass the fate calamity, the outcome would actually be even simpler. Kaiwen Child can directly take action, capturing them all in the urn. Although it took a while longer to do so, the result was still to eliminate the rebellion of the Church of All Beings. Kaiwen Child had no mercy in his heart for what the rebels in longevity Immortal City had done. They were simply challenging the current order of the Immortal Dynasty, and they all deserved to die. Ling Xiazi's response soon came, and after reading it, Kaiwen Child just gave a cold smile. As expected, the master still supported him. Therefore, the loud shout just now resonated throughout longevity Immortal City. In an instant, Lincoln and the others, who had just slaughtered the remaining forces of the City Lord Mansion, had not had time to celebrate before they were frightened by this shout and their faces turned pale. Naturally, he knew the terrifying strength of the person who opened his mouth from this sound. Although he was in the divinity transformation realm, there was no difference between him and an ant in front of him. All the cultivators in Immortal City were also shivering under this pressure, but their expected fierce attack did not come. What was going on? At this moment, Lincoln looked into the sky, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that the other party was still taking into account the trapped Zhen Yuan, so they didn't dare to kill them ruthlessly. Predecessor Su was truly unparalleled in his wisdom. His previous plan to trap the Zhen Yuan dog thief had finally come to fruition. By binding the entire longevity Immortal City and Zhen Yuan dog thief together, even if someone discovered what was happening, whether it was out of concern for Zhen Yuan's life or death or the destiny of Immortal City, they would be hesitant to act. As long as Zhen Yuan is not dead, the safety of Immortal City cultivators is guaranteed. However, since it has been discovered that an accident has occurred in longevity Immortal City, their second plan must also be completed as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lincoln couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. If it hadn't been for their lack of experience in controlling Immortal City, resulting in chaos in the city, and even a serious corruption of their church members, which delayed their progress, they should have had more confidence at this point. Fortunately, they still had time. They could only hope that there would be no more accidents in their plans this time. With this thought, he immediately began to clean up the mess and prepare for the next grand plan. However, after the loud shout, Kaiwen Child did not attack Immortal City, leaving the trembling Immortal City cultivators somewhat dumbfounded. Would the mysterious great power actually take action or not? While the cultivators were in a state of anxiety, everything in Immortal City was calm over the next few days. It seemed like the threat of the powerful force had been an illusion. The Church of All Beings now began to learn from their previous lessons and no longer distributed their control over the Immortal City to everyone. They began to send out their forces to directly control all the important cultivation resources in Immortal City, ensuring that the resources were fairly distributed and that there were no longer cultivators who jumped classes, starting the class differentiation anew. With the actions of the Church of All Living Beings in full swing in Immortal City, Liang Sheng was looking serious at this moment because he was the only one who knew the real situation, but he couldn't act now. Because after receiving Kaiwen Child's call for help, Ling Xiazi's divine sense had been monitoring the entire Immortal City. Of course, Liang Sheng did not know that this was Ling Xiazi behind it, he only knew that it was a great cultivator beyond his power to resist. Liang Sheng was also somewhat relieved at this moment. Fortunately, he had not taken action earlier. If he had, he was afraid that he would have exposed some clues. However, he could not leave using the teleportation array under Yaoxiang Pavilion now. Although he could not leak his aura, the mysterious Great Power's uninterrupted monitoring would expose the fluctuation of his aura when the teleportation array was activated. The current situation was obviously a bit difficult. If it were a life and death situation, Liang Sheng would be decisive and leave. At worst, after exposing himself, he would think of ways to deceive others and take a gamble on whether the mysterious Great Power could track him through the teleportation array. However, the current situation was moving under the auspices of his auspicious ability to avoid evil, and Liang Sheng only felt uneasy with no sense of imminent danger, so he ultimately chose to be cautious. He would wait and see how the situation developed. After all, he didn't have a strong sense of crisis under his ability to seek fortune and avoid evil. And then, in the strange calm, another month passed, and Liang Sheng finally knew what Kaiwen Child was doing. Unexpectedly, Kaiwen Child did something so extreme this time, as he was going to seal the heavenly and earthly aura, isolating the immortal city's spiritual energy from the outside world. That is to say, if the sealing array is completed, the spiritual energy in Longevity Immortal City will no longer be replenished. From then on, the natural spiritual energy in the city will gradually dry up, and cultivation can only be maintained by relying on existing cultivation resources, such as spirit stones. But how long can this last? Now only Liang Sheng has discovered this situation. Due to the peace of the past month, cultivators in the city have resumed their orderly lives. Who would dare to cause trouble with the Church of All Beings in the open? At this moment, Kaiwen Child placed the last array flag in his hand outside Longevity Immortal City, raising a faint glow, followed by a violent spiritual energy whirlwind. The next moment, the entire Longevity Immortal City was separated from the heaven and earth's chi. Decahedral Immortal Sealing Divine Banishing Formation. If Longevity Immortal City was in its previous complete state, Kaiwen Child wouldn't be able to use such a method. However, Longevity Immortal City was already trapped by the Church of All Beings, using the spiritual vein Spirit Tide as the foundation, and City Master Zhen Yuan was imprisoned. Actually, the concealment of the Qi was to use the imprisonment of Zhen Yuan, allowing Longevity Immortal City to barely form its own exclusive heaven and earth. If the imprisonment was violently broken from the outside, Longevity Immortal City might collapse by itself. However, this provided an opportunity for Kaiwen Child to set up the formation. Since he was just building an outer wall on a well-built foundation, and he also had the help of Ling Ziazi. Previously, Ling Ziazi had personally sent the main array he had created. Under so many favorable conditions, it allowed Kaiwen Child, the sole emergence power, to barely succeed in setting up the formation. The Church of All Beings is rebellious, and it will die. Immortal City. When Kaiwen Child successfully set up the formation, Liang Sheng looked up at the changing qi in heaven and earth under the array. Most people probably wouldn't notice, and muttered to himself. The sky of Longevity Immortal City has changed. But in his heart, he still felt relieved because it was just sealing the spiritual energy, not directly killing. Even if the spiritual energy of the city is exhausted, he isn't worried at all. After all, there is a large amount of cultivation resources, and even persisting for 10,000 years is not an issue. Moreover, even if he doesn't have cultivation resources, he isn't worried at all. After all, under the talent of innocent foolishness, the health cultivation method has already broken the limit, and there is no bottleneck. Even without spiritual energy, he can continue to make breakthroughs. In other words, the worst-case scenario is that his cultivation level cannot progress, but his lifespan continues to grow, and he can endure until the day when Longevity Immortal City reconnects with heaven and earth. At that time, he will reappear in the Immortal City under the data panel's concealment, and no one will discover any abnormalities. He had thought there would be some heaven-defying means, but sealing heaven and earth can only deal with ordinary people. How could it affect someone like him? Liang Sheng let out a long sigh, seeking fortune and avoiding evil. It's no wonder that under the previous seeking fortune and avoiding evil, his heart was only slightly uneasy, so this was the reason. However, the cultivators of Longevity Immortal City are already in great trouble, but most of them have too low cultivation levels and cannot perceive the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Let's see what measures the All-Living Beings Church has next. However, the upcoming cultivation resources in the city will definitely be bloodshed. Unless the Church of All Beings gathers most of the cultivation resources together before most people find out, and the action must be fast, without delay. However, what happened next was completely unexpected for Liang Sheng. He really didn't expect the execution speed of the All Living Beings Church to be so fast, accurate and ruthless. With such rapid action and precision, Liang Sheng couldn't help shaking his head. If this had been done earlier, would there be so many problems now? Perhaps if the previous city hadn't been chaotic, Kaiwan Child might not have sensed the chi fluctuations here, and Longevity Immortal City would still be the same as before. But everything has become a reality, and it's futile to say more. It can only be said that the Church of All Beings is now making up for the losses. Facing the uncompromising actions of the Church of All Beings in collecting cultivation resources, the cultivators of Longevity Immortal City wanted to resist at first. After all, these are resources fought over and snatched. However, this time the All Living Beings Church is extremely determined, and in the face of absolute strength, they can't resist at all. Fortunately, the All Living Beings Church also swore in front of them by the Heavenly Dao that they would distribute these cultivation resources fairly. And as such, the cultivators of Immortal City were slightly relieved, and even some of them mockingly said that it must have been the previous turmoil that caused the All Living Beings Church to no longer trust them, so they acted like this. As a result, within a short period of 3 days, most of the cultivation resources in the Immortal City were gathered by the All Living Beings Church, except for Liang Sheng and those suspected of divinity transformation experts, who were not visited by the Church. Now, with heaven and earth trapped, the Church of All Beings only has Lincoln as a divinity transformation expert, unable to support it alone, and not suitable for offending these old monsters. In addition to Liang Sheng and these old monsters, they usually stay out of mundane affairs and live in seclusion in the Immortal City, so the Immortal City's situation is balanced. After making these preparations, the Church of All Beings quickly took control of all cultivation shops in the Immortal City, and the resources were fairly distributed, with the share proportion based on cultivation level, and everything was publicly owned. They did not break the Heavenly Dao oath, and the cultivators of the Immortal City let out a sigh of relief. However, at this time, the Church of All Beings also revealed the true situation of the city. The Immortal City had been sealed off from the world by a figure of great might using a technique that defied nature, causing the city's natural spiritual energy to gradually dwindle until it was entirely depleted. The Church of All Beings gathered all available resources and distributed them fairly, vowing to stand with the cultivators of the Immortal City until the very end. News of this caused widespread despair. Why had the city suddenly been sealed off? Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, without many resources at their disposal, would they be able to maintain their cultivation realm? In such dire circumstances, there were indeed some who chose to take risks. However, the Church of All Beings had learned from past mistakes and wouldn't repeat them. In times of crisis, the most effective way to ensure the stability of the city is to rigorously enforce the law and act decisively, showing no hesitation. Otherwise, the Immortal City would be beyond saving. So, whenever any cultivator decided to stir up trouble, the law enforcement team of the Church immediately intervened. And with the divine ability transformation spiritualist Lincoln present, any signs of insurgency among cultivators were swiftly quashed by the Church. Under these conditions, the city finally returned to a semblance of order after a period of minor unrest. However, the majority of the city's cultivators lost all hope in their cultivation, living as though they were simply waiting for death. Thus, the red light district was more bustling than ever. Underneath its surface glamour, the number of brawls and deadly fights increased dramatically. If it weren't for the Church of All Beings maintaining the operation of the entire city, the Longevity Immortal City would have turned into a living hell. Liang Sheng knew that the Church hadn't given up. They were currently developing a second plan to weather this crisis. However, Liang Sheng didn't concern himself with this. Because even if the Church succeeded, who knew how many years it would take? Under such circumstances, the first decade quietly passed by. The natural spiritual energy of the Longevity Immortal City was completely depleted, no different from the mundane world. But the Church did uphold its vow of impartiality, distributing resources fairly and maintaining a fragile peace in the city. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts for the restoration of spiritual energy. But at least due to the Church's resolute actions in the beginning, basic cultivation could still be maintained. In the blink of an eye, 90 years passed, time flying as swift as a white horse crossing a crevasse. The Longevity Immortal City had utterly lost its former vitality. Even though the church economized as much as possible, with a large population to support, each person's share of resources was only enough to barely maintain their qi. In these 90 years, even if some cultivators had reached the completion stage in their realms, progressing further had become an impossible feat. Then, 200 years passed. It has been 200 years since Kaiwen Child sealed the Longevity Immortal City with Ling Xiaozi's assistance. At this point, the Longevity Immortal City had vastly changed. Many low-level cultivators had exhausted their lifespan and had perished. In the last 50 years, the Longevity Immortal City had completely run out of cultivation resources. Everyone had resigned to their fate. There were cultivators who caused disturbances in their despair, but they were promptly executed by the church. The church couldn't afford to show any mercy. Under such hopeless circumstances, the Longevity Immortal City gradually calmed down. However, the city's structure increasingly resembled that of the secular world. During these 300 years, Liang Sheng never lacked cultivation resources. Despite continuous cultivation, his cultivation level remained at the middle stage of the divinity transformation realm, without any significant breakthroughs. However, his lifespan cultivation technique made another breakthrough, dramatically boosting his lifespan to 70,000 years. His attribute panel is as follows. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1587. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 19th Layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 26th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Refining Spirit from Qi, Middle Stage of Divinity Transformation. Lifespan, 71,139. Who would have thought that Liang Sheng had spent these 300 years in complete peace, even more relaxed than before the lockdown? This was a disaster for ordinary cultivators in the city, but for Liang Sheng, it was a rare opportunity to focus tranquilly on his cultivation. However, today, Liang Sheng didn't cultivate, and he wore a solemn expression. He instructed Huang Yufan to stay and guard their residence while he, under the cover of darkness, headed straight for the Zhou family residence. Today, an old friend's lifespan was about to end. Their time was up. Chapter 180, Sending Guests Off on the Road to Eternal Life, Liang Sheng appears, predecessor of the sect. Immortal City. Night. Looking up at the dark night sky and stars from the eastern horizon, Liang Sheng felt a sense of heaviness. The heavens and Longevity Immortal City seemed closely intertwined. Before long, he arrived outside the Zhou family mansion. Many of the Zhou family's younger members were now different from the past, their faces unrecognizable. The older generation of the Zhou family had dwindled over the years. However, no one knew that the Zhou family's treasury was abundant with cultivation resources. If this were revealed to the outside world, it might have triggered another wave of bloodshed. The ancient desolate domain descendants in the Immortal City lost their cultivation paths, so they hoarded the resources they obtained from the Church of All Beings, rarely using them. As for the consumption of arrays that maintain the resources, the relative cost was negligible compared to the quantity saved. It was cost-effective. Over the past 300 years, the Zhou family had thrived for more than 10 generations. The newest generation possessed bloodline abilities and had proven their cultivation speed to be no different from native Immortal City inhabitants. Unfortunately, considering the current sealed state of Longevity Immortal City, it was difficult for the Zhou family to maintain their lineage. They only retained the bare minimum of their cultivation quota to ensure ongoing resource storage. They believed that the era of restriction would not last forever, and they would eventually see the dawn. At that time, the Zhou family bloodline would resume its cultivation. But Liang Sheng's visit had nothing to do with the Zhou family. Rather, he was here to reconnect with Master, whose end of life was nearing, Xiang Chen. Since Jin Guangxiu and others were sent into the Immortal City by Liang Sheng, they had no hope of cultivation in this life due to the desolate domain bloodline. Previously, Xiang Chen's only disciple had perished in the desolate domain. Now, Xiang Chen was living with his master and junior brother, Shen Wuqi, in the Immortal City, barely holding on to life. However, over the past few centuries, having given up on cultivation, the master and disciple led a carefree life as ordinary people, enjoying their hundreds of years of existence. But now, Xiang Chen's end of life was approaching, and Jin Guangxiu was not by his side. It wasn't that he didn't care, but witnessing Xiang Chen's decline weighed heavily on his heart. At this moment, Xiang Chen lay on his bed, frail, looking no different from a seriously ill elder in the secular world. By his bedside stood Shen Wuqi, who guarded him. During Xiang Chen's last days, Shen Wuqi didn't want to have any regrets. He watched as Xiang Chen's qi weakened, and memories of their time in the Danding sect filled his mind. To him, his eldest senior brother was like a father. He was always strict with Shen Wuqi, and without his guidance, he might never have had the opportunity to break through to the Jindan stage. If that were the case, his lifespan would have been long exhausted by now. Unknowingly, Shen Wuqi's lips curled into a faint smile, and then he fell into a dream, naturally immersed. But how could a golden core deist fall asleep so easily? It was merely Liang Sheng's doing. By the time Shen Wuqi had completely succumbed to slumber, Liang Sheng had transformed back into Yang Sheng. His junior brother, Xiang Chen, reappeared in the world. Next, he gently channeled some of his pure life energy into Xiang Chen. It wouldn't save him, but it would allow him to regain his spirits during his final days rather than die in a daze. Feeling the warmth coursing through his body in his sleep, Xiang Chen felt reinvigorated, and soon regained consciousness. Although it was late, his golden core realm vision allowed him to see as though it were daytime at this moment. Junior brother. At first, Xiang Chen was a bit puzzled, thinking he was experiencing a hallucination. But in the next moment, his eyes widened, and he shook his head. It's impossible. How can my junior brother still be alive? I can't believe it. I am hallucinating before my end, seeing my junior brother in it. Don't worry, junior brother, I'll join you soon. After muttering a few words to himself, Xiang Chen looked down at Shen Wuqi, sleeping by his side, and couldn't help but smile. Junior brother is still so unreliable, falling asleep by my bedside. If master knew about this, he would probably scold him for being careless. Wearing a benevolent expression, Xiang Chen looked at Shen Wuqi. Just then, he realized something was amiss and froze. It didn't feel right, wasn't he dreaming? How could his second junior brother be so vivid, without any traces of an illusion? At this thought, he struggled to sit up and turned to look at Liang Sheng. Seeing his full-faced smile, Liang Sheng greeted him. Eldest senior brother, long time no see. Junior brother. Xiang Chen was somewhat disoriented. How did his junior brother come back to life? He clearly saw his life token shattered. What was going on? In his shock, Xiang Chen didn't even realize that he, once void of spirit, was now full of life. It took him a while before he carefully asked, disbelief mingling with the need for answers, Junior brother, what on earth is going on? Since Liang Sheng decided to reveal himself to Xiang Chen, he naturally didn't conceal his situation but only left out some of his ultimate secrets, and roughly narrated the past events. Nevertheless, as Xiang Chen listened, he became increasingly dumbfounded, and at last, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking at Liang Sheng with a completely overturned perception. It turned out that junior brother had done so much for the sect back then, merely faking his death to escape. It was just a pity that human efforts could not overcome fate and, in the end, the desolate regions were destroyed, all in vain. Junior brother, you've suffered so much over the years. Xiang Chen didn't blame Liang Sheng for faking his death to escape since he had risked his life to save the three of them in the end, which was already going above and beyond without regard for his own life or death. Although he still couldn't understand how his junior brother had managed to fake his death and revive himself and how his cultivation level had skyrocketed so rapidly, since his junior brother did not speak about it, he would not ask any further. There must be a reason for his silence. Master probably never expected that the senior sect member who saved us was you, my junior brother. It's a pity that I won't be able to see his shocked expression. It must be quite interesting. Xiang Chen felt extremely liberated at that moment. He couldn't help but smile at the thought, having never been as happy as he was today since arriving at the Immortal City. Once he calmed down, Xiang Chen began to inquire about how Liang Sheng had managed to survive in the Immortal City all these years. Liang Sheng casually glossed over his current life, concealing all the details about replacing Chen Quan. There were many things Xiang Chen only needed a bit of the truth for, and even if it was Xiang Chen, he didn't want to reveal all his secrets. He always prioritized his safety first and foremost. Senior brother, to be honest, the reason I can reveal myself and meet with you today is that I have a method to keep you alive in this world. Although after this, you will no longer be able to cultivate, and your path to immortality will be hopeless, and you will also lose your flesh and blood body, at least you will still be alive." Then, Liang Sheng detailed the method of surviving as a puppet. Xiang Chen listened carefully without interrupting him halfway through. However, when Liang Sheng finished speaking, Xiang Chen promptly refused his kind intention. Upon hearing Xiang Chen's decision, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel astonished. "Senior brother, let me tell you another secret. In fact, Huang Yufan is alive and well at this moment, thanks to my puppet method. So you can rest assured that you can do the same, and you will appear no different from ordinary people, without anyone noticing any abnormalities." But even then, Xiang Chen still refused with a smile, "No need, junior brother. I am already satisfied to see you now. I have no regrets in this life with your company and the protection of the sect. Moreover, birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural cycle of life. I don't know what means you have to achieve such a level, but any action against nature must consume your fortune. That won't happen, senior brother, please don't worry. I know my limits, and this matter will not have any effect on me whatsoever." Liang Sheng hurriedly interrupted Xiang Chen, not wanting him to bear any psychological burden. After all, under his method of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, for reasons unknown, this action indeed had no consequences. However, no matter what Liang Sheng said, Xiang Chen still refused. "Junior brother, listen to me. I have led a fulfilling life, and I don't wish to linger in this world with a puppet body. Although I don't know how many secrets you hold, the fact that you did not meet us before implies certain taboos. Now that my lifespan is coming to an end, your appearance shows that you are taking a risk. You must have reasons for your previous actions. But life and death are inevitable, and life is but a mayfly of heaven and earth. It's better to follow fate and leave this world. For most people in the desolate regions, being able to live until now is extremely fortunate. I really can't be too greedy. But if you think you owe it to me, then I have a request before I die. Since you can hide your chi, I hope that one day you can disguise yourself as a senior sect member and meet with Master without him knowing. After all, the continuation of the sect has always been Master's regret, and with you, our senior, I believe Master would be happier in his final moments. Of course, your safety comes first in any circumstance. Do not disregard your own safety to fulfill my last wish. Your well-being is all I wish for. Everything else is just icing on the cake. I believe that even Master, once he learns the truth, will not blame you, but be relieved that you are still alive." Senior brother. Liang Sheng really didn't expect Xiang Chen to make such a choice. He had once thought Shen Wuqi might make such a decision, given his carefree nature, but he never expected Xiang Chen to do so as well. Xiang Chen saw the expression on Liang Sheng's face and motioned for him to come closer. As he looked at him for a long time, he felt more and more relaxed. Xiang Chen then reached out and patted Shen Wuqi's head. "Junior brother, if you ever have the chance, you could spend more time with our second elder brother. He has never been truly happy during his time in the Immortal City. Although he appears carefree on the surface, he actually deeply respects and loves his master and you, his junior brother. Don't be fooled by his laid-back exterior, he values us more than anything else in his heart. If he were to face the choice between death and living as a puppet now, I believe he would make the same decision as me. After all, with his hopeless cultivation life and the destruction of the sect, his close friends and relatives had disappeared one by one, leaving a bitterness in his heart. Of course, the most bitter was his master, who was, after all, a nascent soul master with thousands of years of lifespan left. Previously, I was worried that he would be too lonely living alone in the world, but now that there is you, I don't have to worry too much. You shouldn't blame your senior brother for being so heartless, only thinking about himself and not wanting to cling to life, as he has been too tired in all these years. The desolate regions have long been destroyed, and I have long lost any desire to live in this shitty world. In the end, it might just be you left to accompany our master and me, which is quite unfair to you." Liang Sheng felt suffocated at this moment, grateful for the love and protection he had received. Since his arrival in this world, even the Jizhu Liang family had never given him such emotional support. It's a pity that he can't defy the heavens and change his fate now, so he can only watch as Xiang Chen's vitality fades away. Xiang Chen's present attitude makes Liang Sheng even more regretful. Previously, he could have accompanied them along the way under a different identity, but the two words cause and effect made him hesitate. However, considering Xiang Chen and Zhou family's cautious nature, how much more cause and effect would it really add? In the end, it's just that he is still a selfish and heartless person. Senior brother, rest assured, I will consider your opinions carefully. But Liang Sheng did not agree to Xiang Chen's dying wish directly, only saying that he would consider it. Xiang Chen was not too regretful, as he knew his junior brother well. In the end, he would do his request justice. Because this is his junior brother, and that reason alone is enough. At this moment, his wish is fulfilled, and as his mind relaxes, he feels his life force gradually fade away. Let's go, junior brother. I don't have much time left. Let me say my goodbyes to master and the others. Liang Sheng remained silent, but in the next moment, his figure disappeared. At this time, Shen Wuqi by the bedside also woke up from his drowsy state. Huh? How did he fall asleep? Feeling guilty, he hurriedly looked up, only to see eldest senior brother with a smile on his face, full of energy. Shen Wuqi turned pale at the sight. Momentary resurgence. He didn't waste any time, and immediately communicated with his master. After Xiang Chen finished all this, he smiled and said, "Junior brother, help me out to see how beautiful the night is." "All right." Shen Wuqi didn't refuse as he usually would. Today, even if eldest senior brother wanted to pluck the stars from the sky, he would try his best to do so. When Shen Wuqi carefully helped Xiang Chen get out of bed and opened the door, Jin Guangxiu appeared outside the door. "Master, you're here." Jin Guangxiu nodded, looking at his disciple who had regained his spirits, feeling a touch of sadness. The disciple who had accompanied him for over 1,000 years was finally going to leave him today. With Shen Wuqi's support, Xiang Chen carefully sat on the doorstep, leaning against the doorpost, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. "The moonlight, it's so beautiful." As his words fell, Xiang Chen's qi vanished. Shen Wuqi, standing beside him, didn't look down at him but gazed at the moon above. Unknowingly, tears streamed down his face. Not far away, Liang Sheng hid discreetly, looking at the scene before him, his eyes filled with melancholy. In his long life, everything would eventually decay. All people would be passers-by in his life, existing only in his memories. This was the inevitable path of his eternal life. "Eldest senior brother, may your journey be smooth." Xiang Chen was buried in the Zhou family cemetery, close to Huang Yufan. Apart from them, the graves in this area belonged to the elders of the Zhou family. After the funeral, the Zhou family master left with others, leaving Jin Guangxiu and Shen Wuqi standing in front of Xiang Chen's grave, wordlessly pouring a few cups of wine. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. They turned around to look, and Shen Wuqi didn't react much, but Jin Guangxiu was both surprised and delighted. Senior. Chapter 181, The Iron-Fisted Means of Church of All Beings, The Great Sun Golden Crow Pressures Lincoln, and the End of Cause and Effect. Immortal City. With Xiang Chen's passing, Jin Guangxiu lost yet another concern in the world. However, he didn't expect that the senior sect member who had brought him out would suddenly appear before him at this time. Surprises always come so suddenly. At the moment, Shen Wuqi followed Jin Guangxiu honestly, and Liang Sheng didn't say anything. He directly led them to his mansion and returned to his original appearance in the next moment. Jin Guangxiu was somewhat surprised to see this situation, but it wasn't too unexpected. Others might find it magical, but for the senior sect members, it was not too much. It was the senior sect member who had brought them from the desolate regions to the longevity immortal city. He was now curious why the senior had not appeared before and suddenly appeared now. Did he have something important to order him to do? However, the final answer was no. It seemed that the senior just wanted to meet with them and had no other requests. He even allowed them to move around freely during their leisure time. Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but draw a rough conclusion. Perhaps the senior's end of life was near, just like elderly people in the mortal world who always liked to reunite with their younger generations before their deaths. Therefore, Jin Guangxiu didn't say much at this time, only promising that he would move around more in the future and hoping that the senior wouldn't get tired of his frequent visits. Their conversation was cordial but somewhat distant. Liang Sheng couldn't say much about it, after all, he was a senior to his master now. As for Huang Yufan, he had already received Liang Sheng's instructions and naturally wouldn't reveal his identity at this time. He was just relieved, feeling that his master had finally figured it out. Actually, Liang Sheng had been thinking about this for a while. Xiang Chen's unflinching confrontation with death had naturally moved him. Since their lives were predestined, and his own lifespan was long, why not let himself live without regrets, even if he was only a passerby? He had thought that as long as he didn't touch cause and effect, he wouldn't have any regrets. But when Xiang Chen died, he still had regrets in his heart. He suddenly felt that when his strength was weak, it was indeed very necessary to be cautious. But now that he had the strength to fight across different stages at the middle stage of divinity transformation, why should he be so cautious? With his current strength, as long as he left some leeway, such as not revealing his true identity now, Jin Guangxiu and the others' cause and effect wouldn't affect him too much. Today, Jin Guangxiu and Shen Wuqi were very excited as master and disciple. However, after having a meal at Liang Sheng's mansion, they left with eyes full of appreciation. Although Liang Sheng didn't say anything, Jin Guangxiu wouldn't not know it in his heart. Time was long, and there were many opportunities. There was no need to care too much in a short time. Emotions would become more precious over time. After returning to the Zhou family, Jin Guangxiu didn't tell the Zhou family members about Liang Sheng's whereabouts. He allowed the senior to live peacefully before the end of his life. After all, the Zhou family now was not the Zhou family from the desolate regions anymore. Although they were still cautious and valued bloodline inheritance, they were no longer people who had come out of the desolate regions. They were now the Zhou family of the Immortal City. On the other side, Liang Sheng was a little dazed, and it was Huang Yufan's voice that brought him back to reality. "Master, the meal is ready." Liang Sheng couldn't help shaking his head. Since he couldn't break free from the red dust's cause and effect, avoiding it would only be fooling himself. To live forever, even if he was just a passerby in his own life, he shouldn't leave too many regrets. After his cultivation, he actually did less than he did in the mortal world. Of course, he still needed to be careful and cautious. Immortality should not be wasted, and safety always came first. But under the guarantee of safety, he needed to have a peace of mind. Liang Sheng vaguely felt that there was some change in his state of mind. But after careful investigation, there was no change, so he let it go and let everything take its course. That night, Liang Sheng didn't go to Yaoxiang Pavilion but sat in meditation and cultivated. When the time came, his cultivation would naturally break through. After all, under his talent of innocent foolishness, his cultivation had no bottlenecks. Liang Sheng's heart became calm, but the current immortal city was full of undercurrents. The storm was coming, and the chaos couldn't be avoided. Church of all beings. At this moment, Lincoln was serious. For the past 300 years, he had been using all his energy to maintain the normal operation of the immortal city after the seal. With the heavenly and earthly aura sealed in the immortal city, cultivators no longer had the passion of the past. Most people were only barely maintaining their cultivation with the distribution of cultivation resources, and many people had already begun to despair. 300 years had passed, and it was not only the low-level cultivators who were losing hope, even the patience of high-level cultivators was almost worn out. Lincoln was the most aware of the current situation. If there was no change in the immortal city, he feared that they would revolt. After all, they were going to die anyway. Many people's mentality had become that of taking a gamble. Under human nature, these high-level cultivators felt that distributing cultivation resources to low-level cultivators was a waste of resources. When Lincoln thought of the countless sacrifices of kind-hearted people, which had brought about the current fair world, how could he bear to let the foundation of the Church of all beings be destroyed in his hands? He couldn't agree to give resources to high-level cultivators. Doing so would abandon those low-level cultivators, and what was the essential difference between this and the previous longevity immortal city? It was just a class differentiation. So, in the face of the current undercurrents surging in the immortal city, he could only try to delay as much as possible while calculating the time when the cultivators would explode. He still wanted to wait for the success of his second plan. If he had a little more time, it would be fine, but time. Not much left. In chaotic times, severe punishment is needed. They can no longer repeat the same mistakes as before. If there is a sign, it must be nipped in the bud. Liang Sheng did not understand such selflessness, but he respected and admired them. The world needed such fools to light up the darkness, but whatever the circumstances, Liang Sheng could never be like them. So that's what makes them great, right? After Liang Sheng and his master Jin Guangzhou moved around, their spirits improved significantly. The Zhou family was surprised to find that the two guest elders seemed more confident and unrestrained than before, which was quite astonishing. However, as a nascent soul master guest elder, Jin Guangzhou served as the safety guarantee for the current Zhou family's heritage. Therefore, no one dared to inquire about what had transpired. Today, Jin Guangzhou was preparing to secretly visit Liang Sheng, but before he could get up, he received a communication from Liang Sheng. After reading the content of the message, Jin Guangzhou's expression changed and he immediately summoned the Zhou family master, telling him to restrain his disciples and never let them leave the house. Feeling that something was amiss, the Zhou family master quickly closed the mansion without any hesitation upon hearing Jin Guangzhou's instructions. He couldn't help but look up into the distance, his face full of worry. Was Immortal City going to be in chaos again? Immortal City? Somewhere. If an outsider happened to be present, they would undoubtedly be shocked. Dozens of nascent soul true monarchs had gathered together, concealing their chi and looking solemn. They were planning to raid the various warehouses of the Church of All Beings in Immortal City. I've already investigated the locations of the 128 warehouses of the Church of All Beings. Considering everything, the warehouse in the northwest is the smallest, but there are only 3 nascent soul true monarchs guarding it, offering the highest chance of success. Alright, then let's not hesitate. Now that Immortal City is under the heaven and earth ban, do those low-level cultivators have any qualifications to waste cultivation resources? The Church of All Beings is simply impractical. Yes, I previously had luck in my heart, thinking that this was just a temporary chaos. I never thought that after 300 years, Immortal City would still be sealed and increasingly barren. So we can't just sit and wait for death. Are we supposed to wait until our lifespan end of life arrives before regretting it? If we don't resist now, we won't last much longer. Indeed, advancing and retreating together, sharing life and death. If we break this oath, may our corpses be left unburied and the heavenly Dao bear witness to this. With the heavenly Dao oath taken, they cooperated sincerely. Then, the few people checked the situation of the Northwest warehouse again. After confirming it was accurate, they immediately took action. Hesitation would only lead to disaster. They acted quickly, with several dozen late-stage nascent soul true monarchs making a ferocious move. The guards of the Church of All Beings had no chance to respond, falling with just one strike. However, in just a few breaths of time, the smiles on the faces of these nascent soul true monarchs had not yet faded when Lincoln appeared and directly suppressed them with his power. They found it hard to believe that the situation was worse than they had imagined. They had already calculated the timing, but Lincoln's appearance indicated that the Church of All Beings had been prepared in advance. Death. Even though it's only one warehouse being looted, if it's not handled properly, the people of the entire Immortal City will be filled with fear. Therefore, Lincoln did not hold back, and his divinity transformation expert cultivation level erupted in full force. Even against dozens of nascent soul true monarchs, they only faced destruction. The Church of All Beings brutally suppressed the turmoil, but some in Immortal City began to have different thoughts. Fortunately, the Church of All Beings had already controlled the situation, and it hadn't completely fallen into chaos yet. They must speed up the completion of their second plan. Violence can suppress them for a while, but once the reclusive old monsters in Immortal City took action, it would be too late. Before that, he had to do something. At this moment, Lincoln's eyes were deep and distant. The foundation of the Church of All Beings could not be ruined in his hands. The Zhou family. At this time, the Zhou family mansion was guarded around the clock without any break. After the raid on the Church of All Beings warehouses, their wealthy family could also face an attack. Indeed, Immortal City was not at peace after that. Some followed the example and attacked the Church of All Beings warehouses. Although they were fiercely suppressed, there were always people who would take risks. To this day, several small families had been wiped out. The Church of All Beings, however, acted swiftly, capturing and executing the main suspects in no time. However, things were getting chaotic in Immortal City. They could only hope that the Church of All Beings would make a decision soon and start to save themselves in despair. But even so, time was needed. The upper and lower ranks of the Zhou family understood this very clearly during this critical time and relied on their strength to survive. As a result, Immortal City became more and more desolate. Many people were already doubting whether the Church of All Beings actually had the ability to supplant living beings. If not, why was Immortal City even worse off now compared to when it was under the rule of City Master Zhen Yuan? At least at that time, people could live a good life. Now, everything was unstable and unpredictable. At this time, the Church of All Beings finally began to take action, and Liang Sheng couldn't help but give a bitter smile as they finally turned their attention to the reclusive old monsters. Previously, they were wary of the reclusive old monsters disturbing Immortal City, so they kept their distance and coexisted peacefully. But now, at this final juncture, the Church of All Beings planned to strengthen itself by taking action against the reclusive old monsters. No, rather, in desperate times, they had to unite all the forces they could muster and grow their own strength. During this period, the Church of All Beings had executed many cultivators who had been tracked down following Lincoln's earlier crackdown. But as the investigation continued, the pressure on the Church of All Beings grew, leading to their current actions. As a result, Lincoln actually successfully recruited many neutral high-level cultivators. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh at the adaptability of the Church of All Beings. However, today, he ordered Huang Yufan to close the doors and refuse the entry of any visitor. The Church of All Beings originally planned to visit Liang Sheng. Seeing this, they could only put their plans on hold. After all, this hidden big shot had been secretly investigated by Lincoln, leaving only 6 words behind: do not provoke without reason. Liang Sheng watched these events in silence. Nonetheless, a few days later, he was inevitably involved in them, as the Church of All Beings finally approached the Zhou family. To be more precise, they found Jin Guangxiu. How could they possibly ignore a nascent soul master? He was their main target to recruit. Besides, how many divinity transformation experts were there in Immortal City? The key was to appease these nascent soul masters. Jin Guangxiu was also helpless about the arrival of the Church of All Beings and did not directly respond. However, in the face of Liang Sheng and others, the Church of All Beings did not dare to offend them. They still hoped that Jin Guangxiu would consider their proposal carefully. In the end, he even revealed their trump card for persuading: Senior Jin, we can tell you that our sect of all living beings has the well-being of all beings under heaven in mind. We are not unprepared for what's happening in Immortal City. We can swear by the heavenly Dao that we have a way to solve the problem of Immortal City. However, this requires time, so we hope that Senior Jin can agree to our request. After that, they did not force Jin Guangxiu, only asking him to consider carefully. However, how could Jin Guangxiu not understand the hidden meaning of the Church of All Beings? If they could not be friends, they would have to accept the means of the Church of All Beings. This is understandable since the Church of All Beings also faces great pressure. Jin Guangxiu secretly met with Liang Sheng, who only told him to watch the changes and not get involved with the Church of All Beings affairs. Hearing Liang Sheng's indifferent tone, although there was no guarantee, Jin Guangxiu felt completely at ease. Since the senior said so, he would do as he was told. Getting involved with the Church of All Beings, Liang Sheng sought fortune and avoided evil under the calculation of heavenly secrets, sensing the great cause and effect that was far beyond what Jin Guangxiu could bear. So it was better to cut the entanglement quickly, make a temporary sacrifice, and avoid catastrophe. The next day, the Church of All Beings once again came to meet Jin Guangxiu, but this time he refused directly without any reservation. Members of the Church of All Beings looked deeply at Jin Guangxiu and left without saying much. Zhou family master, who accompanied Jin Guangxiu, did not show much uneasiness. Under seeking fortune and avoiding evil, there were no ominous signs. Naturally, he stood by Jin Guangxiu's side, who was the pillar of the Zhou family's stable development. Although he did not know why Jin Guangxiu was so confident, he had only one thought: to trust him. And then another month passed. With its good reputation, the Church of All Beings explained that they had the means to solve the problems of Immortal City and formed an alliance with most of the neutral cultivators. They swore by the heavenly Dao and provided part of the cultivation resources. Among them was a divinity transformation expert, which made Lincoln feel relieved. As for those neutral cultivators who had previously refused, Lincoln also had a plan for them. Since they would not cooperate, they would naturally have to pay more to enjoy the results. How could these nascent soul masters not have stored cultivation resources? If they refused to cooperate, they had to exchange all their resources for peace. Now they wanted to back down, but it was no longer accepted. Lincoln knew that this method was somewhat overbearing, but extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. This was also considered the second plan for him to collect resources and speed up the completion of the project. As a result, under the joint suppression of the Church of All Beings, the cultivators, who had rejected kindness like Jin Guangxiu, were forced to exchange resources for peace. Regret was too late. Sure enough, in this chaotic world, the Church of All Beings was not as naive as when they had just suppressed Immortal City. The merciful Bodhisattva also had withdraw means. However, when they arrived at the Zhou family mansion, they hadn't had a chance to meet Jin Guangxiu when suddenly a sound of footsteps sounded. Each step seemed to be stepping on their heartbeat, making them extremely uncomfortable, and their faces changed involuntarily. This was none other than Huang Yufan. Deist friends, my master said it's best for you not to disturb this place. He also asked me to give something to your leader. When he sees it, he will naturally understand what's going on. It can be considered a settlement of cause and effect, and we won't owe each other anything. The members of the Church of All Beings looked at each other, but their leader, a mere middle nascent soul stage true monarch, thought that dealing with Jin Guangxiu would be easy. Now, facing Huang Yufan, they were powerless and couldn't help but feel fearful in their hearts. Retreat. After some thought, the leader of the Church of All Beings ultimately chose to be cautious. He took a scroll from Huang Yufan's hand and left the Zhou family mansion. Huang Yufan watched them leave without meeting Jin Guangxiu, then turned and left. Zhou family master inside the mansion finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still somewhat puzzled. However, when he turned his head and saw Jin Guangxiu's indifferent expression, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Senior Jin was indeed the pillar of my Zhou family, so he was already prepared. On the other side. At this moment, Lincoln was sitting with a hidden divinity transformation expert of the Alliance, discussing how to stabilize Immortal City so they could complete their next plan. At that moment, his brows furrowed, and he saw the nascent soul master who had gone to meet Jin Guangxiu today walk in with a scroll in hand. You're saying that his servant asked you to bring this scroll and settle the cause and effect from now on, so we wouldn't bother Jin Guangxiu again? Yes, sir. Lincoln couldn't help but ponder. He didn't remember having any cause and effect with Liang Sheng. He was wary of Liang Sheng in his heart, so for the time being, they had nothing to do with each other. However, the other party said that there was some cause and effect between them. What was going on? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but exchange a look with the divinity transformation spiritualist next to him. The latter also realized that Lincoln seemed worried, so he got up to say goodbye. The nascent soul master who had brought the scroll also left, leaving only Lincoln. Lincoln couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and opened the scroll. The next moment, his face turned pale with fright, and he was involuntarily forced to display his drought visualization divine technique. 1,000 miles of barren land. However, all his mind was filled with something that left him only with terror and no other emotions. He saw a grand solar golden crow staring down from the sky above his sea of consciousness. The drought demon was prostrate on the ground, as if being suppressed by a bloodline. So, this was the so-called cause and effect. Chapter 182, Do Not Offend Senior Liang, the Immortal Dynasty's unrest returns after a century. Night. Church of All Beings. At this moment, Lincoln was dumbfounded, with waves of shock surging in his heart. His successfully cultivated drought visualization divine technique had unexpectedly submitted automatically. It turned out that the cause and effect mentioned before was truly like this: the master of the visualization technique that he had acquired from the nameless cave in the lower city had not died. Lincoln came to an answer instantly because only a technique of the same origin could cause the drought visualization divine technique to do so, and the power of the grand solar golden crow clearly suppressed the drought visualization technique. Moreover, more things were associated with this. In the past, a grand solar golden crow phenomenon had appeared in the upper city, causing chaos in the Immortal City for quite some time. It seemed that the senior had successfully broken free from the cocoon and become a butterfly, with the cultivation level breaking through and improving, thus encountering the present situation. Fortunately, his attitude towards this senior had been good in the past, even though he had refrained from any inappropriate actions due to the strong power of Liang Sheng. In the end, he had not let the situation worsen. If a divinity transformation realm senior could still improve the visualization divine technique, there could only be one explanation: the other party had broken through divinity transformation and achieved the soul emergence great monarch realm. If Liang Sheng knew about Lincoln's thoughts, he could only sigh that the other party was thinking too much. However, in terms of battle strength, his own was indeed not weaker than any soul emergence power. Lincoln was somewhat excited. Even the city master Zhen Yuan might not know that there was such a great might existing in longevity immortal city. But on the other hand, when the church obtained the visualization technique back then, it was probably right under the watchful eye of Liang Sheng. If he had been displeased and caused trouble at that time, Lincoln did not dare to think further. Moreover, all the actions of the Church of All Beings over the years should have been under Liang Sheng's watch as well. Since the church had secretly broken into his cave mansion, they must bear the cause and effect. In this case, both to repay the cause and effect, and to avoid angering the senior, the matter with Jin Guangxiu of the Zhou family should be put to an end. With this thought, Lincoln immediately got up, led the nascent soul master who had just brought the scroll, and personally went to the Zhou family. This time, he did not conceal his whereabouts. It was not too late to make up for the loss at this moment, but he must show the greatest sincerity. Jin Guangxiu felt a thud in his heart when he first heard of Lincoln's visit. However, since there was no sense of crisis in the Zhou family at the moment, he barely managed to calm down. He was most worried that it would cause trouble for the senior. After all, it was the senior who told him not to worry about the Church of All Beings, and Huang Yufan had sent them away earlier. When Jin Guangxiu went out and saw Lincoln, he was about to bow, but Lincoln directly held his hand and was sincere. "Junior Jin, it was the church members of my church who acted rashly before. This time, I came to apologize and clear up the misunderstanding. You must not have any grudges in your heart." Jin Guangxiu was a little stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. It seemed that the senior had taken action, or the Church of All Beings would not be like this. He did not know Lincoln's identity. If he knew that Lincoln was the current leader of the Church of All Beings, he would probably be even more surprised. However, Jin Guangxiu had gained confidence at this point. Of course, he remained extremely respectful on the surface. With the intention of both parties, everything became harmonious and joyful. Not long after, Lincoln bid farewell and left. At this point, all misunderstandings were cleared up. Jin Guangxiu looked at Lincoln leaving and wanted to find Liang Sheng in his heart, but he knew that at this moment, many pairs of eyes were watching him, so he had to suppress the impulse. "Elder Jin." Jin Guangxiu stood and watched Lincoln leave, while the Zhou family master behind him seemed to be hesitant to speak, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, with his bloodline of fortune-attracting ability, it seemed that there would be no more crisis for the Zhou family in a short period of time. Jin Guangxiu glanced at him and said with a smile, "Master, no need to ask too much. Whatever we had before, we'll have in the future, there is no need for any change." "I know, Elder, rest assured." Jin Guangxiu nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking that since the senior had chosen to stay hidden before, he naturally did not need to reveal any information about him, even if the senior instructed him. However, the senior's cultivation level seemed to be higher than he had imagined, or else why would the Church of All Beings be like this? He did not have such face. The surviving members of high-level cultivator families in the Immortal City had all received the order from their ancestors at this moment, no one could provoke the Zhou family. After Lincoln and Jin Guangxiu bid farewell, Lincoln did not go to Liang Sheng. A smart person did not need to say much. Since Liang Sheng chose not to show up, he should not disturb him either. Before, he chose to remain hidden, which showed that he had no intention of helping either the City Lord Mansion or the Church of All Beings. He needed to hurry up and complete the second plan. Thus, there might be a chance of inadequacy, and he could leave with his people immediately. However, there was a thought lurking in his mind. Had everything that the church planned earlier been known to the senior? If not for going to Jin Guangxiu today and accidentally discovering the secret that Liang Sheng was the master of the drought visualization technique, it might have been kept forever. So, this person was truly a hidden world expert. While they were in the open, he was in the dark. Could the actions of the Church of All Beings really be kept from him? Moreover, based on his cultivation level, if he wanted to be the lord of an immortal city, the immortal dynasty would gladly agree, and the Dao Lord would emerge. Thankfully, he had no ill intentions towards the Church of All Beings. However, according to the predictions of the Grand Solar Golden Crow technique, the senior should be cultivating the great Dao of fire. Facing the dog thief Zhen Yuan, what was his winning chance? But Lincoln shook his head soon, suppressing this thought. The tenet of the Church of All Beings was that everyone should rely on themselves, like dragons. How could he rely on others at this moment? Unless the other party was willing to walk with the Church of All Beings, but based on what had happened previously, they only wanted to keep their distance and not interfere with each other. What a pity! Lincoln left, but regardless of whether Lincoln had found Liang Sheng, the smart people in the Immortal City could guess the situation, but they kept it secret, spreading only among the upper echelon cultivators. As for the Zhou family, they still closed their doors for today and did not show any changes. At this time, Liang Sheng also had more appreciation for Lincoln. The other party was more sensible and understanding of the situation than he had imagined. As for his use of the Grand Solar Golden Crow to suppress the thousands miles of drought and warn Lincoln, whether it would have a cause and effect with his true master, Liang Sheng was not worried. What he said about cause and effect only referred to secretly protecting the Church of All Beings in the past. Lincoln was just overthinking it, it was his problem, what did it have to do with Liang Sheng? At this time, Liang Sheng was lying leisurely on a lounge chair, his internal techniques still circulating in Zhou Tian. At this moment, the heavenly and earthly aura was sealed, and with the resources he had obtained from the City Lord Mansion, he could sustain himself for 10,000 years without any problem. For him, cultivating was just a matter of practice makes perfect, and the persistence of dripping water drilling through stones. The Immortal City calmed down. Under the Church of All Beings' previous iron-blooded measures and swift actions, all hostile forces were eradicated without any mercy. Only allies were left, which made the Church of All Beings' backup plans run smoothly, and 100 years passed again under these circumstances. Kaiwan Child was still maintaining the big array outside the Immortal City, determined to wipe out the rogue cultivators of the Church of All Beings in the Immortal City. If it weren't for the concern of affecting Zhen Yuanzi and the Immortal Dynasty's luck, he would already have taken full action to exterminate the renegade Church of All Beings. The Seeking Truth lineage was in chaos, rejected by heaven and earth, and rightly deserved to die. At this moment, it was junior brother Zhen Yuan who was suffering. But just then, the qi inside the Immortal City fluctuated. Before Kaiwan Child could understand what was going on, it returned to calm. He couldn't help but be a little startled. What had happened inside the Immortal City? In the next moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, which then returned to calm once again. Considering City Master Zhen Yuan, he could only watch for changes, but regardless of City Master Zhen Yuan's final outcome, at that time, the Church of All Beings would undoubtedly die. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Capital City's Soul Song. Ling Xiaozi suddenly opened his eyes and looked somewhat helpless outside the great hall. He saw an elderly man in a Taoist robe, white eyebrows and beard, with a cultivator's demeanor, and a middle-aged cultivator with a faint smile, transmitting messages. Daoist friend Ling Xiaozi, my disciple Feng Yuan has left closed-door cultivation today. I have brought him especially to visit you. Please show yourself. Ling Xiaozi felt helpless. This old fart seemed to want to show off in front of him again. He didn't want to see him at all. For them, cultivators with such great might and long lifespans, they valued face. In the face of the slightly provocative behavior of the other party, they could not actually make a move, lest they lost their own dignity. He pretended to be in closed-door cultivation, ignoring the elderly man outside. However, the other party did not leave, insisting on seeing him. This old fart! At this time, Ling Xiaozi had already sensed that people in the capital city had turned their attention here. Out of helplessness and to avoid further embarrassment, he could only invite the visitors inside. After the two entered, the old man directly sat on a cushion opposite Ling Xiaozi with a smile on his face. However, he looked to the left and the right but didn't see Kaiwan Child, so he asked with slight surprise. Where's little friend Kaiwan? Didn't he come out of the spiritual vein a few hundred years ago? Did he gain something from the spiritual vein that he had to go into closed-door cultivation? It seems that Daoist friend Ling Xiaozi teaches well. Look at my bad disciple, wasting his years in the spiritual vein, only making a little progress in cultivation and gaining nothing else, not even needing closed-door cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaozi made no move, as the old man in front of him, Chen Yangzi, had such a character, always liking to ridicule. But the other party could live until now, naturally had his means, and the other party was his old rival. They found it hard to suppress him in the competition between their disciples. How could they miss this opportunity? Ling Ziazi shook his head. Deist friend Qinyangzi is joking. How could my disciple enter closed-door cultivation without gaining anything from the spiritual vein? He is not like your beloved disciple, who has already reached the middle stage of soul emergence and can expect great things from the Dao. As for my disciple Kaiwan, he is not in soul song. The two brothers, him and my bad disciple Zhen Yuan, value friendship the most. He is a little worried because Zhen Yuan is facing his fate calamity, so he has gone to Longevity Immortal City to deal with some matters and hasn't returned yet. So that's how it is. Seeing the words fate calamity, Qinyangzi's expression moved, and he secretly deduced the matter. When he knew almost everything about the situation of Longevity Immortal City being sealed, his eyes narrowed. The qi was mixed, and Zhen Yuan's qi was intermingled with the Immortal City's qi, flickering and uncertain, apparently still in the midst of the fate calamity. As for Kaiwan Child, who was currently maintaining the sealing array, he also found clues under Qinyangzi's deductions of heavenly secrets. The Seeking Truth lineage, the Church of All Beings. Although he didn't know what had happened specifically in the Longevity Immortal City, when he thought of his disciple Feng Yuan, he suddenly had a bright idea. Power of Human Tribulation, Sealing Array, connecting Jinai Yuan's fate calamity, Immortal City, and the spiritual vein, and the addition of the sealing array maintained by Kaiwan Child. If Ling Ziazi was willing to help, perhaps this would be the chance for his disciple? Thinking of this, he no longer mocked Ling Ziazi, and in a rare serious manner, spoke in a steady voice. Since Deist friend Kaiwan is not present, my disciple has been cultivating in the spiritual vein for many years without leaving Linga. Why not let him accompany Kaiwan? Ling Ziazi didn't speak, but he already had some guesses in his heart. Seeing this, Qinyangzi decided to get straight to the point. Deist friend Ling Ziazi, Kaiwan, after all, is one of the few among the younger generation who has survived a fate calamity. Although my disciple has made rapid progress in his cultivation, his fate calamity has not arrived yet. Since it is a coincidence, let Feng Yuan witness Zhen Yuan's human tribulation. Perhaps after this, he will gain some experience and increase his chances of surviving the fate calamity. Upon hearing Qinyangzi's straightforward words, Ling Ziazi naturally couldn't refuse. Qinyangzi's disciple, Feng Yuan, was a gifted child. At this moment, he had already reached the intermediate level of the soul emergence stage. However, his life calamity had not yet arrived. Moreover, since he had spent so much time at the spiritual vein, he was likely to make another breakthrough soon. However, the higher his cultivation level, the riskier his fate calamity will be. Although Kaiwan's fortune in the great competition of spiritual veins was far inferior to Feng Yuan's, when it comes to real luck, Kaiwan's is deeper. This was because he had inadvertently survived the fate calamity, thus giving him the opportunity to cultivate further and widen the road to immortality. It was for this reason that Qinyangzi's attitude had changed, no longer being aggressive. With this thought in mind, Ling Ziazi finally felt that he had the upper hand over Qinyangzi, and since this had no bearing on the Longevity Immortal City, naturally, he wouldn't refuse it. Deist friend's words make sense, let the younger generation gather together. Saying this, he turned to Feng Yuan and said, Feng Yuan, if you meet my unworthy disciple, tell him to focus on cultivating, as his progress is far behind yours. Senior brother Ling Ziazi is joking. Kaiwan is my role model. Although I was fortunate to obtain the blessing of the spiritual vein, I have not yet passed the fate calamity, so it is still an illusion in the end. Upon hearing this, Ling Ziazi became even more delighted. All right, you don't need to flatter. With your talent, the fate calamity might not even be a big deal for you. Since there's no better day than today, Feng Yuan, set off now to find Kaiwan. I'll catch up with your master. Feng Yuan glanced at Qinyangzi and then took his leave. Yes. After Feng Yuan left, Ling Ziazi and Qinyangzi shared a tacit look. Deist friend Ling Ziazi, please inform Kaiwan and arrange for my disciple to hitch a ride. Are you sure about this? No one can predict what will happen next. Aren't you waiting for it? Do you really want to borrow my disciple Zhen Yuan's tribulation power? Qinyangzi nodded, and Ling Ziazi didn't linger on the matter any longer. Since the other party didn't care, and his own disciple Zhen Yuan could benefit from it, why refuse? Qinyangzi also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. The higher Feng Yuan's cultivation level was, the later his fate calamity would come. The more he worried, the higher the cultivation level would be, the harder it would be to survive the fate calamity. Talented cultivators would inevitably be envied by heaven and earth. So in this respect, Kaiwan was lucky. However, gains came with losses, because he unintentionally survived the fate calamity, ultimately losing chances for hardships from heaven and earth. Therefore, he had fewer opportunities in the future. Just like this time, during the competition of the spiritual vein spirit tide, Kaiwan was eliminated early, unlike Feng Yuan, who only came out at this moment. Of course, in the end, cultivators had hope as long as they were alive. So, who had deeper fortune between the two of them could not be determined at this moment, and Qinyangzi sensed Feng Yuan had left the territory of Linga, expressing his gratitude once again. Deist friend Ling Xiazi, this time it's really troublesome for you. No matter what the outcome, I will compensate. Seeing Qinyangzi bow his head, Ling Xiazi couldn't be more delighted. This old fart had never been like this before, which was simply a pleasure to behold. Deist friend Qinyangzi, there's no need to worry. Maybe when Feng Yuan meets up with my disciple, they'll both soar to greater heights. Hopefully, that's the case. Qinyangzi didn't respond but looked in the direction of the longevity immortal city. Under his calculations, with the heavenly secrets, he could only see chaos and nothing else. It seemed that his disciple's fate calamity would indeed be triggered in the longevity immortal city. What happened next would depend on him. Thinking of this, Qinyangzi's eyes were filled with a deep, dark gaze, while Ling Xiazi simply took a sip of his tea. Zhen Yuan was truly fortunate, but who knew if he could survive the fate calamity? If he could survive the fate calamity, the destruction of longevity immortal city would not matter. Unfortunately, the heavenly secrets were still unclear. Chapter 183, The Last Dance of the Church of All Beings, Liang Sheng plucks chestnuts from the fire. Outside the immortal city, Kaiwanzi faintly sensed that there was something unusual about the qi inside the immortal city. However, this anomaly only flashed by and disappeared in an instant, not giving him enough time to investigate. As a result, he could only temporarily give up and observe the changes. At the same time, Liang Sheng was staring intently at the secret base of the Church of All Beings. He saw that the Church of All Beings eventually chose to build an extremely large formation, which had such a bizarre aura that even Liang Sheng couldn't fully comprehend. However, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and under his seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he felt very strange, as if he couldn't be sure about good or bad fortune at this moment. This inevitably made him hesitate. As for the next step, he finally decided to be immovable like a mountain and observe the changes. It was a pity that the teleportation array he had left at the Yaoxiang Pavilion earlier couldn't be used now because the immortal city was sealed off by Kaiwan's heaven and earth ban. If he really wanted to use it, he would have to break the seal of the longevity immortal city first. Regardless, Liang Sheng still had a relatively high level of confidence in escaping unscathed. Nevertheless, he hoped that the situation wouldn't be too bad under the Church of All Beings' final means. At this moment, Lincoln's actions made Liang Sheng feel somewhat uncertain. Did the Church of All Beings really not care about their own lives? How could cultivators with such long lifespans be so selfless and unafraid of death? The only explanation was that these people were mad. Completely and utterly mad. At this moment, as Liang Sheng watched Lincoln complete the final hand seal and all the array flags were done, he couldn't help but be cautious. After the successful refining of the array flags, Liang Sheng felt a very familiar qi. Why would the Church of All Beings choose this? However, if it was really as he thought, Kaiwanzi from outside the domain might indeed consider disregarding Jinai Yuan's life and death and exterminating the Church of All Beings. Otherwise, if the Church of All Beings succeeded in their madness, things wouldn't end that well. He might end up regretting it. Regardless of what the Church of All Beings and Kaiwanzi do, all he had to do was ensure his own safety first before dealing with anything else. It's just a pity that during the 100 years that have passed, although Liang Sheng's cultivation has been steadily progressing, it would still take a long time to advance to the late-stage divinity transformation. However, he probably doesn't have much time left now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky beyond and sigh. Fortunately, under his seeking fortune and avoiding evil, there were no signs of major disaster, so he would wait and see what happens next, hoping that everything goes smoothly. At this moment, outside the longevity immortal city, Feng Yuan had already arrived. When Kaiwanzi saw Feng Yuan, his expression was somewhat complicated. At this point, he had already received the communication from his master Ling Xiaozi, knowing that Feng Yuan's arrival here had a special mission, even if Feng Yuan himself may not be aware of it. However, when the spiritual title arrived, he couldn't hold on for long and was directly kicked out of the spiritual vein, while Feng Yuan could stay inside for hundreds of years until now. He must have gained a lot, and perhaps in some time, he would be able to smoothly break through to the late-stage soul emergence. It was even possible that the other party was deliberately not making a breakthrough because they hadn't passed their fate calamity yet. Thinking of this, Kaiwen's mood slightly improved. If one doesn't pass the fate calamity, the higher one's cultivation, the more miserable the death. This balance made him feel better, and he no longer thought about it, restraining his personal emotions with a sincere smile on his face. As for what he was going to do next, Ling Xiaozi had already given clear instructions. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, long time no see. Senior brother Kaiwen, long time no see. The two greeted each other with great politeness. In fact, their ancestors belonged to the same lineage, but after so many years, their paths have diverged, yet their feelings remained. Just look at how Ling Xiaozi and Chen Yangzi seemed to be at odds with each other, seeing each other as eyesores, but this was also due to their deep bond. As disciples, Kaiwenzi and Feng Yuan could see clearly that instead of saying that they couldn't stand each other, it was more like a naughty old child's mischief. It was nothing more than a mutual grudge over their respective old grievances. Otherwise, with their cultivation and status, if there were deep hatred and enmity, it wouldn't be as simple as bickering now. After saying hello to each other, there was a moment of silence, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Feng Yuan looked at the current sealing situation of the longevity immortal city at this time and couldn't help but frown. Why did it come to this? He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this the human tribulation of cultivators? Is the easiest fate calamity, the human tribulation, really so tricky? Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Kaiwenzi thought about it and decided to comfort him. After all, fate calamity was an unavoidable hurdle for cultivators. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, you don't have to worry too much. In fact, before junior brother Zhen Yuan's human tribulation, the aura was not so terrifying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so sure to leave back then. It's just that I don't know what sort of methods the rebellious Church of All Beings has used to cause this situation. I had to ask my master for help and seal the longevity immortal city. However, this can actually be understood since the Church of All Beings rebel lineage originates from the Seeking Truth rebel lineage that was rejected by heaven and earth. It is quite excusable to be able to do so. Seeking Truth rebel lineage. Feng Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. Then he looked down at the longevity immortal city and suddenly realized something in his heart. So that's how it was. The topic was thus opened, and the two were less embarrassed when they first met, and the conversation naturally continued. Senior brother Kaiwen, Ling Xiaozi must have told you that my master asked me to learn from you during this visit. I wonder what I should do next. Kaiwen child felt that the timing still wasn't right, so he asked Feng Yuan to wait a bit longer. Having cultivated for so long, Feng Yuan naturally understood the principle of not being pushy, so he sat to one side and waited for the right moment. Feng Yuan, your master didn't just send you to watch how I handle the chaos in the longevity immortal city, but to find an opportunity to help you cross the fate calamity. The longevity immortal city. The Church of All Beings base. At this moment, the majority of high-level cultivators who chose to cooperate with the Church of All Beings were gathered there, for the opportunity they awaited for 100 years had finally arrived, as conveyed by Lincoln's message. Lincoln sat at the head of the table, his face grave. Daoist friends, the immortal cities heaven and earth are under ban, causing the interruption of spiritual energy. Now, thanks to everyone's selfless support, our preliminary plan has finally been completed. No one was paying attention to what Lincoln was saying at the moment. Instead, they were all looking intently at the several hundred array flags in front of Lincoln. The aura each emitted was mystic and compelling, causing even these skilled cultivators to feel a hint of fear. They were all somewhat excited at heart, but as high-level cultivators, they knew the time wasn't right yet, so they suppressed their inner excitement. They had chosen to cooperate with Lincoln before because the Church of All Beings assured them they could restore the spiritual energy, allowing them to go back to their cultivation status. Of course, the steps ahead were still risky, but compared to the potential to restore their cultivation, they were willing to gamble. Daoist Lincoln, since the array flags for the big array are ready, what exactly is this second plan you speak of? You and us swore a heavenly Dao oath that we would share the same fate. So, tell us directly what we have to do next. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They had been cultivating for so long and had this insight: if there wasn't something that the Church of All Beings needed them to do, they wouldn't have gathered them all together at this time. Most of the remaining neutral high-level cultivators in the city are now here, except for the occasional non-cooperative ones, like the mysterious Liang Sheng. Everyone, indeed, I have come to ask a favor of you. There used to be rumors in the Immortal City that the Zhen Yuan dog thief disappeared because of a plan by our Church of All Beings. Now, I can tell you that these rumors are true, and the Longevity Immortal City is now under ban. The East Victory Immortal Dynasty has not yet reacted much to date, because the Zhen Yuan dog thief is still alive. And because they are taking into account the life and death of the Zhen Yuan dog thief, they're in this present dilemma. But thinking about it now, it was our Church of All Beings who failed to consider all aspects, leading to today's ban on the heaven and earth in the Immortal City. Since it was our Church of All Beings who made the mistake, we will definitely not shirk our responsibility. Just like I promised everyone before, I will enable you to have an environment with spiritual energy again. Now it's time for our Church of All Beings to deliver on our promise. And this time, I hope that everyone here will collaborate with us to activate the big array. After we accomplish this, the Immortal City will certainly regain its spiritual energy. For this plan, we've paid a heavy price over the past many years, eliminating all the residual forces of the City Lord Mansion. Each of you was originally a neutral cultivator, and I am very fortunate to have had the opportunity to work with you. I can swear now on the Heavenly Dao that once we succeed, each of you will regain your cultivation status. Moreover, the conditions that we previously discussed with everyone will remain unchanged. After the spiritual energy is restored, you will receive 100-fold return on your contributions. If I break this oath, may my spirit be destroyed. Now I hope everyone will set aside past differences and help our Church of All Beings. Upon hearing this, everyone felt their blood boiling. Over the past 100 years, they had almost brought out all their family's resources, because they believed in the Church of All Beings and were willing to gamble. They also swore the Heavenly Dao oath, pledging to share the same fate from this point forward. Anyway, there was no longer any spiritual energy in the Immortal City. At most, they could only last a few hundred more years, and in the end they would still face destruction. So, they might as well gamble. Good, we all trust you, Deist Lincoln. So, what exactly do we have to do for the next part of the plan? They asked. At this moment, Lincoln didn't reply directly. Everyone, please be patient. This still needs a little more time. These are the hand seals that each of you needs to master for your arrays. Everyone should rest and recover first. Believe in me, believe in our Church of All Beings. We won't keep you waiting for too long. Having already waited for 100 years, they naturally wouldn't mind waiting a bit longer. So, under Lincoln's pacification, all of them started to practice the hand seals for their respective arrays and restore their optimal states. Seeing this, Lincoln felt relieved. He left and entered the secret chamber, where he secretly invoiced the several late-stage nascent soul true monarchs in the church. Everyone, this is the sect order of our Church of All Beings. You bear the most important mission on your shoulders. You need to lead a group of elite disciples and retreat to the predetermined location at the edge of the Immortal City. We do not know the outcome of this plan. You all are the Church of All Beings' last seeds. Unless the best possible outcome occurs, do not show yourselves at any cost. We can only hope that this plan runs smoothly, but no matter what, your role in this is pivotal. I'm sorry you have to shoulder such a burden. Leader Lincoln, don't worry. No matter what happens in the end, we believe that the victory will be ours. Also, don't worry. As long as we are here, the Church of All Beings will continue to exist. We pledge to protect it until our last breath. Go on then. The several late-stage nascent soul true monarchs nodded, then went to the secret passage where there were already several hundred elite disciples of the Church of All Beings. This was the final hope of the Church of All Beings in case anything went wrong with their plan. Feeling their departure, Lincoln calmed his mind down, took a long breath, and then, without any hesitation, went to the ruins of the City Lord Mansion and brought out the mountain stone from the backyard. When everything was in place, and the neutral high-level cultivators had mastered their hand seals, they brought along the Church of All Beings high-level cultivators and neutral cultivators to a place not far from Liang Sheng's residence. After that, Lincoln began leading people with array flags to set up a big array centered around this location, spanning 100 miles around. Lincoln's heart was slightly stirred. No matter the outcome of this plan, whether it was successful or failed, the Church of All Beings would have no formidable cultivators left except for the previously reserved seed. At this moment, Liang Sheng had naturally taken everything into his sight, but he was not in a hurry. Although his seeking fortune and avoiding evil strategy indicated some slight danger, in the end, it might be a sign of great fortune. With this assurance, he was very calm. However, before the big battle, in case of any accidents, he secretly met with Jin Guangxiu and his group, asking them to take the Zhou family members away immediately. As for the destination of their relocation, Liang Sheng also made arrangements. It was not far from where the Church of All Beings seeds were secretly hidden. Liang Sheng even provided cover, so nobody noticed the low-key relocation of the Zhou family 100 miles away. Afterwards, Liang Sheng stayed at his residence with Huang Yufan, calmly watching Lincoln's actions. At this moment, there were still some things he couldn't figure out in his heart. He couldn't understand what the Church of All Beings was going to do next, but the anticipation of great fortune made him somewhat excited, especially when he saw the mountain stone Lincoln brought, which trapped Zhen Yuan and connected to the spiritual vein branch vein. Thinking of the special aura he had sensed from Lincoln's array before, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Once everything was ready, Lincoln didn't hesitate at all. He even specially distributed top-grade spirit stones to all the high-level cultivators so they could confidently control an array flag each. All the church members with nascent soul cultivation level and above, as well as the neutral cultivators who had taken the Heavenly Dao oath, felt reassured. Would the Church of All Beings let all their high-level cultivators die? How could that be possible? When all the preparations were completed, Lincoln stood at the center and confirmed that there were no issues, and without any hesitation, he activated the array flags with his hand seals. At the same time, everyone else began pouring their spiritual power into their respective array flags, and in an instant, a giant light curtain centered around Lincoln appeared. Liang Sheng couldn't help but squint at this moment, as he found himself subtly locked onto by Lincoln, who was still worried about him. However, they had chosen the wrong person to worry about. Liang Sheng didn't feel any danger, but his eyes lit up when he saw the mountain stone in Lincoln's hands. At this moment, the immortal city was filled with fluctuating auras, and the aura from the spiritual vein branch vein within the mountain stone was leaking out. Kai Yuanzi from outer space couldn't help but change his expression. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so suddenly. Remembering Ling Xiaozi's instructions, he had no hesitation and immediately spoke up. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, the opportunity has come, you can take advantage and enter the immortal city now. As he spoke, Kai Yuanzi controlled the sealing array to create an opening for Feng Yuan, who quickly entered without hesitation. At this moment, Lincoln, who was controlling the array, changed his expression and looked towards outer space, not expecting the other party to be so decisive. However, he wasn't overly nervous. If that was the case, everyone, just come in. They were here to die anyway, and they had been prepared to make sacrifices. If one more high-level cultivator could be buried with them, he would be more than happy. With that thought, Lincoln moved his hand seals, and the next moment, the array flag in his hand changed aura, and the light curtain surged once more. Feng Yuan, who had just entered Longevity Immortal City, hadn't even had time to react before being enveloped by the array light curtain, while Liang Sheng, who had been previously covered by the light curtain and had the foreboding feelings from his seeking fortune and avoiding evil strategy, saw a few vague scenes in heaven's secret calculation. His eyes couldn't help but flash a brilliant light. If this was the case, then he would snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Chapter 184, Liang Sheng only sought the spiritual vein opportunities, but accidentally killed Zhen Yuan with just one punch. Longevity Immortal City. As Lincoln began to activate the big array, the aura between heaven and earth in the immortal city immediately surged, and everyone, regardless of their cultivation level, felt an extremely oppressive breath descending from the sky. At this moment, those who were launching the big array with Lincoln also felt an increasing suction force in the array flags they were holding. Their mana within their bodies, like a floodgate opening, was crazily pouring into the array flags, causing their hearts to be suddenly shocked. However, they had been warned by Lincoln before that activating the big array would require a massive amount of energy, which was why they needed top-grade spirit stones to support them in lasting a little longer. So, they thought that it was normal for a big array related to the recovery of the cultivation environment's spiritual energy to have such might, and they forced themselves to endure the anxiety, continuing to input their mana into the array flags, hoping that the big array could successfully form. At least for now, they still had the supply of top-grade spirit stones, but looking around, it was clearly visible that those church members belonging to the Church of All Beings sect could only grit their teeth and persist relying solely on their own cultivation level. As their own side had already been given preferential treatment and they were now tied to the same rope as the Church of All Beings, they could only be careful and keep sending mana into the array flags. Not far from the center of the array, Liang Sheng sensed that Jin Quanfeng had followed his instructions, taking the Zhou family members away to safety, so he hesitated no more and directly put Huang Yufan into his storage ring. No matter how one looked at it, Huang Yufan was essentially already dead, having turned into a puppet. In the current situation, he couldn't help but might even hold them back, so it was safest to put him away. As Lincoln and the others spared no cost in accelerating the array's formation, the atmosphere in the Immortal City became even stranger. Those high-level cultivators cooperating with the Church of All Beings felt more and more exhausted, as the energy required by the array flags in their hands was too dreadful. Even though they were nascent soul masters and even divinity transformation experts and had top-grade spirit stones to replenish their spiritual power, they were still finding it harder to hold on as time passed. Subconsciously, they wanted to slow down the flow of their mana into the array flags, but by the time they tried to do so, they realized they couldn't stop at all, and their faces changed drastically. Terrible. However, by the time they realized this problem, it was already too late. The array was now gradually taking shape, and they found themselves completely absorbed by the array flags, unable to break free. Lincoln. Someone immediately called out, hoping that Lincoln could control the big array and help them break free from the array flags. At this point, they still thought that the problem was due to the array's might being too great and Lincoln making a minor mistake in operating it. After all, Lincoln had sworn an heavenly Dao oath previously, and since not only they but also many members of the Church of All Beings holding the array flags were affected, they were not too worried. However, after hearing their cries, Lincoln remained unmoved, only giving them a cold glance before continuing to calmly perform the hand seals and secret techniques for the array. Realizing that something was wrong, the cultivators began to panic as their mana was depleted. At this point, they finally understood that they had been completely fooled by Lincoln and the Church of All Beings. Lincoln, you had sworn by the heavenly Dao before. How dare you do this? Trying to remind Lincoln of the heavenly Dao oath, someone called out. However, Lincoln remained focused on setting up the big array, completely ignoring the plea. Understanding the true situation, a cultivator shouted in alarm, realizing that they had been ensnared in Lincoln's treacherous plot. They had only paid attention to the fact he had sworn with his life, and not taken it seriously. This is the Church of All Beings we're talking about. These madmen never cared about their own lives, so it's likely that they've been plotting against us from the very start. So ruthless? Hearing those words, all the cooperating cultivators couldn't help but look at the Church of All Beings high-level practitioners who were also controlling the array flags. They saw those practitioners had already become emaciated, resembling dried corpses. This was a clear sign that all their blood and essence had been completely drained, yet they still wore smiles on their faces. Crazy. They were all insane in the Church of All Beings. How could they have been so foolish to cooperate with them? However, it was now too late for them. As the big array gradually took shape, they couldn't break free from the suction of the array flags, no matter how hard they tried, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Lincoln, you despicable villain, may you die a terrible death. I curse your Church of All Beings to be eternally condemned, completely suppressed by the immortal dynasties, never to reincarnate for eternity. At this moment, the curses that the cultivators uttered were more venomous than the last, but their voices also grew weaker and weaker. As they were gradually drained by the array flags, Lincoln sensed that the big array was about to solidify, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. As for the cultivators holding array flags, whether they were the cooperating cultivators or the Church of All Beings practitioners, very few were still alive. Nevertheless, Lincoln didn't have much emotional turmoil in his heart because all the sacrifices they made were meaningful. Originally, this was the backup plan arranged by Su Jintian of the Church of All Beings sect secretly after dealing with Zhen Yuan. If the Immortal City fell into turmoil, they would seize the chance to force the East Victory Immortal Dynasty into the most difficult position, leaving them no choice but to marginalize the Immortal City, allowing it to silently wait for an opportunity to rise again. Of course, after implementing this supplementary plan, besides the high-level cultivators of the Church of All Beings, there can't be any other great powers in the Immortal City. This time Lincoln chose to set up a big array in this location to target Liang Sheng, who he couldn't see through, after the successful assembly of the array. At this moment, he had already taken control of the city's field of view through the array, and naturally, he could see Liang Sheng, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised involuntarily. My apologies to the nameless predecessor. Previously, the 1,000 miles of barren land visualization divine method was of great help to the strength of the Church of All Beings, but now, for the sake of peace in the Immortal City for the next 10 million years, all high-level cultivators in the city must die, including the master of the drought visualization divine method. As long as the higher beings are gone, the situation where everyone becomes like a dragon will become easier to achieve. Longevity Immortal City doesn't allow the existence of a powerful cultivator like Liang Sheng. The Immortal City had already been sealed off by Kai Yuan's heaven-defying methods, but at this moment, as Lincoln set up the array, a unique aura appeared. Liang Sheng squinted his eyes, feeling a familiar sensation, which was extremely similar to the mysterious aura produced by the practice of primordial mysterious technique within his body. Wilderness. Before Liang Sheng could figure out what was going on, he saw Lincoln use the City Lord Mansion Mountain Stone, which was connected with the mustard seed Sumi technique, as a node, allowing the eerie wilderness-like aura of the array to gradually merge into it. As for the aura that spread out afterward, Liang Sheng couldn't understand it even more, as it was the spiritual vein aura he had felt when he entered the Immortal Dynasty sub-vein before. So, the desolate aura, the spiritual vein aura, plus the mysterious aura condensed by Su Jintian's heaven-defying methods to seal Zhen Yuan's tribulation, were actually entangled together, causing some dissonant nodes to appear in the space of the Immortal City. Liang Sheng finally understood why Lincoln was so confident that the Immortal City could restore its spiritual environment, and he didn't have to worry about the East Victory Immortal Dynasty's revenge. It turns out that he kidnapped the spiritual veins of the Immortal Dynasty together. Good means. It's just that too many people died. At this moment, except for a few high-level cultivators who were left behind to preserve the seed of the Church of All Beings, almost everyone else died. But this was also a good thing for Liang Sheng. No wonder whether it was under the auspices of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, or in its extreme form, it was like this. His safety was completely guaranteed. By the time the Immortal City was completely enveloped in chaotic aura, Lincoln also looked directly at Liang Sheng. At this moment, within the Longevity Immortal City, there was no room for out-of-body great powers who were not under control. If it had been just Lincoln's array, it would not have affected the out-of-body great powers. But who would have thought that this array was actually mixed with Su Jintian's previous sealing techniques and Zhen Yuan City Lord's tribulation as a medium, and the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins were the odd point, causing the yin and yang to converge, so even the out-of-body great powers might not be able to escape. However, if it weren't for such means, how could Lincoln of the Church of All Beings dare to say that there would still be a clear cultivation environment in the Immortal City? By the time Liang Sheng felt the suction force, he instinctively wanted to break free, but feeling the aura of the spiritual vein and the spiritual tide, combined with the auspicious ability to avoid evil, he immediately resisted the impulse and no longer resisted, letting it happen naturally and being absorbed into the mustard seed Sumi mountain stone. Seeing this, Lincoln couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and then immediately strike while the iron was hot, using the mountain stone as the yin-yang convergence point to start resisting Kai Yuan's sealing array from outer space. Do you dare to take the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins as a bet? Kai Yuanzi naturally didn't dare, so the sealing array that he had set up with the help of Ling Xiaozi immediately showed loopholes. However, this also allowed Feng Yuan to enter the Immortal City. Feng Yuan, having heard Kai Yuanzi's reminder, didn't hesitate and directly entered Longevity Immortal City in an instant. Although Feng Yuan didn't know what would happen next, his master had instructed him to come here and listen to Kai Yuanzi's orders. But after Feng Yuan entered the Immortal City, Kai Yuanzi's face changed, and he didn't know how to deal with the current situation in Longevity Immortal City. Damn Church of All Beings, they really had a connection with the Seeking Truth lineage. The fact that the desolate aura had tainted the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins made him feel like he was between a rock and a hard place. This was no longer just a matter of Jinai Yuan's tribulation. Compared to the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins, everything else was trivial. The immortal dynasty's spiritual veins must not be chaotic. This was the most fundamental requirement of the immortal dynasty. Moreover, looking at the chaotic aura in the immortal city now, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. The Church of All Beings plan might not stop at this, and indeed, Lincoln was also caught off guard by what happened at this moment. It turns out that Feng Yuan suddenly appeared from outer space, catching Lincoln off guard. Fortunately, Lincoln had always been focused and the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins were still connected to the outside world, so he absorbed Feng Yuan into the mountain stone in an instant. However, now that things had reached this point, Lincoln no longer hesitated and rushed to continue his plan to restore the spiritual qi in the immortal city in case of any accidents. Burst! In an instant, all the array flags arranged by the Church of All Beings in the Longevity Immortal City simultaneously emitted huge energy fluctuations. Those cultivators who held the battle flags, whether they were practitioners of the Church of All Beings or collaborating high-level cultivators, were completely devoured by the flags. Afterward, with the unique power combined with the mysterious aura of the spiritual vein and spiritual tide, it rushed straight up to the sky. Kai Yuanzi in outer space was startled, and then he hurriedly retreated. However, the ceiling array under his control was shattered at this moment. The first thing that came was the force mixed with the desolate aura and the spiritual tide of the spiritual veins, which directly broke through the ceiling array. Within Longevity Immortal City, before the Immortal City cultivators could react, a gust of wind appeared within the city, and a dense spiritual energy suddenly erupted in every corner. Originally shivering Immortal City cultivators were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of spiritual energy, which left them momentarily stupefied, followed by a chorus of joyous exclamations. Kai Yuanzi from outer space had a dark expression, and at this moment the ceiling array was shattered, but he dared not enter Longevity Immortal City at all. Firstly, entering might expose them to the desolate aura, which would be absolutely unacceptable for Immortal Dynasty cultivators. Secondly, it was because Lincoln was cunning and managed to form a barrier by combining the aura of spiritual vein spirit tide, wilderness, and fate calamity in outer space. In simple terms, Longevity Immortal City had now taken the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein hostage, so how could Kai Yuanzi take action without absolute confidence? However, the cultivators inside the Immortal City were already overjoyed and didn't care much, as long as there was spiritual energy appearing. A terrible disgrace! Kai Yuanzi was filled with grief and indignation, and also worried about Zhen Yuan and Feng Yuan's safety. He didn't hesitate any longer and directly informed Ling Xiaozi in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty capital city of the current situation. After Ling Xiaozi read the communication, he calculated and his face darkened. They really couldn't act recklessly with Longevity Immortal City at the moment. Because doing so now would trigger a disturbance in the Immortal Dynasty's luck, unless they stripped the spiritual vein branch vein, but stripping the spiritual vein was not something that could be done in an instant. Previously, Qinyangzi hadn't left and had been waiting for news from his disciple Feng Yuan, so at this moment Ling Xiaozi didn't hide anything and directly relayed the content of the communication to him. By now, Feng Yuan had already entered Longevity Immortal City, and Qinyangzi couldn't help but look upset. How could they be so unlucky? However, given the current situation, they could only wait and see and wait for the final result. They could only say that the Church of All Beings had calculated well, taking the spiritual veins as a hostage, making them too hesitant to act rashly for the time being. Wait a bit longer and see. Spiritual vein branch vein. Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotions, never expecting that he would have the chance to enter the spiritual vein branch vein again. Glancing at the somewhat familiar scene before him, Liang Sheng didn't linger and looked directly at the spiritual vein. Above it, there was an extra light screen containing City Master Zhen Yuan, who was in a deep sleep and motionless, unaware of what was happening around him. Besides that, there was nothing different from the spiritual vein branch vein before. Of course, the aura on the light screen that confined Zhen Yuan was profound and mysterious. As for Su Jintian, the left and right envoys, they had long vanished, and just at that moment, Liang Sheng's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he directly entered the spiritual vein. Whether or not Zhen Yuan still had his own consciousness at this moment, it was actually no longer important for Liang Sheng, because obtaining the heaven and earth spine was the only goal for Liang Sheng at this moment. Liang Sheng did not pay attention to City Master Zhen Yuan for a simple reason. At this moment, City Master Zhen Yuan was no longer a match for Liang Sheng. If something unexpected happened, he would just directly explode and kill the other party with a single punch, not to mention, there were natural scapegoats outside. As long as he concealed his aura, he would probably end up blaming everything on the Church of All Beings and not have to worry about anything. At this moment, Lincoln had a serious expression on his face because Feng Yuan's sudden appearance had disrupted his plans. It seemed that he needed to quickly draw on the city's earth veins before entering the spiritual vein, ensuring that no other unforeseen events occurred, so the sooner the better. With this in mind, Lincoln sat cross-legged, starting to connect the aura of the earth veins with the big array, and the mountain stone within the mustard seed sumi emanated an obscure and mysterious aura. Inside the mountain stone. As soon as Feng Yuan entered, he saw City Master Zhen Yuan, who had been sealed at a great price by Su Jintian, on top of the spiritual vein, and the looming aura of fate calamity surrounding him. His face changed. At this time, he recalled the look in his master Qinyang's eyes when he left Linga and suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps his master also wanted him to pass the fate calamity as soon as possible. If so, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with determination, and he already had a plan in mind. Of course, the weakest human tribulation would be the best for fate calamity. Chapter 185, Feng Yuan falls into a difficult situation. Liang Sheng accidentally reveals himself and kills Zhen Yuan. Longevity Immortal City. Inside the mountain stone Sumuru mustard seed. Spiritual vein branch vein. This time, Liang Sheng directly sank into the spiritual vein, with an experience almost the same as last time. After operating the primordial mysterious technique, the heaven and earth spine instantly filled his upper, middle, and lower dantian. But this time, he was not kicked out of the spiritual vein because Lincoln in the outside world had activated the heaven-defying array, forcibly connecting the sub-vein of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins with the earth veins of the Immortal City. This also led to the fact that although the spiritual vein branch vein had a reaction at this moment, it was unable to bounce Liang Sheng out. Liang Sheng immediately guessed the approximate reason and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Since this was the case, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could he miss it? One must know that he was not only able to store heaven and earth spine in his upper, middle, and lower dantian. His entire body, whether it be meridians or bone marrow, can store the heaven and earth spine. So he directly sank deeper into the spiritual vein, touching the bottom, and wholeheartedly absorbed the heaven and earth spine. This might be the only opportunity in his life to absorb heaven and earth spine so recklessly. At the same time, Feng Yuan had also entered the spiritual vein branch vein and arrived at the place where Zhen Yuan was sealed. As he watched the means used by Su Jintian to suppress Zhen Yuan with the fate calamity of the city lord of Zhen Yuan City as a medium using the spiritual veins, he was more and more amazed. The person who made the move was so ingenious in his planning that it was breathtaking. Fate calamity. Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel troubled in his heart. Only those who have passed the fate calamity in the soul emergence great ability can be considered as having achieved in cultivation. Only in this way can there be a real chance to seek immortality and ask for guidance, because once the fate calamity has passed, even if a cultivator's lifespan is exhausted, and there is no more breakthrough opportunity, they can still use special means to reincarnate and resume cultivation. They could even spend some special costs, store their cultivation level in this life, and slowly release it in the next life. Of course, how much can be absorbed and transformed in the next life depends on their fortune. Therefore, cultivators who have passed the fate calamity are also called those who have obtained the immortal fate Dao fruit, having another chance on the path of cultivation. That's why Kaiwan Child has been more respected over the years, despite having fewer opportunities than Feng Yuan. Because he had an extra life's opportunity to cultivate compared to Feng Yuan, the difference between a soul emergence great ability going through the fate calamity or not was like heaven and earth. Zhen Yuan was now sealed, and the aura of the tribulation seemed to be surrounding him. Moreover, his cultivation level was only in the initial stage of soul emergence, far inferior to Feng Yuan, but at this moment, Feng Yuan actually felt some envy. Because the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to pass the fate calamity. Previously, after the spiritual vein spirit tide grand competition, if he closed door cultivated, he would definitely be able to break through and step up his cultivation realm. However, he didn't dare, and he was advised by Pure Yang to wait a little longer. Otherwise, once he makes a breakthrough to the late soul emergence stage, it would be life-threatening when passing the fate calamity. If that is the case. Thinking about this, Feng Yuan's gaze became resolute, and he closely stared at the way the spirit element flowed on the array that trapped Zhen Yuan. Now he still had a chance. Generally, those who pass the fate calamity would not seek help from outsiders. First, it is possible that the existence of external forces would make the fate calamity far more dangerous. Second, having someone help would cause them to be contaminated with the tribulation aura, which would harm themselves and not benefit others. That's why people say that fate calamity should not be aided. However, Feng Yuan's current situation was that he wished the sooner his fate calamity arrived, the better. Perhaps Zhen Yuan also hoped that someone would help him escape the danger of sealing. So Feng Yuan concentrated on watching Zhen Yuan, trying to catch the gap in the array and achieve his goal. But as time passed, Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel helpless, because he could not find any flaws in this confinement, and he had no way to start. At this moment, the aura in the spiritual vein branch vein suddenly fluctuated, as if the spiritual vein was seething with anger. What's going on? Before Feng Yuan could react, his eyes immediately lit up. How could he be so lucky? It turned out that Su Jintian's arrangement of such a heaven-defying sealing method was to utilize the spiritual veins, which was supposed to be flawless. However, there was now a thief lurking beneath the spiritual veins, madly stealing heaven and earth spine. Such an incident had never happened since the establishment of the Immortal Dynasty. How could Su Jintian have expected that there would be a freak like Liang Sheng who could devour the heaven and earth spine of the spiritual vein without limit? As a result, under this coincidence, Feng Yuan finally found an opportunity and caught the loophole in Su Jintian's arrangement. Afterward, Feng Yuan didn't waste any time and directly made a move. The moment the gap in the ceiling appeared, he quickly entered the ceiling light curtain where Zhen Yuan was trapped. Feng Yuan completed the body-switching maneuver in less than a breath after entering the seal, and pushed City Lord Zhen Yuan out. And after Zhen Yuan's City Lord was freed from the seal, the whole sealing array, which was originally mediated by his tribulation aura, suddenly backlashed with the change in aura. At this moment, Feng Yuan was the only one left in the sealed space, so all the accumulated auras surged towards him. Feng Yuan saw this, and not only was he not frightened, but rather delighted, as this was Zhen Yuan's previous aura of tribulation. He wasn't sure if his plan had gone smoothly, but he hoped that Zhen Yuan's tribulation aura could provoke his fate calamity. It would be best if it were a human tribulation. Because for the heaven and earth calamities, even he had little confidence. However, he didn't think too long, as the tribulation aura gradually became more intense, his whole person became increasingly hazy, and then he directly fell into a deep sleep. As for Zhen Yuan, who had been thrown out and successfully escaped the seal, as the seal on his body was removed, his consciousness gradually returned. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. But at this moment, his memory was still at the moment when Su Jintian sealed him, so when he opened his eyes, he was furious. So before he could see his own situation clearly, he let out an angry roar directly. Church of all beings, how dare you deceive me? Who would have thought that the most trusted servant by his side would actually be someone from the Church of all beings, and that he would be schemed by them? It was simply a great disgrace. However, is this the human tribulation? City Lord Zhen Yuan could not help but shudder as he thought of this. He knew that Su Jintian had followed him for nearly 10,000 years. He couldn't even see the problem with the other party, which could only be said to be a prearranged arrangement for the human tribulation. At this moment, the tribulation erupted in an instant, and he could not escape it at all. At this time, City Lord Zhen Yuan gradually regained his calm. He recalled that he seemed to have been pushed out by someone earlier. Thinking of this, his eyes changed involuntarily. Someone just intervened in his fate calamity, wouldn't that double it? Didn't the other party fear death? Thinking of this, he looked up at the place where he had been sealed by the light curtain earlier, and immediately found the unconscious Feng Yuan, somewhat surprised. How could it be him? City Lord Zhen Yuan never thought it would be Feng Yuan who saved him, knowing that his master Ling Ziazi and Qinyangzi were not easy to deal with. Why would Feng Yuan do such a crazy thing? Did the other party want to cross the destiny tribulation as soon as possible? What kind of weird preference is this? Zhen Yuan couldn't figure it out, but all he could think of now was to get out of the spiritual vein as soon as possible, see the specific situation of Immortal City, and seek help from Ling Ziazi, discussing how to survive his destiny tribulation at this moment. His tribulation aura hasn't disappeared yet, so he's still worried about what terrifying experiences he might have next. This is the fate calamity. Moreover, Feng Yuan's intervention this time, though it allowed him to break free from the ceiling, the next destiny tribulation would definitely be more dangerous, and naturally, it would be better to be prepared early. But just as he was about to leave the spiritual vein, Lincoln's face changed drastically outside the mountain stone Sumuru mustard seed. Because of the methods Su Jintian had set up, he had already taken control, otherwise how could he possibly connect the spiritual vein with Immortal City and break through Kaiwan Child's sealing method? But now the aura of the sealed Zhen Yuan City Master inside the spiritual vein had changed drastically, and he immediately knew that the method of sealing Zhen Yuan might have encountered an accident. Immediately, he had no time to continue controlling the big array and completely stripped off all the sealing methods arranged by Kaiwan Child, preparing to enter the spiritual vein directly. It was better to deal with the Zhen Yuan dog thief first, who was the most important target for Immortal City to strike it, and moreover, since the foundation of the sealing array set up by Kaiwan Child had been destroyed, the other party would have to consider whether the leakage of the spiritual vein would become more serious if they wanted to re-seal the array. Now that he had opened a gap, he could either let spiritual energy from outer space pour in, or Kaiwan Child could do nothing at all, or sacrifice the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins and supplement Immortal City. Kaiwan Child might not dare to damage the spiritual vein, because only the Immortal Dynasty had the right to dispose of it. With this thought, Lincoln had no more hesitation. Before leaving, he glanced in a certain direction where the seeds of the Church of All Beings still existed. His current duty was to ensure that there were no more higher beings in Immortal City. Zhen Yuan had to die. After that, they saw Lincoln's hand seal change, and the whole person immediately entered the spiritual vein. As soon as he entered the spiritual vein, he immediately came face to face with Zhen Yuan. As the two looked at each other, Lincoln couldn't help but feel annoyed. The Zhen Yuan dog thief had actually woken up, and Liang Sheng, who had been sent in earlier, had disappeared without a trace. As for the Feng Yuan he didn't recognize, he was now unconscious in the ceiling in place of Zhen Yuan City Master. But in an instant, Lincoln had a rough guess about what had just happened. That mysterious out-of-body great power, Liang Sheng, should be dead by now, and the mysterious person in the seal should have saved the Zhen Yuan dog thief at the expense of himself. Things were really bad right now, but fortunately, everything was still under control, because now all he needed to do was to deal with the Zhen Yuan dog thief. So in the nick of time, Lincoln didn't have time to think and directly used the might of the heaven and earth sealing array to kill City Lord Zhen Yuan. This was the best opportunity to get rid of Zhen Yuan. As the saying goes, time is of the essence. The entire realm was instantaneously brought to Zhen Yuan's location with the main array flag. Self-destruction. However, although Zhen Yuan had just woken up, he had already faced this situation several times before. The people from the Church of All Beings were all fucking crazy. So at the first moment of Lincoln's attack, he immediately responded subconsciously, but at the first moment, his face changed drastically, knowing that he might not be able to hold on. Indeed, he was thrown out by the explosion's power, but the subconscious defense just now had bought him some time to save himself. Lincoln used the spiritual veins to hold the entire Immortal City hostage, so he could take down an out-of-body great power with him, but Zhen Yuan was different from other out-of-body great powers. Because he was the Lord of Longevity Immortal City. Although the Church of All Beings had controlled Immortal City for hundreds of years, the true master of Immortal City's destiny was still Zhen Yuan. Earth veins. Spiritual veins. Wilderness. Fate calamity. The major components of Lincoln's arrangement against the heavens were these four. 3/4 of them were related to Zhen Yuan. So at the moment of death and destruction, he had a flash of insight, and with his last breath, he used his great mana to mobilize his Immortal City Lord's destiny and then control the branch of spiritual vein. It was seen that, just like the torrential flood of the Yellow River, the spiritual vein instantly turned into a celestial river, which actually blocked Lincoln's self-destruction power. Luckily, Lincoln was already completely dead after the self-destruction, so he didn't see Zhen Yuan City Master miraculously counteract a large part of the self-destruction power. At this moment, although the City Lord Zhen Yuan was blocking most of the attacks with the spiritual vein, he was still impacted by the remaining power of the self-destruction and fell directly into the spiritual vein. At this time, Zhen Yuan's whole body was bleeding from his orifices, and his appearance was terrifying to the extreme. As for his internal organs and his sea of consciousness, they were all severely damaged. But at least he managed to survive. He even felt that the aura of human tribulation he was experiencing had now mostly vanished. A blessing in disguise. Zhen Yuan City Lord couldn't help but howl and laugh, echoing throughout the entire spiritual vein space. Who could have thought that, by a stroke of luck, he would have survived his greatest crisis? At this time, there wasn't much tribulation aura left on his body. He guessed there might still be remnants of the Church of All Beings left within the immortal city, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down. However, as long as he could recover from his injuries, everything would be fine. But in the next moment, he felt as if someone was choking his throat, and his laughter abruptly stopped. Because a figure appeared before him. Seeing this person, City Lord Zhen Yuan was utterly baffled. How could there be someone else under the sub-vein of longevity immortal city's spiritual veins? What's going on? How come he didn't sense anything? At this moment, Liang Sheng was also feeling helpless, as City Lord Zhen Yuan's sudden plummet into the spiritual vein had placed him right in front of himself. Because this accident happened so suddenly, and Liang Sheng was absorbing the heaven and earth spine just before it, he didn't react in time. At this time, the two stared at each other, and it was City Lord Zhen Yuan who instinctively spoke first. "Who are you? How dare you enter the spiritual vein of my immortal city?" At this moment, an idea flashed across Liang Sheng's mind. He had been coveting Zhen Yuan City Lord's mustard seed mastery, and now wasn't it right in front of him? With this thought, Liang Sheng did not hesitate any longer and immediately took action. Zhen Yuan, who was unable to fight on an equal level as Liang Sheng, was not his opponent. Moreover, since he was already severely injured, City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't even have time to resist before being suppressed by Liang Sheng. In the face of absolute power, no amount of techniques would work, there was no time to react. This was the cruel battle between the greatest cultivators. The strong always prevail. A thought suddenly flashed through the City Lord Zhen Yuan's mind: how could there be such a powerful existence in longevity immortal city? Who on earth was this person? At this moment, the tribulation aura on his body erupted completely. He couldn't help but think that perhaps this was the real human tribulation. After that, his consciousness sank into boundless darkness. After suppressing Zhen Yuan City Lord, Liang Sheng didn't immediately kill him. Instead, he found the location of the primordial spirit body of the soul emergence power, ensuring there were no chances for counterattacks. A soul emergence power indeed had a second primordial spirit body. Thanks to the collection of the City Lord Mansion, Liang Sheng was extremely familiar with it, allowing him to prevent any flaws in his own moves. After thoroughly suppressing City Lord Zhen Yuan, the next steps were familiar to Liang Sheng. Soul Control Technique. Soul Search. Following that, a huge amount of memories rushed into Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness instantly, but his sea of consciousness was vast and boundless. As the memories of City Lord Zhen Yuan flooded in, the stars in the sky of his sea of consciousness shone brilliantly. Liang Sheng barely showed any unusual reactions, and fully absorbed all of Zhen Yuan City Lord's memories. Liang Sheng had long coveted the mustard seed mastery, and now it was finally within his grasp. In Liang Sheng's memory, it felt like ages had passed, but in fact, it was only an instant. The next moment, Liang Sheng regained consciousness. Without any hesitation, his power erupted, and City Lord Zhen Yuan died instantly. No one knew that a soul emergence cultivator would die so miserably. Afterwards, without even glancing at the sealed Feng Yuan, Liang Sheng hid his own aura. In addition, due to Lincoln's self-destruction, Liang Sheng's presence had not been detected at all at this time. After confirming that there were no errors, his figure changed, and he disappeared into the spiritual vein only to appear in the immortal city, then disappeared again without a trace. The heaven and earth spine within him made him feel a little swollen and uncomfortable. So, it was time to go into seclusion for cultivation. It's time for another breakthrough. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Sitting on his cushion, Ling Xiaozi's face suddenly changed. In his hand appeared the life token of City Lord Zhen Yuan. Crack! It broke. Chapter 186, Breakthrough Soul Emergence Realm, 90,000 Lifespans Primordial Divine Power, Law of Cause and Effect. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. The capital city, Linga. At this moment, Ling Xiaozi was silent, even Qinyangzi next to him didn't know how to comfort him. For them, at their level of cultivation, every disciple who can still stay by their side means a lot. Especially those disciples who have reached the soul emergence realm, each one has been with them for at least 10,000 years, so the depth of their connection needs no explanation. At this moment, Qinyangzi was even somewhat relieved. Thankfully his disciple Feng Yuan did not encounter any disaster on his journey. The mood was somewhat tense now. Ling Xiaozi settled his heart after a while, but he could not help but sigh. The fate calamity, even the smallest human tribulation, had led to the fall of Zhen Yuan. The seeking truth lineage of the Church of All Beings now naturally had another act of bloody debt. The seeking truth lineage, which was already rejected by heaven and earth, why does it still appear like a clown from time to time and make people disgusted? They should be dead. But this is related to historical issues. Even Ling Xiaozi was not very clear about the truth of the ancient times, he could only sigh helplessly. Deist friend Ling Xiaozi, calm your anger. Since this has happened, we should discuss how to proceed next. We must not act rashly. After all, the longevity immortal city is connected to the immortal dynasty's luck and spiritual veins, so it's not a good idea to take direct force. At this time, Qinyangzi naturally advised Ling Xiaozi in terms of the overall situation, let alone his disciple is still in immortal city. Speaking bluntly, the one who died now is only city lord Zhen Yuan, which has nothing to do with him, Qinyangzi. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaozi took a deep breath, nodded, indicating that he would not act on impulse. However, when he looked towards the longevity immortal city, his face was still sullen. Qinyangzi felt some apprehension and continued to dissuade him. Deist friend Ling Xiao, no matter what, my disciple Feng Yuan voluntarily entered the tribulation this time. Regardless of the results, he was entrusted with the cause and effect of your Zhen Yuan. I just wonder if the final results of this trip are successful. If my unworthy disciple gains something from it, I will definitely pay a sufficient bargain as compensation and will not disappoint you. Ling Xiaozi shook his head directly at Qinyangzi after hearing this, indicating that he didn't care. This matter had nothing to do with Feng Yuan. As for Qinyangzi's uncertain promise, he remained unmoved. In their eyes, it was absolutely worthless. Deist friend Chun Yang, don't worry, I won't do anything rashly. Nevertheless, I still hope that you will join me in petitioning the immortal dynasty to sever the spiritual vein tributaries of the longevity immortal city. In this way, we can go to the longevity immortal city to see what exactly happened at that time. As for the rebel Church of All Beings, as long as the immortal city cuts off the connection to the spiritual veins, won't they be at our disposal by then? At this moment, Qinyangzi naturally would not refuse. After all, if he wanted to completely sever the tributaries of the spiritual veins and properly manage the luck of the immortal dynasty, this process would take hundreds of years. By that time, regardless of the outcome, the fate of his disciples Feng Yuan had already been sealed, and whether the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins were connected or not would not have much impact. So why wouldn't he cooperate? Therefore, Ling Xiaozi and Qinyangzi disappeared from the Great Hall the next moment and went directly to the immortal dynasty to ask for orders. Kaiwan Child, who was far outside the immortal city, had no idea about the fall of Zhen Yuan, but he soon received the order from Ling Xiaozi to recall Linga. The reason for Ling Xiaozi's consideration was simple. Since Zhen Yuan had fallen, there was no meaning in Kaiwanzi staying there. Ling Xiaozi was actually afraid that Kaiwanzi, in his agitation, would take unilateral action. So, in the following days, the longevity immortal city became extremely peaceful. The seeds of the Church of All Beings that had been hidden, because Lincoln couldn't give instructions in time and entered the intermediate eruption veins, naturally did not dare to come out and continue to hide and hibernate. And the Zhou family, who were hiding not far away, though they didn't have a hint of the upcoming disaster, decided to listen to Jin Guangxiu's advice and stay hidden for the time being, safety first. As for the situation in the whole immortal city, even if someone wanted to take the opportunity to cause chaos, they would not have a reason to do so, because the resources of the immortal city had been disposed of by the Church of All Beings. The immortal city is now empty. Initially, there was some chaos. After all, the sudden disappearance of the Church of All Beings would cause some people to take risks to get benefits. However, after a period of chaos, they didn't get anything. Moreover, at this time, the immortal city resumed the circulation of spiritual energy. Although it wasn't as rich as before, at least there was hope, so gradually, no one caused any more trouble. It would be better to seize the time and cultivate all kinds of cultivational resources while the spiritual energy is reviving. So, all cultivators began to occupy their own territories with an unspoken agreement. They planted their spiritual fields. For a while, the longevity Immortal City was in a situation of prosperity. While the Immortal City was gradually calming down, no one knew that Liang Sheng had appeared in the Yaoxiang Pavilion deep under the ground. After many years of Liang Sheng's maintenance, there was no place safer than here in the longevity Immortal City. Even so, Liang Sheng was still careful. After inspecting and confirming there were no loopholes, he sat down on the cushion and immersed himself in cultivation. At this moment, every crevice in his body was filled with the spine of heaven and earth. If it weren't for his strong mental control, he would have been unable to resist the hit by the spine of heaven and earth and started to operate his cultivation method, the primordial mysterious technique, to refine them. Boom! The spine of heaven and earth inside him was instantly released without restraint, like a volcano erupting. The primordial mysterious technique immediately started to operate wildly, like a greedy beast, cruelly devouring the power of the spine of heaven and earth. For hundreds of years, Liang Sheng's cultivation progress had been quiet and uneventful. However, at this moment, it was undergoing a rapid transformation thanks to the heaven and earth spine. Completely engrossed in controlling the power within his body, he tried his best to let his cultivation burst forth without making a sound, quietly advancing. However, as the primordial mysterious technique circulated in his Zhoutian faster and faster, even though he had the talent of innocent foolishness that slowed his cultivation, under the premise of no bottleneck in his practice, the heaven and earth spine's transformation was crazy. His cultivation realm was constantly and steadily advancing, time passed in his cultivation, and Liang Sheng did not care about any changes in the outside world. When there was no trace of the heaven and earth spine left in his body's veins and bone marrow, his realm had successfully broken through, equivalent to the divinity transformation late stage. But his cultivation progress did not stop. The heaven and earth spine stored in his upper, middle, and lower dantians was still being absorbed and transformed by the primordial mysterious technique. As the power within his body grew stronger and stronger, the stars in Zhoutian within his sea of consciousness became even more dazzling. It was as if he could see the stars in the sky even during the day. His physical acupoints and the stars in Zhoutian within his sea of consciousness reflected each other. At this moment, every acupointment was exuberant with life, cheering for joy. As time passed, the stars in his sea of consciousness's Zhoutian seemed to gradually condense into a galaxy. Then they condensed into the heavens and the earth, as if thousands of galaxies exploded, and then shrank dramatically to become a singularity. It seemed like an ordinary small ball, but at this moment, it contained countless stars. The grand solar golden crow, as if attracted by something, landed on the singularity with its 3 feet. Boom! There was another earth-shattering sound. At this moment, Liang Sheng's physical body's Zhoutian acupoints were even more resplendent with golden light, and the consumption of the heaven and earth spine inside his body became even swifter. Liang Sheng's inner power was seen gathering in all of his acupoints, and then his entire physical body gradually united as one, leaving no acupoints behind. This was the real primordial unity. His physical body and primordial spirit were now completely integrated, uniformly progressing with only one channel connecting his sea of consciousness to his body. At this moment, the divine sense in the center of his brow seemed to no longer be an illusion, but actually a tangible existence within his body, containing a terrifying power within. If Liang Sheng didn't control it and unleashed it with all his might at this moment, the entire immortal city would cease to exist in an instant, and the aftermath would even extend further. However, this power was bound and condensed by Liang Sheng's primordial unity body, divine sense, and sea of consciousness. At this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. The body is the earth, the primordial spirit is the heavens, and gathering the heaven and earth into one is the ultimate realm of refining spirit from Qi. Qi is the divine sense. This was the manifestation of ancient techniques. Just like when he was at the nascent soul realm, his physical body and primordial spirit were together, completely different from the modern cultivation methods. Suddenly, Liang Sheng had a sense of realization. Perhaps the soul emergence realm of modern cultivation methods was actually a shortcut that simplified the last step of Qi refining and spirit transformation. The modern cultivation methods allowed only the primordial spirit to emerge from the body by connecting the body's acupoints with the sea of consciousness, thus achieving unity and reaching the initial stage of the soul emergence realm. But since it's a shortcut, there must be defects, and this is the origin of the fate calamity faced by cultivators in the soul emergence realm. The acupointment channel can only allow his primordial spirit to enter his sea of consciousness, but cannot successfully connect the body and the heart spirit, which is the cause and effect that needs the fate calamity to complete. After a cultivator passes the fate calamity, the primordial spirit can freely enter and exit the body, and this is the key to the so-called reincarnation and cultivation of the fate calamity survivor. So that's how it is. Liang Sheng had gained insight into the concept of fate calamity, but he was not affected by it under the ancient techniques. At this moment, his primordial spirit and physical body had already achieved unity. The physical body's acupoints merged with the stars of Zhou-Tian in the singularity, and they had already become a combination of virtual and real, merging into one, achieving the true one qi. Ancient techniques truly used heaven and earth as a furnace to forge oneself. Cultivation's inhalation and exhalation were more like a connecting qi between heaven and earth. This was the true soul emergence realm, without any fear of fate calamity. However, between heaven and earth, under ancient techniques, cultivators are completely supported. This is the fundamental difference between ancient techniques and modern techniques. This had already become two completely different paths. No wonder the so-called world rejection has happened, but Liang Sheng still had some doubts. Even if the ancient techniques were to blame, there was no need for the great heavenly change and the complete abandonment of ancient techniques. What happened back then? After ancient times, the person who proposed the modern cultivation methods was simply a peerless genius. Without the talent of innocent foolishness, Liang Sheng would not be able to practice these ancient techniques. After all, the essence of ancient techniques, which used heaven and earth as the melting pot for cultivation, had been rejected by heaven and earth. How could ordinary people possibly succeed? In the next moment, Liang Sheng no longer thought about these things. Anyway, at this moment, he had already reached the final stage of refining spirit from qi. The final stage of refining spirit from qi is equivalent to the soul emergence realm in modern practice methods, and there is no so-called fate calamity to worry about. Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile. The fate calamity was just the price modern cultivators had to pay for taking shortcuts. What did it have to do with him? In the next moment, the only channel connecting his sea of consciousness to his physical body was completely connected, and he was faintly resonating with them. Then, as his spirit floated, he felt as if his entire consciousness had descended upon these ancient stars and looked down upon the entire heaven and earth. However, in the next moment, Liang Sheng withdrew his spiritual sense and dared not to do anything recklessly, because just in that moment, he didn't know how many terrifying powerful cultivators had looked up at the starry sky. In an instant, they perceived the anomalies in the heavenly stars, probing the abnormalities in the world with their immense divine senses. Fortunately, Liang Sheng promptly regained his senses, disengaging from the state of sensing the heaven and earth just in time, narrowly avoiding the crisis of being discovered by these powerful beings. From now on, he must learn his lesson and never be so conspicuous again. At most, he should quietly respond to a single star to probe the heaven and earth. So, this was the origin of the saying that true cultivation achievements only come with real practice. Without reaching the soul emergence realm, one would be a complete novice, unable to cultivate. After entering the soul emergence realm, Liang Sheng didn't know about others, but he could sense the heaven and earth, treating the heaven and earth as countless acupoints and slowly increasing his own strength. All the stars in the sky were within his reach. What a thrill! After breaking through, Liang Sheng subconsciously changed his techniques, fully operating the ascending immortality scripture within his body. This time, he didn't waste much time either. He directly broke through 2 layers of the ascending immortality scripture, simulating the aura of the soul emergence realm under the modern cultivation method without any issue. And at this moment, his attribute panel had changed once again. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1687. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Leaving Dust Facing Scripture, 21st Layer, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 26th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Qi Refining to Divinity Transformation, Initial Stage of Soul Emergence. Lifespan, 91,039. By breaking through the soul emergence realm, he added 20,000 years to his life, and for the first time, his lifespan surpassed 90,000 years. His previous speculation had also come true. After breaking through 90,000 years of life, his innate divine ability had changed. At 30,000 years, seeking fortune and avoiding evil; at 60,000 years, heaven's secret calculation; at 90,000 years, it was the law of cause and effect. The abilities of seeking fortune and avoiding evil and heaven's secret calculation had combined to form a new innate divine ability under 90,000 years of lifespan, the law of cause and effect. An illusory book. The law of cause and effect could determine cause and effect. Since it had already determined the cause and effect, it could naturally see the past and future consequences from the illusory book of the law of cause and effect. This was simply a powerful weapon, especially since it could detect the lifespan of enemies with high cultivation levels. If their lifespans were short, the nail-head 7 arrows technique would be most effective, just like during the beast tide, which could determine victory in one move. Of course, even without considering the curse technique, Liang Sheng's ability to probe with the law of cause and effect in real time, along with the attribute panel concealment, would probably allow him to escape from enemies he couldn't defeat. After all, being able to track opponents through the law of cause and effect in real time, it would be almost impossible for the opponent to find him. This was simply the greatest stroke of fortune he obtained from cultivating ancient techniques. However, if he wanted to see more clearly and specifically, he had to pay the price of his own life. The specific amount of life depended on the cause and effect, and this was the cost of cause and effect. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he continued to absorb the memories of City Lord Zhen Yuan, and then couldn't help but sigh. Throughout his life, Zhen Yuan was the epitome of a talented child. Foundation establishment in 50 years, golden core in 300 years, nascent soul in 1,000 years, divinity transformation in 3,000 years, and soul emergence in 6,000 years. Although by now, it had already been over 10,000 years and he had not yet reached the middle stage of soul emergence, it was mainly because he was worried about the fate calamity and did not dare to recklessly break through. Therefore, one could only say that the path of cultivation was full of obstacles. Even the most gifted child would face various challenges depending on their own fate and opportunities. Even more so now that Zhen Yuan City Lord had perished from both body, spirit, and soul, completely erased from the world, which was a brutal reminder of how one misstep in the path of cultivation could lead to total failure. But what did Zhen Yuan City Lord do wrong? It was merely due to the cause and effect of the Church of All Beings that, by a coincidence, led him to lose his life at his own hands. Now, with the law of cause and effect innate divine ability, he must learn his lesson in the future, trying his best to minimize creating cause and effect relationships, and even if they are formed, he must correct them in a timely manner. With all these thoughts weighing in his heart, Liang Sheng looked back at the depths of City Lord Zhen Yuan's memories, as that was his ultimate goal. Among the lineage of Ling Xiaozi was one of the top divine abilities. Mustard Seed Sumi. Chapter 187, Achieving Mustard Seed Sumi, New Methods of East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Longevity Immortal City. Under Yaoxiang Pavilion. At this moment, Liang Sheng finally obtained the mustard seed mastery he had been longing for, which literally means containing the world in a mustard seed, capable of holding heaven and earth. Of course, this requires cultivating to a profound realm to achieve such a feat, just like City Master Zhen Yuan, who is far from being able to do so. He is just at the entry level of the mustard seed, not even close to achieving a small success. However, even so, City Master Zhen Yuan managed to use this divine ability to accommodate the entrance of a spiritual vein branch in a mountain stone. After a while, Liang Sheng opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. At this moment, he had completely mastered the cultivation secret technique of the mustard seed mastery. Next, all he needs to do is practice it regularly, waiting to naturally master it. Who makes him possess the talent of innocent foolishness, where there is no bottleneck for all laws in the world? Feeling the unparalleled power within his body at this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel complacent. Who in the world has achieved the soul emergence realm with less than 2,000 years of lifespan like him? It's hard to find another person like him in the world. Liang Sheng was somewhat overjoyed, and his heart was not without a sense of crisis. However, under the seeking fortune and avoiding evil, there was still a faint sense of unease. Although there is no life-threatening crisis at this time, Liang Sheng is not in a hurry. After all, his law of cause and effect and heavenly fate divine ability, which he obtained from breaking through 90,000 years of life, will not be like before, only knowing the outcome without knowing why. On the illusory surface of the law of cause and effect, Liang Sheng took this palpitation as the source of cause and effect. Soon, several scenes appeared, which were not as vague as the previous heavenly secrets calculation. After seeing the cause and effect clearly, Liang Sheng couldn't help but frown. The cause of this discomfort was actually himself? It turns out that Liang Sheng absorbed too much of the heaven and earth spine from the spiritual vein branch this time, almost depleting the heaven and earth spine of the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein in the Longevity Immortal City. This naturally attracted the attention of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, and coupled with the heaven and earth anomalies triggered by Liang Sheng's breakthrough, the situation became more complicated. This kind of situation has happened before. The Immortal Dynasty's upper echelons didn't know what they were associating with, and their reaction was a bit unusual. Ling Zizi and Qinyang's request to sever the connection between the Immortal City and its spiritual vein branches would normally take at least a few hundred years to complete safely. But now, due to the abnormality in the Longevity Immortal City's spiritual vein branch, all that was needed was to deal with the impact of the earth veins of the Longevity Immortal City on the Immortal Dynasty's luck, and the connection could be severed smoothly. In the tacit understanding of the high-level Immortal Dynasty, the request of Ling Zizi and Qinyangzi was indeed approved, but there were also changes and the command was now in the hands of higher-level individuals, no longer under their control. However, seeing the illusory scenes under the law of cause and effect, Liang Sheng didn't rush, but breathed a sigh of relief. Although due to the cumulative accidents, the Immortal Dynasty's handling of the Immortal City would probably take at least 100 years to show any signs. Since that is the case, why should he worry? It's not like his battle strength is now, which is almost no weaker than that of great might like Ling Zizi. Even if the Immortal Dynasty makes a move in 100 years, by then, his mustard seed mastery should have already been successfully cultivated. At that time, he only needs to use the mustard seed mastery to carry a teleportation array with him, and as long as there is any inadequacy, he can teleport away instantly. His safety is guaranteed. Now, Liang Sheng, who is equivalent to the soul emergence realm and possesses battle strength beyond his realm, is no longer the weak little follower without strength guarantee. His hesitation has become much less. Although there is still a long way to go before he becomes an immortal being who never dies, he has at least gained the embryonic form of the Dao protection method. Of course, with Liang Sheng's character, despite having some security in his strength, he is still cautious in his actions. In fact, he even secretly went to the Immortal City's spiritual vein branches once because of his caution. Seeing the already sealed Feng Yuan, he decided to imitate City Master Zhen Yuan's aura for safety and added a few more layers of sealing array to it. Having City Master Zhen Yuan's complete memory, it was easy for him to impersonate Zhen Yuan, so Feng Yuan would be well kept here, preferably without regaining consciousness until death. After finishing these, Liang Sheng returned to his prepared backup residence, released Huang Yufan again, and of course, also changed the appearance of the puppet's body. Being cautious in everything, nothing can go wrong. Therefore, his appearance did not cause any disturbance in the Immortal City, and the city's recovery of spiritual energy was the result of the Church of All Beings calculating the lives of all the nascent soul realm cultivators in the city. Ordinary cultivators in the city didn't know what had happened, and at this moment their hearts were full of joy and energy as they welcomed the recovery of spiritual energy. After Liang Sheng's return, he secretly contacted Jin Guangzhou, and the Zhou family quietly returned to the Zhou family mansion without causing any waves. As for the hidden fire seeds of the Church of All Beings, even if they were protected by nascent soul masters, they still chose to stay in their original places and hibernate because Lincoln had not given any instructions in the end. Previously, when the Church of All Beings formulated this plan, they had already anticipated this situation. Whether the Immortal City's spiritual energy was restored or not, without receiving a clear command, they would not appear openly. Because they are the last fire seeds of the Church of All Beings, they must be extremely cautious. After that, Longevity Immortal City calmed down. East Victory Immortal Dynasty, Capital City Soul Song. At this moment, Ling Zizi's face had returned to normal. Originally, when he and Qinyangzi submitted the request to sever the spiritual veins of the Longevity Immortal City, they didn't expect it to pass so quickly. But after they submitted the request, the heavens and stars shone, and the starry sky changed, which was rarely seen in ancient times, causing many great powers to be astonished and even remembered some unpleasant memories. Furthermore, based on the anomalies of heaven and earth reflected in the initial position, it was precisely in the area where Longevity Immortal City was located. Thus, the upper echelons intended to investigate any issues in the entire area and conveniently approved Ling Xiazi's submission. At this moment, Ling Xiazi's mansion. Kaiwen Child is standing right behind Ling Xiazi, looking rather upset, as he is already aware of the news of his junior brother Zhen Yuan's demise and cannot help but feel a little frustrated. Despite all of his efforts, he still couldn't go against fate. One could only say that everything was destined, and Zhen Yuanzi was doomed. As for Qinyangzi, who was standing beside him, he did not even dare to return to his own mansion now, fearing that Ling Xiazi might do something unusual if he were stimulated, which could affect his disciple Feng Yuan. There is no abnormality in Feng Yuan's life token, and even faint hints of a celestial calamity's aura are wrapping around it. How could he possibly let Ling Xiazi harbor thoughts of revenge at this moment? It doesn't matter if Ling Xiazi seeks revenge, but if it involves his disciple Feng Yuan, that would be a big deal. Therefore, he doesn't dare to leave Ling Xiazi's side, just in case. Let's wait a little longer. The Immortal Dynasty still needs some time to handle the spiritual energy and fortune of the longevity Immortal City. We must remain calm, and we mustn't act recklessly, lest we interfere with the Immortal Dynasty's grand plan and incur punishment. Ling Xiazi nods, indicating to Qinyangzi that he could rest assured, and he absolutely wouldn't act impulsively. He wasn't as impulsive as Qinyangzi imagined. With their friend gone, the best way for them to pay tribute to Zhen Yuan is to live well and have the opportunity to investigate the truth. Time slowly passes as they wait, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years pass. The earth veins of the Immortal City have not been completely cut off, but the Immortal Dynasty can take some action. Regarding the previous anomalies, let the low-level cultivators investigate. If it is indeed as they suspect, it might be an opportunity. The news quickly circulates among the upper echelons, and the capital city Linga is gradually stirring up waves. Ling Xiazi and the others are also somewhat taken aback. Things have become uncontrollable. Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, Liang Sheng lazily stretches in the courtyard, looking at the sunset and the golden evening glow filling the sky. Waking up naturally from sleep, his cultivation techniques automatically operate, and in the evening, he heads to the Yaoxiang Pavilion for relaxation. Life is good. As soon as he wakes up, Huang Yufan nearby immediately serves him a refreshing soup, with practiced efficiency. Master, what would you like for dinner? The fresh mountain goat meat we had a few days ago was good. Use it again tonight. Hearing this, Huang Yufan's face lights up with a smile. He is willing to serve as a puppet just to accompany his master. Making his master happy is his greatest wish. Master, please wait a moment. I will go to the east suburb beast forest and see if I can find some mountain goats. It may take some time. With the recovery of the spiritual energy in the longevity Immortal City and the near eradication of high-level cultivators, the number of demonic beasts in the surrounding suburbs has gradually increased. With cultivators venturing out in search of opportunities, it can be quite dangerous if they are not in groups. However, danger also represents opportunities. After all, mountain goats are nothing more than easy prey for someone with Huang Yufan's strength. Liang Sheng watches Huang Yufan leave, then lies back down on the recliner. Laziness can sometimes be a form of happiness. At this moment, Liang Sheng's mustard seed mastery has reached the entry level and is even nearing the small success realm. In fact, in just 50 years, if Zhen Yuanspring knew of it, he would probably have died of shame. After all, he had cultivated for 10,000 years and had only barely reached the entry level, far from the small success realm. Now Liang Sheng turns over to find a more comfortable position, briefly revealing what is within his sleeve. Inside are countless spiritual fields using mustard seed sumi folding power, but without any spiritual grass planted. Once Liang Sheng reaches the small success realm with his mustard seed mastery, he will be able to transplant living things, but for now, he has only placed spiritual fields. He calls this technique, Sleeve Universe, naturally after the legend from his past life. Coupled with city master Zhen Yuan sharing a name with the legendary figure, it occurred to Liang Sheng naturally. In fact, the most important part of the Sleeve Universe is not the prepared spiritual field but the teleportation array, allowing for an instant escape in times of crisis. In no time, Huang Yufan returns with a cleaned mountain goat corpse and heads straight into the kitchen. Liang Sheng continues to lie back on the recliner, with his internal Zhou stars condensed into a resonance. As night gradually falls, they seem to respond faintly to the outer space, like breathing. However, Liang Sheng dares not absorb the essence of the stars with all his might, as the turbulence caused by his previous breakthrough was too great. He doesn't dare to be reckless for the time being. At this moment, the sound of fighting faintly comes from outside the gate but is quickly suppressed. Liang Sheng doesn't react to it. 50 years after the revival of the spiritual energy in Longevity Immortal City, new forces have emerged, creating a new landscape. The Green Mountain sect is the most recently risen force near Liang Sheng's mansion, with its leader being a golden core deist, which can be considered a local powerhouse. During the Zhen Yuan era of Longevity Immortal City, they would have been a middle-class force, far from wielding the influence they do now. The rise of the Green Mountain sect has its reasons, mainly due to the upheaval in Longevity Immortal City, and the reshuffling of all forces. At the beginning, everyone was on guard and concentrating on cultivation, trying to restore the environment for cultivation, and accumulating cultivation resources. Zhou family was no exception. However, as time passed, the cultivators who had progressed gradually rose to prominence. In areas with competition, strife was inevitable, and where there was strife, factions would form. In order to pass down its heritage, the Zhou family naturally needed cultivation resources, so conflicts would naturally arise when collecting resources from others. Logically speaking, the Zhou family, with Jin Guangxiu at its helm, should not have faced any crises. In fact, this was the case. In these 50 years, the Zhou family had already become a powerful force in their own right. However, the Zhou family had always been cautious, and with Liang Sheng secretly guiding Jin Guangxiu, who knew that there would be big changes in Immortal City, the Zhou family's actions were never evident. Green Mountain sect was the white glove of the Zhou family. No one knew that the extremely powerful Green Mountain sect in this area was actually a means for the Zhou family to hide their true intentions. The fighting just now was merely the squabble between various forces. The Green Mountain sect was well versed in dealing with such matters, so the situation was quickly suppressed. Liang Sheng already had roast mountain goat on his table. Seeing the golden, juicy roasted goat meat, he couldn't help but feel a great appetite. Then, Liang Sheng showed a satisfied expression, while Huang Yufan smiled happily beside him. To make his master feel this way was his greatest happiness. But at this moment, Huang Yufan frowned slightly, and in his eyes, a cold murderous intent emerged. Who would dare to cause trouble at this time? At this time, Liang Sheng did not show any response and continued to immerse himself in the delicious food. For such matters, Huang Yufan would naturally handle them well. Outside Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, two shadows were hiding in the darkness of the night, slowly moving, and there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Their harvest this time was far beyond their imagination. Who could have thought that the Green Mountain sect had such a secret? It was as if they had uncovered layers of hidden truths. It was like finding multiple layers of a hidden shell game. Who would have thought that they would accidentally discover that the Green Mountain sect had a backer and that there was an even more terrifying backer behind that one? Perhaps thinking of the massive benefits they could gain from this information, they couldn't help but let their lips curl up slightly. Thanks to their fortuitous encounter with the concealment technique they obtained from the City Lord's residue, they were able to transform themselves into shadows, sneak into the Green Mountain sect territory, and uncover this secret. Now that they had confirmed the location of the ultimate mastermind, they only wanted to hurry back and report to their leader. At this moment, however, they suddenly found themselves unable to move, and a figure appeared before their eyes, staring at them intently. The man who appeared was none other than Huang Yufan, who was now looking at the two crouching at the corner of Liang Sheng's mansion wall with disgust. How dare they provoke their master? The fact that the master hadn't reacted just now didn't mean he didn't care, he simply believed Huang Yufan could handle it, hoping that his appetite wouldn't be even slightly affected because of this. The next moment, before the two of them could react, Huang Yufan put his hand on their heads and directly initiated the soul control technique. Huang Yufan was not Liang Sheng, and his mastery of the soul control technique was far inferior, requiring physical contact to trigger the soul search function. The next moment, under Huang Yufan's gaze, the two people were reduced to ashes, and Huang Yufan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he needed to remind Jin Guangxiu and the others not to involve his master in their actions in the future. Such mistakes couldn't be repeated. When he returned to Liang Sheng's side, he discovered that Liang Sheng was looking up at the sky, his face somewhat strange. Was the East Victory Immortal Dynasty really acting this way? Liang Sheng could only marvel at the depth of the Immortal Dynasty, which was completely unexpected. Chapter 188, Immortal Dynasty's Golden Core descends, Liang Sheng strategizes. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Capital City Soul Song. At this time, Ling Ziazi summoned Kaiwen Child back from Longevity Immortal City, as Zhen Yuan had already perished, and his presence there was no longer of any use. Although there was some regret after their return from the court of the Immortal Dynasty, the result was not too bad. Afterward, he directly ordered Kaiwen Child, Kaiwen, go find a few capable Golden Core cultivators among the disciples in our sect. Remember, they must be capable and all must be elite disciples. Yes, Master. At this time, Kaiwen Child did not ask why. He simply followed his master's instructions, thinking that his master wouldn't harm him. However, before Kaiwen Child left, Qinyangzi suddenly said, Deist friend Ling Ziazi, I can give you all the quota from my sect, as long as you promise me one thing. Ling Ziazi glanced at him, and he guessed what Qinyangzi wanted to say. In fact, it was a win-win situation. What are your terms for exchange? Qinyangzi did not beat around the bush and replied, I have no conditions. This is my compensation to make up for the cause and effect of my disciple Feng Yuan's actions in Longevity Immortal City. As expected, upon confirming his suspicions, he pretended to think for a moment before agreeing directly. All right, Kaiwen, find a few more elite disciples to come over. Kaiwen Child immediately left, and Qinyangzi let out a sigh of relief. For those who could survive the fate calamity, reducing any cause and effect might change the balance. Qinyangzi quickly expressed his gratitude to Ling Suzi. This time, sending low-level cultivators to the Immortal City was to compete for the city's destiny. Of course, in the end, it would only achieve the same status as City Master Zhen Yuan. Though it was a great fortune that could increase the luck of their own sect, Feng Yuan's returns were becoming increasingly apparent. Since that was the case, choosing between the intangible position of Lord of Longevity Immortal City and something more tangible was an easy choice to make. There was no need for further discussion. It was just a matter of betting on the present or the future. Different positions and ideas create different outcomes. At this time, Ling Ziazi wasn't too angry about the decision of the Immortal Dynasty, as living people still needed to look forward. In the face of the future of his sect's legacy, his disciple Zhen Yuan's death would ultimately be outweighed by gains and losses and be abandoned as inconsequential. That was because he was already dead, and the dead wouldn't have much value in front of the living, no matter how they were in life. The two fell silent for a while, and soon Kaiwen Child returned with a few elite Golden Core disciples. Afterward, he stood behind his master without saying a word. Ling Ziazi then briefly explained the situation. The Golden Core disciples' eyes lit up upon hearing the news. This was an incredible opportunity, and they even wanted to thank the Church of All Beings. If not for their interference, how could they, mere Golden Core cultivators, have a chance to fight for the Longevity Immortal City? Kaiwen Child now understood what was going on, and although his face was expressionless, he sighed in his heart. Naturally, he understood why Master Ling Ziazi acted this way, but he found it hard to accept. After all, a junior brother and senior brother shouldn't die so senselessly. With that in mind, he immediately pleaded with Ling Ziazi, Master, let me lead the team and take these disciples to Longevity Immortal City this time, as I am the most familiar with the situation there. Upon hearing this, Ling Ziazi stared deeply at him. The Immortal Dynasty's intentions were clear, they did not allow high-level cultivators to enter Longevity Immortal City, so as not to affect the city's destiny and disrupt their plans. Since Kaiwen Child couldn't enter personally, his intentions were obvious, but Ling Ziazi couldn't oppose him now, lest he irritate his big apprentice. He could only hope that Kaiwen Child would control his emotions and not act impulsively. All right, but no matter what you plan to do, don't disrupt the Immortal Dynasty's plans and don't do anything foolish. Don't worry, Master. I understand. Under the watchful eyes of Qinyangzi and Ling Ziazi, Kaiwen Child left with the Golden Core disciples. Only then did Qinyangzi reassure Ling Ziazi. Deist friend, rest assured. Kaiwen Child has always known when to advance and retreat. He won't act recklessly. Even if he does take action, I'm afraid it will be after this plan is settled. We can only hope so. Longevity Immortal City. Huang Yufan had previously killed 2 intruders, not caring much about it. He blamed their misfortune for choosing the wrong people to investigate and disturb. However, at this moment, a stream of light flashed from outer space, followed by a number of golden core deists who concealed their qi and descended from the sky to the immortal city. Only Liang Sheng noticed this, as others knew nothing about it, and the opening in the sky only lasted for an instant. Yet, Liang Sheng sensed the qi of Kaiwan Child, who had previously visited the immortal city. Although the latter did not enter the city, he was accompanied by other cultivators, presumably to send the golden core cultivators into the immortal city. However, none of them had reached the soul emergence realm. From their expressions, it was clear they felt that having someone of Kaiwan Child's level was overkill for the task. Then, the others guarded outside, and Kaiwan Child closed his eyes and began to meditate. At this point, Kaiwan Child was no match for Liang Sheng, who was invincible in the soul emergence realm. This was the terrifying aspect of Liang Sheng's ability to fight across realms. Not to mention Kaiwan Child, even if Ling Xiaozi himself had come, Liang Sheng would have had the power to escape at this time. Can't I just escape if I can't beat them? However, Liang Sheng has always been cautious in his life and would not take this lightly just because a golden core realm cultivator has arrived in the immortal city. So, he still uses his life's divine ability, the law of cause and effect, and afterward, Liang Sheng sees several scenes in the illusionary book. He quickly learned the cause and effect of these golden core cultivators coming to immortal city. After all, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels and his, so this investigation was a piece of cake. If Liang Sheng wanted to investigate Ling Xiaozi behind Kaiwan Child, or directly investigate the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, it would probably cost him a lot of lifespan, and he would not get a clear view. But now, he is only calculating golden core cultivators, and there is no difficulty. And in his heart, seeking fortune and avoiding evil remains undisturbed. This shows that the actions of the Immortal Dynasty pose no threat to him at this moment. Since this is the case, Liang Sheng is not in a hurry, and he will see how these foreign golden core cultivators will act. Su Wu, a golden core realm cultivator, is an elite disciple of Ling Xiaozi's lineage. With just over 400 years of lifespan, he is already at the mid-stage golden core cultivator, a truly gifted child. Since he knows the reason for coming to Immortal City, he has been very excited. Who could have imagined that such an opportunity was right before his eyes? So, this time, he must seize the opportunity. Anyone who hinders him will be his enemy, and he will show no mercy. However, this time, he cannot simply rely on brute force. After all, the purpose of the Immortal Dynasty is very clear. It is to peacefully and completely quell the chaos in Longevity Immortal City by sending golden core cultivators here. Otherwise, any great might from the Immortal Dynasty could easily dismantle Longevity Immortal City with direct violence. Why would they let these little minions come and seize the opportunity? Therefore, Su Wu did not take action immediately after arriving in Immortal City. Instead, he found an inn and settled down in a low-key manner. The current situation in Longevity Immortal City is completely unfamiliar to him. If he acts hastily, his efforts will not be effective. So, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. This matter cannot be rushed, and the Immortal Dynasty is not in a hurry either. Since they decided to implement this plan, letting golden core cultivators come to Immortal City, they are prepared for a protracted battle. At this time, Su Wu also noticed other fellow practitioners. Although there were 6 people from Ling Xiaozi's lineage, it seemed like a lot, but when compared to his own power, it was just like that. Others naturally noticed him too, but they didn't greet each other and went about their business. Of course, most cultivators were like Su Wu, not acting rashly. Su Wu couldn't help but sigh. After all, they were all elite disciples. How many foolish people could reach their current position? Su Wu was very patient this time. Others began to take action a half-month later, but he waited a whole month. By now, he had almost figured out the current situation in Longevity Immortal City. Unexpectedly, the first culprit of the problem in Longevity Immortal City, the rebellious Church of All Beings, seemed to have disappeared from the city. In the past month, he had no clues at all. It seems that although these rebels have made Longevity Immortal City what it is now, they have also suffered a backlash and are probably lost. Otherwise, with the current situation where there are almost no nascent soul masters in Longevity Immortal City, it would be too simple for the remaining Church of All Beings to gain control if they still had strength. However, because the Church of All Beings has disappeared, the remnants of the City Lord Mansion's power are also non-existent. At this time, Longevity Immortal City has become even more like a wilderness state. Contenders competing for power. The first word that comes to Suwu's mind is this. Of course, by contender, he mostly meant ordinary golden core cultivators and nothing more. There were even many people who couldn't reach the golden core realm but still controlled some territories, which made Suwu breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he doesn't need to worry too much about these local forces. Instead, he should be more careful with his companions who came to Immortal City with the dynasty this time. By now, Suwu has roughly devised a plan. If he wants to stand out and seize the opportunities in Immortal City, the first step is to naturally join a local force. However, Suwu's target at this time was set on a middle power force in West City. The surface strength of this force seems to be only medium, and there are even stronger forces with larger territories above it. The reason Suwu chose it was simple: other forces, more or less, have their own factions. Although not exactly fighting one another, there were obvious signs of it. But the Green Mountain sect he set his sights on was different. Under his investigation, this force was extremely low-key, but it had excellent discipline and organization. For a force to achieve this level, there is only one reason, and that is, this force wants more, so it chooses to hibernate. They are low-key at the moment, only biding their time. Once such power bursts out, the strength will be astonishing. Suwu is now waiting for a chance to demonstrate his allegiance. He is not too worried about whether he can join Green Mountain sect, but is just waiting for an opportunity. There is no need to rush. As Suwu was plotting for Green Mountain sect, many Golden Core Realm cultivators suddenly joined other forces in Longevity Immortal City. Thus the overall strength of the major forces greatly increased. However, as a result, friction between the various groups becomes increasingly chaotic. But the purpose of the Golden Core cultivators sent by the Immortal Dynasty was just that: the more chaos, the better, so they could fish in troubled waters. Why else would they bother? Green Mountain sect. At this moment, sect leader Zhou Fang had a headache, as he didn't know where so many Golden Core deists had suddenly appeared from, stirring up ripples in Immortal City, which had gradually calmed down after 50 years of friction. Fortunately, in this situation, Zhou Fang felt no unease in his heart, and as there were no instructions from the Zhou family master, he decided to wait and see how things would develop. After all, the Green Mountain sect was different from other Immortal City forces. As long as the Zhou family's territory remained unchaotic, he could turn a blind eye to it. But if someone really dared to come and cause trouble, they would naturally be met with a thunderous backlash. Even if they managed to survive that, what then? When the time came for the guest elder to take action, no matter how strong their influence or how many Golden Core deists they had, the result would be the same. Perhaps they would never know what had happened until the moment of their death. It must be said that the Zhou family's way of handling matters was to prefer acting in the dark and never showing off. If it wasn't for this, with the strength of the Zhou family at this time, there would be no opponent within Longevity Immortal City. After all, at this moment, nascent soul masters were already the top battle strength on the surface of Immortal City. As he mulled this over, a disciple of the Green Mountain sect hastily ran in. Sect leader, Furious Tiger Hall has killed all of our Lingyan Guardian disciples in the west suburb spirit fields and declared that they now control the territory. Zhou Fang frowned upon hearing this, not expecting things to go so badly so quickly. It seemed that Furious Tiger Hall had also recruited quite a few Golden Core deists who had suddenly appeared, which was why they were so arrogant. Previously, the other party had probed the Green Mountain sect, but the end result was nothing more than a crushing defeat. He didn't expect them to suddenly launch an attack today. It seemed that they thought he was vulnerable because he hadn't shown his strength. With that in mind, Zhou Fang first sent a message to the Zhou family master. After explaining the situation, he led the core members of the Green Mountain sect quickly towards the west suburb. No matter what happened, the Green Mountain sect had to report to the Zhou family master, as this was a rule the Zhou family had set long ago. Only a few of the upper echelons in the Green Mountain sect were aware of the subordinate relationship between them and the Zhou family, while the other disciples thought they were only part of the Green Mountain sect. However, when Zhou Fang arrived with his people at the west suburb spirit fields, he saw a stranger, a Golden Core deist, release a secret technique from his hand, causing the people of Furious Tiger Hall to collapse on the ground. Noticing this, Zhou Fang couldn't help but look at the stranger with a suspicious gaze. It was often said that a stranger bearing great gifts must have ulterior motives in mind. But immediately after, the stranger saw him and suddenly knelt down on one knee. expressing his willingness to submit to the Green Mountain sect, and even swore by the Heavenly Dao. I'm Suwu, and I swear by the Heavenly Dao that I have no connection with any forces in Immortal City, nor any suspicion of being a spy for other forces. Due to the instability in Immortal City, I would like to join Green Mountain sect. Zhou Fang was surprised when the stranger swore so directly by the Heavenly Dao, and couldn't help but wonder if the low-profile Green Mountain sect had actually gained someone's trust. But considering the situation inside Green Mountain sect, he still decided to reject the Golden Core Daoist, Suwu. It was because the Zhou family didn't want people with unclear backgrounds. But at that moment, he suddenly received a communication from the Zhou family master. After reading the content, he looked at Suwu with even more uncertainty. Could it be that Suwu had some hidden background? But the next moment he came to his senses, and his expression returned to normal. The reason behind it would be asked later from the family master. As for now, he would follow the family master's opinion and accept Suwu. Brother Suwu, I'm grateful for your high regard. From now on, the Green Mountain sect has gained another great general. If you don't mind, would you like to temporarily guard this spiritual field? My humble desires are fulfilled, I do not dare to ask for more. With Suwu's reply, the atmosphere suddenly turned harmonious, and as for the slain disciples of Furious Tiger Hall, a single fireball technique made them disappear without a trace. Upon investigating the situation, Furious Tiger Hall had no further reaction. Having gained another Golden Core Daoist, they would naturally not act rashly. Zhou family. At this time, the Zhou family master was also somewhat confused, for he had suddenly received a transmission from Jin Guangxiu, before hearing from Zhou Fang. The message informed Zhou Fang to accept Suwu and not to inquire about the reason. While he was still puzzled, Zhou Fang's communication followed quickly, making him sigh in his heart. It was truly impressive how the guest elder had already anticipated this scenario. The Zhou family was indeed fortunate to have such a pillar of support. Little did he know, Jin Guangxiu was also equally puzzled at this time, and not much different from them. It was because he too had received instructions from Liang Sheng. However, there must have been a reason for the senior's arrangement. As he didn't know of Liang Sheng's existence, he was now smirking slightly. This Suwu was rather interesting, a smart person who could see through the unusual foundation of Green Mountain sect. This alone would make him go further than others. Since the Immortal Dynasty wanted to control Immortal City, he might as well find a smart person, create a connection through cause and effect, and then support Suwu to become the city lord of Immortal City. In this way, with the law of cause and effect supporting each other, the final beneficiary of longevity Immortal City would be out of the control of the Immortal Dynasty. Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head at this thought. He actually didn't want to play such tricks. He only wanted stability. But he didn't have much of a choice. However, Liang Sheng's expression remained calm, and all his calculations ultimately boiled down to one's own strength. Chapter 189, No one can steal longevity Immortal City, all remaining evils of sentient beings sect must die. Longevity Immortal City. Suwu had never thought that a powerful force could be so incredibly patient and concealed. He knew from the beginning that the Green Mountain sect acted low-key, but he never imagined it would be this low-key. By now, a month had passed since he joined the Green Mountain sect. At first, he didn't have any tasks, and thought it was because the sect didn't trust him. After all, he had just joined the Green Mountain sect, so it was understandable that many of the sect's actions were carried out secretly without his knowledge. As a result, Suwu wasn't really in a hurry. After all, time would reveal a person's true character. Soon enough, the Green Mountain sect would understand that he had no ulterior motives and only wanted the best for the sect. However, it wasn't until a year later that he realized how wrong he was. It wasn't that the Green Mountain sect was secretly up to no good, rather, they seemed utterly desireless and indifferent. How could he compete with others if they continued to be so passive? One misstep would lead to continuous failure. Now, Suwu didn't have any other options given that the other forces within the Immortal City had been almost infiltrated by their Immortal Dynasty guests, each with its own master. It was impossible for him to switch, and likewise impossible for anyone else to join the Green Mountain sect. The Immortal Dynasty had its own rules for this opportunistic competition. Once each competitor had chosen their own competitive plan, the contest would proceed fairly. Only if someone voluntarily gave up their opportunity and chose to assist others instead could they join the same force. This rule was indeed somewhat difficult to understand, but it was a lesson from history. Behind each unintelligible rule, there would be an unintelligible story. Now, Suwu could only rejoice in the fact that the Green Mountain sect's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even if the Green Mountain sect did nothing, it would inevitably be drawn into the swirling chaos of the Immortal City. Even if the Green Mountain sect did not strive actively, others would not let them off. In that case, they would either swallow their pride or be forced to resist. He decided to wait for now and not be too impatient. He must not be concerned about temporary gains and losses. The one who laughed last would be the true winner. Time slowly passed as he lay hidden, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had gone by. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the vice-sect leader of the Green Mountain sect. Even Suwu found it somewhat incredible. It turned out that the Green Mountain sect didn't distrust him, in fact, they trusted him immensely. At this point, many of the sect's secrets were known to him. Even the secret of the great power supporting the Green Mountain sect from behind the scenes was not hidden from him. Although Suwu didn't know exactly who this great and mysterious ancestor was. But sect leader Zhou Feng had hinted to him that the Green Mountain sect was not without its foundation, and the only reason he wasn't told everything at the moment was simply that he was not yet the sect leader. Wasn't this a clear indication that Suwu was the successor to the sect leader? Why would they trust him so much? Suwu felt a little guilty, as he had harbored malicious thoughts against them before. Zhou Feng had also hinted that the power behind the Green Mountain sect was actually far stronger than any of them could imagine, but they chose to remain low-key and not attract attention. These hints naturally excited Suwu even more, reassuring him that he had made the right choice. It seemed that he had been blessed with luck and destiny from the very beginning. Under these circumstances, he naturally became motivated and began to cooperate more actively with the Green Mountain sect, as he also believed Zhou Feng had not deceived him. In fact, over the past 20 years, some forces in the Immortal City had attempted to absorb the Green Mountain sect after their own strength had expanded. However, no matter who their opponents were or how strong they were, in the end, they all failed miserably. They even had to apologize and make amends to save face and maintain peace between the two parties. But there were also those who were blinded and underestimated the Green Mountain sect. In the end, their forces quietly collapsed, and they disappeared from the longevity Immortal City. Among these forces were Golden Core Deists who had come with Suwu for the trial. After they failed against the Green Mountain sect, they were filled with regret. Because their failed offensive meant they had lost their chance in the competition, and all they could feel in their hearts was depression and helplessness. They could only blame themselves for not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu. After their failure in the competition, their gaze towards Suwu was somewhat complicated. Such luck indeed! But they didn't know that the Green Mountain sect held Suwu in such high regard for a special reason, a reason even the upper echelons of the Green Mountain sect did not understand. At this time, the relationship between the Green Mountain sect and the Zhou family was kept secret from everyone. Even Zhou Feng had received orders to gradually cut contact with the Zhou family over these 20 years. The internal situation of the Green Mountain sect was almost completely open to Suwu, thanks to guest elder Jin Guangxiu's instructions to the Zhou family from behind the scenes. Of course, the ultimate mastermind behind all of this was Liang Sheng. Under the law of cause and effect divine ability, he had already completed the most advantageous plan for himself. Liang Sheng intended to groom Suwu to be the master of the Immortal City, so that he could use this cause and effect relationship to live a comfortable life in the days to come. He had no intention of sabotaging the Immortal Dynasty's plans. With Suwu controlling the longevity Immortal City's luck, the Immortal Dynasty was sure to be reassured, as their own luck would remain unaffected. It was a perfect plan. For Liang Sheng, this was also the best plan for him to stay in the Immortal City peacefully. The current layout was simply flawless. After these 20 years, the longevity Immortal City was no longer as chaotic as before and was slowly regaining its former prosperity. As for the major forces that sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain in Immortal City following the revival of spiritual energy, under the planning of the cultivators who had experienced Immortal City, only a few forces remained in the world through their own means of merger and suppression, and the situation in Immortal City gradually became clear. Now, the opponents that Suwu needed to pay attention to were actually just 3 or 4, and he became more and more confident in the Green Mountain sect. Slowly, there was no need to hurry, as long as there were no accidents, he would probably be the one to own this blessing and opportunity in longevity Immortal City. At this time, Ling Xiazi from the Immortal Dynasty was also in a good mood. After all, Longevity Immortal City was originally Zhen Yuan's territory. How could he be happy if it was occupied by other people? Now that Kaiwen Child has sent a message back, stating that Suwu has become one of the most likely successors to Longevity Immortal City, he is naturally satisfied in his heart. By this time, outside the Longevity Immortal City, there are not many nascent soul masters still guarding by Kaiwen Child's side. After all, the cultivators they sent have already failed, so there's no need for them to stay here any longer. But who will end up as the winner is still unknown. Everything must wait. And it has been another 30 years. In these 30 years, a lot has happened. Liang Sheng, in order to ensure that his plans are foolproof, has been constantly making plans and adjustments as the situation in Immortal City changes. In these 30 years, the 4 remaining major forces in Immortal City, including Green Mountain Sect, have been acting more cautiously, and no one dares to act recklessly. After Liang Sheng discovered this situation, he also began to adjust his plans in a timely manner. It seems that his previous planning was still somewhat conservative. Suwu's speed of ascending to power needs to be accelerated even further. In this way, if his planning can succeed, he could almost be carefree in Immortal City and cultivate safely, single-mindedly pursuing the path of immortality. After receiving all the memories of City Master Zhen Yuan, Liang Sheng believes that there should be no one in the world who knows Longevity Immortal City better than him. Under such circumstances, how could Liang Sheng be willing to move to other unfamiliar places and start again? Or to live in fear again? So, throughout these 30 years, Suwu naturally received more and more attention from the Green Mountain Sect. After all, he was a Golden Core Deist, and his cultivation level had improved a bit in these 50 years. Sect leader Zhou Fang felt even more ashamed of himself and personally had Suwu swear that as long as he promised not to betray the Green Mountain Sect, he would give him the position of sect leader. Zhou Fang was no match for Suwu anymore. His position as sect leader at the moment was somewhat undeserving. Upon hearing this, Suwu felt a surge of pleasant surprise in his heart and soon swore on the Heavenly Dao oath in front of Zhou Fang that he would never betray the Green Mountain Sect. It was not a lie, because as a cultivator, Suwu is now becoming the sect leader of Green Mountain Sect, which is his fortune. How could he possibly harm his roots? Once he truly controlled Longevity Immortal City in the future, the Green Mountain Sect would become his confidant, his left arm and right arm, so why would he need to betray the Green Mountain Sect? So, from the time of arriving at Longevity Immortal City to now, it took him only 50 years to become the sect leader of Green Mountain Sect, and now one of the leaders of the few remaining major forces of Longevity Immortal City. At this point, he had already far surpassed other competitors. Although others were now among the several major forces, none of them held a position like him as sect leader. After Suwu succeeded as sect leader, Zhou Fang brought him to a hidden place where he finally met the real power behind the Green Mountain Sect, the nascent soul ancestor. There was actually a nascent soul master behind the Green Mountain Sect, and the heavens were truly blessing them. Greetings, ancestor. Suwu at this moment respectfully greeted the nascent soul master in front of him but didn't know that his actual identity was simply a puppet. This was, of course, Liang Sheng's doing. Originally, people in the Green Mountain Sect other than the upper echelons didn't know about the relationship between the Green Mountain Sect and the Zhou family. However, now that the Immortal Dynasty is involved, Liang Sheng naturally had to remove the Zhou family's name. In order to let Suwu trust and be confident in eliminating other opponents, it's best to have a mysterious nascent soul ancestor appear. This is the puppet Huang Yufan had possessed before. After Liang Sheng's breakthrough into the soul emergence realm, he didn't lack materials anymore, and had already helped Huang Yufan get a new divinity transformation puppet body. This eliminated nascent soul puppet also served a purpose, to become the secret ancestor of the Green Mountain Sect. After Suwu paid his respects, he hadn't even had time to look at the appearance of the nascent soul ancestor when he heard an excited voice speak. Sure enough, heaven is blessing our Green Mountain Sect. The great revival opportunity prepared and prophesied by our Green Mountain Sect's ancestral forefathers has indeed arrived. At this moment Suwu still did not understand what was going on, only to see the ancestor's kind face waving him over. Come over here and let me have a good look at you. Suwu was somewhat puzzled at this moment, but at this time he could not refuse to go, after all, this was a nascent soul ancestor. However, the more excited the other party seemed, the more confused and fearful Suwu felt. Why such reverence? By the time Suwu arrived nervously in front of the nascent soul ancestor, the latter directly grabbed his left arm with one hand and then welled up with tears. What in the world was going on? In this moment, Suwu was completely dumbfounded. To make a nascent soul master so emotional, there must be some secret. Was what he said just now true? Is he really some kind of great opportunity for the revival of the Green Mountain sect? However, Suwu knew his own origins. He came from the Immortal Dynasty, not from Longevity Immortal City, so he became even more nervous when he saw the ancestors' actions. If this nascent soul master discovered that he was not the person he was looking for, under the power of his nascent soul strength, where could he escape? What should he do? Suwu's thoughts were racing like mad, but just when he was at a loss, the nascent soul master seemed to know what he was thinking. He patted Suwu's arm, smiled, and said, "Don't be afraid, we are actually on the same side." Same side? Suwu wanted to cry but couldn't. It seemed the other party truly made a mistake. He didn't belong to Longevity Immortal City. How did the situation suddenly turn out like this? Regardless of Suwu's thoughts, the Green Mountain sect's ancestor continued to speak. "I know you come from outside the Immortal City, from the Immortal Dynasty. In fact, our Green Mountain sect has the same origin as the City Lord Mansion, so we are all on the same side. The rebellion of the Church of All Beings still exists, so our Green Mountain sect remains low-key and discreet. Now that I have finally found you, I can do justice to our ancestors." Hi! Suwu was completely stunned. What is going on? The other party continued talking to himself. Before his death, City Master Zhen Yuan tried his best to inflict heavy losses on the Church of All Beings, forcing them to hibernate and not dare to show themselves. Before his fall, the City Master integrated the remaining forces and turned them into the current Green Mountain sect. He even left a prophecy before his demise. It could be that he saw the future at the last moment of his fate calamity, and he said that the Church of All Beings needed time to recover its strength, but the Immortal City would eventually have the Master of Destiny return. At this point, his voice paused, staring intently at Suwu, then said word by word, "And that person is you. Heaven has blessed our Green Mountain sect, and in my lifetime, I have finally found you." As he spoke, a seemingly insignificant mountain stone appeared in his hand, solemnly handed it to Suwu, and whispered, "This is the legacy that City Master Zhen Yuan left us before he passed away. I have studied it for many years but still can't understand it. Since you are the Master of Destiny that the City Master needs, it should be under your control. From now on, everything in the Green Mountain sect, including me, will follow your orders." Suwu was somewhat dizzy from this great gift. Could he really be the Master of Destiny? With the Green Mountain sect ancestor present, who could compete with him? This is the declining Longevity Immortal City where Golden Core Deists are already top cultivators. Overwhelmed with excitement, Suwu's face flushed red even though he had reached the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng in the distance was also slightly smiling. The plan was going smoothly, and the Zhou family had completely withdrawn and no longer had any connection with the Green Mountain sect. The mountain stone that Liang Sheng gave to Suwu as a puppet contained the entrance to the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein branch vein, where Feng Yuan was sealed. After all, he had absorbed Zhen Yuan's memories and learned the mustard seed sumi technique, so he made some subtle changes to the original mountain stone without anyone noticing any issues. Although the mountain stone was placed on Suwu, Liang Sheng had the real control and could enter it at any time when the spiritual vein was opened. Obtaining the mountain stone was just a superficial authority. Of course, Suwu might not know what the mountain stone represented, but he could communicate with Kaiwan Child, who would naturally understand what was going on. But in fact, the mountain stone was just the first gift Liang Sheng gave to Suwu. He had another gift for him. It was a clue about the hidden dark vein of the Church of All Beings on the outskirts. Originally, Liang Sheng didn't intend to expose the remnants of the Church of All Beings, but when Lincoln was in crisis, he allowed the Zhou family to hide near the dark vein, which inadvertently alerted the dark vein to the Zhou family's anomalies. For the past 50 years, the Church of All Beings had been probing several times. Jin Guangxiu knew nothing about it because Liang Sheng had secretly stopped their attempts. However, the Church of All Beings persisted, and under these circumstances, it also affected Liang Sheng's planning for the future of Longevity Immortal City. He immediately made his final decision. If the Church of All Beings wanted to bring about their destruction, this matter must be resolved quickly. Also, Liang Sheng's plan could give Suwu a boost, allowing him to quickly surpass all competitors and take an absolute advantage. When Suwu saw the scroll given to him by the Green Mountain sect ancestor, he didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after reading it, he suddenly looked up. Remnants of the all-living beings sect? He knew that Kaiwan Child had been extremely resentful towards the remnants of the all-living beings sect, and he had no further doubts about the ancestor and his connection to the City Lord Mansion. Unexpectedly, there are still a few nascent soul masters among the remnants of the Church of All Beings. No wonder the ancestor didn't dare to act. The ancestor smiled faintly at this point. All right, I know you must have your arrangements. Since you are the master of destiny of my City Lord Mansion lineage, no matter what orders you have in the future, I will follow them. After finishing speaking, he didn't say anything further. Suwu didn't disturb him anymore, hurriedly left, and returned to his room, still excited. He really had a deep and profound blessing. Then, without hesitation, he immediately relayed the circumstances of the mountain stone and scroll to Kaiwan Child, who was in outer space. Upon reading the contents, Kaiwan Child suddenly opened his eyes wide. Zhen Yuan's junior brother had made such arrangements before his death? Kaiwan Child couldn't help but have tearful eyes. Zhen Yuan's junior brother didn't want Longevity Immortal City to fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, Kaiwan Child could no longer control his emotions and shed tears. Zhen Yuan junior brother, rest assured, I will never disappoint your painstaking efforts. Longevity Immortal City, no one can take it away. Remnants of the Church of All Beings, go to hell. Chapter 190. Above the Longevity Immortal City in outer space. Kaiwan Child's face was gloomy at this moment. He did not expect that Suwu would bring good news while discovering the traitors of the Church of All Beings. If it wasn't for the fact that Longevity Immortal City did not allow high-level cultivators to enter at this time, he might have already descended directly to the city and killed the traitors of the Church of All Beings. Furthermore, he couldn't let the traitors die so easily, death would be the lightest punishment for them. Kaiwan Child intended to make the traitors of the Church of All Beings wish for death. He had lost a junior brother who had been with him for 10,000 years, how could he let go of this hatred so easily? However, the plan of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty was very clear at this time. If they just dealt with the problem of Longevity Immortal City rashly, it would affect the dynasty's fortune. The previous eruption of spirit tide in the spiritual veins was to prepare for the upcoming Immortal Dynasty competition, so they had spared no expense to cause the eruption. There were countless great powers in the upper echelons of the Immortal City, and conflicts between them and other immortal cities were not to be resolved directly by them. Only a world-ending war that would sever the inheritance of the Immortal City would force them to take action regardless of the consequences. Furthermore, the Holy Land would not allow such a brutal war between the immortal cities. The operation of heaven and earth should prioritize stability. However, where there were people, there were conflicts, let alone amongst cultivators with long lifespans. How could there be no friction between the immortal cities after such a long accumulation of time? However, under the moderation of the Holy Land's great powers, there was one opportunity every 10,000 years to resolve the disputes between the immortal cities. That was the Immortal Dynasty competition. Competition among the younger generation would not result in the destruction of the immortal cities like the actions of top powers and could also resolve the cause and effect accumulated over 10,000 years through victory and defeat. Thus, 1 to 2,000 years before each Immortal Dynasty competition, each immortal city would make their utmost effort to ensure the strength of their competition participants. For example, the eruption of the spirit tide in the previous spiritual veins was to increase the strength of the younger generation in the immortal city. Hence, Ling Xiaozi presented the issue of Longevity Immortal City to the immortal city, leading them to choose the current peaceful solution. They had to ensure the stability of the dynasty's fortune. If the situation in Longevity Immortal City happened after the grand competition, they would have swiftly cut the Gordian knot instead of dragging it out. City Master Zhen Yuan was somewhat familiar with these secret matters, but only had a rough understanding. This allowed Liang Sheng to make a general judgment and carry out his current plan. Liang Sheng's plan was simple. He built upon the plans of the Immortal City, making subtle adjustments to achieve his goals. As expected, even after knowing the existence of the remnants of a living beings sect, Kaiwan couldn't bring himself to take violent action. The fortune of the Immortal Dynasty was of the utmost importance. At this time, for the sake of the Immortal Dynasty competition, the earth veins of East Victory Immortal Dynasty could not have any problems. After a while, Kaiwan Child gradually calmed down. As nascent soul masters, they both had deep feelings for each other. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire the survival abilities of the Church of All Beings. Even after Feng Yuan had entered Longevity Immortal City, and his junior brother had fallen, several nascent soul cultivators still managed to survive. According to Su Wu's communication, the Green Mountain sect was the remnant force under his junior brother Zhen Yuan. At this moment, they didn't hold an advantage against the hibernating Church of All Beings, which was why the Green Mountain sect was so cautious. Kaiwan Child understood this. After all, Golden Core Realm cultivators were just ants in front of nascent soul masters. Junior brother Zhen Yuan still had some intentions. Otherwise, the Green Mountain sect that had survived under his control to this day, how could they face Su Wu and tell the truth? There must have been some preparations left by junior brother Zhen Yuan that allowed them to discover the difference in Su Wu. Moreover, the spiritual veins side entrance's mountain stone had also been passed down, providing further confirmation to this idea, which was almost certain. Therefore, he must not fail junior brother Jinai Yuan's painstaking efforts. Now, he had to make Su Wu rise quickly, so Su Wu could later have the strength to deal with the remnants of the Church of All Beings. But he must not be impatient at this time, or the plan of the Immortal Dynasty would be disturbed, and even a great power like his master would be implicated. At this moment, the only thing facing the Immortal City was the final darkness before dawn. As long as he was not anxious, progress would be gradual, and dawn would eventually come. So, after calming down, he began to consider how to provide logistical support for Su Wu so he could quickly improve his strength and eliminate the remnants of the Church of All Beings. After all, it was just a few true monarchs in the nascent soul realm. Kaiwan Child didn't even take them seriously. However, he still needed some time to come up with the perfect response. It seems that I will have to trouble master once again. With this thought, Kaiwan Child didn't hesitate and immediately communicated with Ling Xiaozi. As for the other forces in the Immortal City, he didn't even care about them. As Su Wu had clearly stated, the ancestor of Green Mountain sect was a nascent soul master who could not deal with the Church of All Beings but could handle the other forces. It was probably because they were wary of the Church of All Beings that the Green Mountain sect did not dare to reveal themselves, for fear of being discovered by the enemy and losing the opportunity to turn the tables. Let's wait a little longer. The time to avenge junior brother won't be too long. Kaiwan Child's eyes were firm at this moment. Capital City Linga of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. After receiving Kaiwan Child's communication, Ling Xiaozi couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling extremely elated. He had previously agreed to the Immortal Dynasty's plan for the overall situation, as Ling Xiaozi's lineage was deeply connected with the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. That was why he had agreed to the Immortal Dynasty's proposal of letting the younger generation of various lineages compete fairly. But deep down, he was still a bit indignant, and he couldn't express it outwardly. Although Longevity Immortal City originally belonged to City Master Zhen Yuan and was part of Ling Xiaozi's lineage inheritance, on the surface, the city still belonged to the Immortal Dynasty. He couldn't possibly claim that the Longevity Immortal City was his Ling Xiao lineage's private property, as doing this would be tantamount to fighting the Immortal Dynasty for ownership. How could he be that unwise? However, it was beyond everyone's expectations that Su Wu would take over the remaining forces under Zhen Yuan and quickly become the front-runner in the competition for the Immortal City's luck. How could he not be happy? If not for the variable of the betraying Church of All Beings within the city, Su Wu could almost be declared as the new Lord of Longevity right now. But this outcome was completely beyond Ling Xiaozi's expectations, and it couldn't be better. After all, his lineage had hardly any good luck or blessings since Kaiwan Child had somehow survived the fate calamity. This was in accordance with the heavenly and earth rules, as there could never be anyone with constant good fortune, even the East Victory Immortal Dynasty would rise and fall, and no one could escape this law. With the current situation in the Longevity Immortal City, Ling Xiaozi had only one thought in his heart, and that was that his disciple Zhen Yuan had suffered a lot behind the scenes. The reason Ling Xiaozi thought this was that, like Kaiwan Child, he believed that Zhen Yuan must have left something behind before his death. Otherwise, how could Su Wu have such fortune? Of course, Su Wu himself must also have a deep fortune, otherwise why would Su Wu be the only one among the 6 people sent by the Ling Xiaozi's lineage to pick up this great opportunity? At this time, seeing Ling Xiaozi laughing so heartily, Qinyangzi next to him couldn't help but ask what had happened. Ling Ziazi just continued to laugh without answering, and directly handed Kaiwen Child's communication to Qinyangzi. After reading it, Qinyangzi's eyes brightened. It seemed that his previous decision to give his quota to Ling Ziazi was not wrong. Suwu was far ahead of the other competitors at this time. The situation in the competition for the Longevity Immortal City's luck was actually clear now, it just needed a little more time to come to an end. Deist friend Ling Ziazi, let me offer you my congratulations in advance. Kaiwen Child's communication seeks help just to avoid any changes later. He wants to help Suwu obtain the luck of Wanshao City as soon as possible. As it happens, I indeed have something suitable here that can help Suwu and solve the problem of the Church of All Beings. Upon hearing this, Ling Ziazi's eyes also brightened. He naturally knew what Qinyangzi was talking about, as he was extremely familiar with Qinyangzi's lineage after tens of thousands of years of friendship. However, since the other party was willing to pay such a price, there must be some conditions, so he asked without beating around the bush. After all, time waits for no one. Only what one has eaten truly belongs to oneself, otherwise everything is illusory. Deist friend Qinyangzi, let's put all our cards on the table. What do you want me to do to help us? Deist friend Ling Ziazi, don't worry. I actually have no other requests, just hoping that after Suwu successfully seizes the opportunity of the City of Longevity, he can help my disciple Feng Yuan continue to seal the spiritual vein branches in the coming time. After hearing this, Ling Ziazi thought for a moment and immediately nodded, agreeing to the condition. Seeing this, Qinyangzi didn't hesitate, and directly took out a transparent jade box from his storage ring, completely sealing its qi. This is the secret technique to open the jade box. Ling Ziazi took the jade box and the secret technique, and immediately sent a message to Kaiwen Child to come back, take these things and deliver them to Suwu in the City of Longevity. Although Kaiwen Child couldn't enter the Longevity Immortal City due to his high cultivation level, it was easy for him to send a jade box in. With the secret treasure of Qinyangzi's lineage, dealing with the mere nascent soul-betraying members of the Church of All Beings should be no problem for Suwu. Immortal City. Green Mountain Sect. Suwu quickly received the communication from Kaiwen Child and was overjoyed. At that moment, Kaiwen Child had already left the Longevity Immortal City and returned to the Immortal Dynasty Spirit Song. Although the content of the communication did not explicitly state, the meaning was quite clear. Suwu's discovery of the tracks of the Church of All Beings would be considered as the first merit. All rewards would be given in full after Suwu successfully takes control of Longevity Immortal City. Suwu's mission at this time was one thing only, to consolidate the Green Mountain Sect. At this stage, the Green Mountain Sect was also considered loyal in the eyes of Ling Ziazi's lineage, and they certainly wouldn't abandon them. Liang Sheng observed all these developments, which were more or less in line with his plans. Unless something unexpected happened, Suwu's next plan would naturally be to eliminate other forces and accelerate the unification and integration of Longevity Immortal City. The next target was the Church of All Beings. Liang Sheng didn't initially care about the Church of All Beings, nor did he want to have any conflict with them. It was best for both parties to not interfere with each other. However, the Church of All Beings had gone mad, hoping that so-called equality for all beings would prevail and accepting the situation before as the way things should be. They thought that having many forces existing at the same time would allow 100 flowers to bloom and prevent one force from dominating the dialogue. However, he did not expect that people's desires were endless, and not everyone was as great as the Church of All Beings. All forces would eventually fight each other and determine the strongest one. Now, the situation in the Immortal City was clear. There would definitely be only one winner in the end. However, nobody knew that the Green Mountain Sect was far ahead in strength. Liang Sheng shook his head when he saw the Church of All Beings' upcoming scheme. How could these people of the Church of All Beings succeed with just a hot-blooded mind and no specific thoughts or principles? Even if they could temporarily succeed, it would only be temporary. The current situation is the best proof. If the Church of All Beings does not correct this flaw, it could only be said that they have only enthusiasm and no substance. In his previous life, Liang Sheng had seen historical lessons in this situation, but the situation in Longevity Immortal City is even more complicated. After all, this is a cultivation world where personal strength can crush everything. Unless the major figures in the entire cultivation world put aside their grievances and start to unite, being completely selfless, and strive for the well-being of all living beings, it is impossible to have an equal world where everyone is like a dragon. However, the most mistaken decision of the Church of All Beings is to provoke Liang Sheng. After all, involving the cause and effect of the Zhou family, Liang Sheng has to be careful not to get noticed by the East Victory Immortal Dynasty because of these causes and effects. As long as the Church of All Beings did not provoke him, Liang Sheng would not care about their life or death, which had nothing to do with him. Liang Sheng has a principle, that is, to respect the fate of others and not to help others' emotional ties. Everyone has their own cause and effect, and he would not forcibly try to change others' fate. If someone wants to seek death, then let them die. Liang Sheng once again calculated the situation at this moment and confirmed that everything was within his expectations. He then sat on the fishing platform and watched the development of the situation. On the other side, Suwu had already begun to sharpen his knife. With the nascent soul master elder of Green Mountain sect there, he wanted to settle the other competing forces as soon as possible. He has to consolidate all his forces now, because he knows that his real enemy is not those competitors, but the hidden rebels of the Church of All Beings. He also understands that as long as he can defeat the Church of All Beings, the Longevity Immortal City would be completely under his control, and he would become the new Longevity Immortal City Lord. As a result, the situation in Immortal City was increasingly murderous, and the low-key Green Mountain sect actually took the initiative to attack. This situation almost surprised everyone. Previously, they knew that the Green Mountain sect was not simple, so they deliberately spared it and didn't dare to provoke it, preferring to settle weaker forces first. However, the Green Mountain sect also did exactly as they expected back then by not getting involved and not taking any action, which gradually eased the other forces' worries. But at this moment, the Green Mountain sect suddenly unsheathed its sword, catching everyone off guard. Together with the Green Mountain sect's strength far beyond imagination, the battle situation was a crushing defeat at the very beginning. Suwu no longer had the intention to hide like before. According to the Green Mountain sect's ancestor Nascent Soul Master, Suwu was the master of destiny, a destined winner. The Green Mountain sect had been hibernating before, only because it was concerned about the remnants of the Church of All Beings. But now, with Kaiwen Child as his backer, Suwu would soon gain the confidence to finally unify the Immortal City. There was chaos in the Immortal City, but there was one place that still maintained calm. That place was the Zhou family, as steady as Mount Tai. At this moment, the Zhou family master, who was slightly relieved, was sitting in front of Jin Guangxiu. His look toward Jin Guangxiu was one of complete admiration. He had been skeptical before when they completely broke off contact with the Green Mountain sect, and had some complaints in his heart. After all, this was also a considerable force in the city. Furthermore, he didn't have any ill omens in his heart. But now, seeing the aggressive campaign of the Green Mountain sect, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, feeling extremely fortunate. It turns out that they still had to listen to Elder Jin. If their family were to be caught in the chaos of Immortal City due to the Green Mountain sect, it would not be what the Zhou family desired. They only wanted a low-profile survival. In this situation, Kaiwen Child finally brought the secret weapon sent by Jinyangzit to the outer space of Longevity Immortal City. Meanwhile, inside the Green Mountain sect, Suwu sat in his room cultivating, with layers of protection outside, creating a sense of security. Even the nascent soul ancestor was guarding him in secret at this moment. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, it was already under the control of Liang Sheng's divine sense. Seeing the jade box and the secret technique in Suwu's hand, he left with peace of mind and let the puppet consciousness control everything. Everything was proceeding according to his plan, and there were no accidents. The time for Suwu to unify the Immortal City had finally come.